Fuck. Oh, there we go.
So I was ready at 1 o'clock, but I moved my setup to a different location in the house, and I blame Dan for the delay. Because Dan was like, oh, we gotta try this, we gotta change that. And it was a little choppy, the camera feed. I was like, let's just go live with it. And he's like, no, we need to fix it. So if I can blame Dan, I will, and I am. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, sure. The gun is coming out. It's the least I can do for everything, for this massive, incomprehensible delay. Okay? The chew's gone, guys. The chew's gone. And it's not coming back. It's not coming back. So now that I am live, I wanted to get a little more sunshine. Let me just pop this out, pop out chat. We love our chat, don't we, folks? They truly are the backbone of this whole society. All 20 of you that make up 50% of the live chat, we love each and every one of 20 of you guys. This goes here. Here, I'll show you guys. Look at this. That's me. See how bright it is? See how sunny it is, you guys? See? Natural light up in this bitch. That's right. No more basement dwelling for me. Okay, so I think I'm good to go. Got that. Actually, interestingly, there's a video I already want to watch with you guys. Here, check this out. Let me do this. Okay, great. All right, I think we're all good. It's a beautiful day out here in Los Angeles. You guys like these? You can really appreciate my ambers and the natural lighting. There's one more thing I need to do real fast. Oh. One more thing. Yada, yada, yada. Thanks for being here. Nice to see you. Thanks everyone for coming out. Just one more thing here. All right. And with that, my friends, I believe we are ready to go. Beautiful amber eyes, baby. All right, so welcome everybody. Pretty excited about our live show going up on Friday. It's gonna be a heck of a show. I'm so excited to bring the streamies live to the Dolby Theater, where the illustrious Academy Awards take place. I mean, my goodness. Finally, a place befitting of our grandeur and greatness. So I just saw that YouTube just recommended me this video. They said YouTube controversial advertiser rule update. So I was like, okay, well that's literally so relevant to me. And I'm seeing all these videos on the side. What the fuck is this? Who's Beluga? Beluga gained 4 million subscribers in 3 months. Who's that? Is he Minecraft? Don't tell me he's a Minecraft player. No, I don't know anything about Beluga, but I'll tell you this. People that go from like 0 to 3 million in like a month, they never make it. Not at least yet. You guys know anything about Beluga? I'll watch this after my advertiser friendly thing. What does he do though?
Yes, it is perfect.
Oh, he plays Minecraft, brother. What's the deal with Minecraft, man?
If this channel goes up in the future, might want to like.
Is he doing? Is he just doing? He's just doing Minecraft. Yo, these
Looks like
these
it.
Minecraft success stories are nuts, man. Audio. Oh, using audio. Audio. The video is low. Okay, hold on. We can fix that. Video capture device. Oh, there you go. Well, that'll do it. Here. Maybe this works. That's better, right? Is this better?
Stop.
We got some buzzing going on. Now it's doubled. What the fuck is happening? Man, what did you do, bro? You just made it worse, Lo said. You changed the webcam link?
Yeah, you sure did.
Video capture device. Okay, that should be muted.
No!
Audio capture device. Audio input device.
Oh, he
Dan
was
fixed my
on the
shit.
soundboard.
Dan's in the bathroom, great.
No, he did it right. If he was on the soundboard.
Why would Dan go to the bathroom now?
Ethan,
Like now? Oh, it's better?
you're constantly fucking up, so it doesn't matter when he goes to the
Is it
bathroom.
better? That fixed it? I didn't do anything.
You
Better.
You muted the fucking
Okay.
extra
So
sound.
now let me play this video and you guys tell me if you can hear it. You guys hear that?
For some reason, you had one of your video feeds on your mixer, and you muted the video
you'll hear
feed on your
the-
mixer, and it fixed
Dan did
it.
not do that. Y'all hear the video audio? No, we can hear it. No. Okay, Dan is in the computer. Okay,
I had this when I was a little kid, but I don't think I ever beat it. It came out in 1992
Okay.
when I was 4.
Dan is.
I don't think I got it later till I was
You
around
guys
10
cannot see
after
it
Zelda
locally
Ocarina
'cause
of
it has
Time
all
came
kinds of
out, and I
info that I
became
want you guys to
obsessed
have.
with the
I
series.
hacked my computer. He's going
Even
in
though
the
I had the
settings.
first one from Zelda on the
No, not there.
Nintendo too, but I never had a
Settings.
Super Nintendo.
He's going to. He misclicked. It's in advanced audio properties at this moment. I can tell he's thinking he doesn't want to do audio input capture.
Puppy.
Okay, he's back in settings. He's at audio. So audio is disabled. Now he's going to. Got it. Now Dan, I'll tell you this. I don't know
Wait,
if this is
why
helpful.
did that
but
hurt me?
my computer speakers are like broken, so I'm using the built-in
And why did I
speakers in my
get killed that time?
monitor, which are obviously horrible, but it's my only option. So that I don't know if that matters.
That time none of them died.
He's in advanced audio properties. He's looking. He's feeling audio monitoring. He's feeling it out a bit. What are we feeling here, Dan? Hold on. I gotta find it. Okay. Video audio is still out, I'm hearing. Okay, Dan's playing. He's playing the video.
You know he's playing games. He's playing Baldur's Gate. Go over.
He's hovering. He's thinking. This is a complicated issue, perhaps. He's not quite sure how to wrap his
Oh,
mind
come
around it.
on. How did that not kill it? I shoved it right into the bomb. Boom. How'd that survive that?
I see it too, Dan. I see it too. It's picking it up. But yet it's not sending it out. Oh. Could it be something with my desktop audio? Is going to be something else. It's the gigabyte, dude. The desktop audio is the gigabyte, man. He's not here. He's on a delay, so he's going to hopefully hear this in about 10 more seconds. Yeah. Monitor. Okay.
Dude,
he's all over the
games
place.
are so bad about turning around and moving. Maybe I should use the D-pad.
Oh, he fixed it. I think.
Okay.
I think he did fix it. Okay.
There we go.
Let me open the live stream again. What the fuck? I think Dan has fixed the issue, guys. Very excited to bring this breaking news to you guys today. That I do believe the audio is fixed. Let me move the... Guys, we're up and running. Dan said it was a weird bug. Okay, Dan. Oh, we love Dan, don't we, folks? He really is. He is the queen. He can do no wrong. So who is Beluga? What's this guy's deal? He gained 10 million subs and his view. Okay, Beluga, you got out here. You doing your thing, brother. What's he doing? It's not Minecraft, though. It's like Discord chat logs. Get it, man. Alright, let's watch
Really, I had to walk up.
Based on our experience of updating regarding our updates to finally guidelines in November of last year, updated again in March.
Oh damn, I thought I was like full of hearts.
You told us that when we updated our guidelines, you value communication changes. Not only through this to our update log.
Did y'all really need us to tell you that? You're like, hey, when you change the rules about how I make money, can you tell us? Whoa, this is revolutionary. Okay, we hadn't thought about that. Okay, so here we go.
As well as studio notifications. But also hearing the changes explained in clear terms from some of the people who were policy area.
YouTube is only 20 years old and they're now finally unlocked that deep insight.
So
he is moving slow, isn't he? It's only 2 minutes long too. Like, what the fuck? How much? He has nothing to say.
For updates to our ad guidelines, you can expect more videos like this one, walking you through the changes. Today, we're updating.
He is the slowest talker, I think.
And our advertiser-friendly content guidelines regarding controversial issues, specifically as they relate to sexual and domestic abuse, abortions, and use.
Okay, I mean,
specifically, we are allowing creators.
Those aren't exactly my categories, but I'll hear them out.
More accurate on content discussing topics such as abortion and adult sexual abuse. This means that content which discusses these topics without going into graphic detail.
That probably does affect us a lot, because unfortunately, that is something
Damn.
we talk about, at least recently, somewhat. You guys want me to speed him up? Let's see. If I put him at ×2, he might sound somewhat normal.
I hope that was not a waste of picking that up.
1.5.
Topics like this can be a helpful resource to users. So we want to ensure that wherever possible, controversial issues discussed in a non-descriptive and non-graphic way aren't disincentivize through demonetization. We're also keenly aware that some creator communities feel that they get more yellow icons because they're limited content by topics that disproportionately impact them. We hope these changes can give all creators more space to discuss these topics with eligibility. Additionally, we're aligning our advertiser-friendly content guidelines on eating disorders with YouTube community guidelines. Content which focuses on eating disorders and shares triggers like visor and binging, biting, or food, or abusing laxatives will not receive ad revenue. This change will ensure such content isn't incentivized with ads, and that our monetization and community guidelines.
That was it, bro? That's not specific at all. Alright, hold on. I'm still getting audio issues, Dan. Everyone's saying my mic is buzzing. Everyone's saying your mic. Okay, let me try to reflex some shit. just gonna replug stuff here, one sec.
I am rectangular. Damn it.
Is it working better? Is the buzzing gone? Oh, great. Dan's back in my computer.
Fuck.
Alright. What do you see, Dan? He's back. You need me to move the OBS over. Let me do that. Here it is. Alright, Dan, eat your
Damn
heart
it.
out.
I tried to get revenge and it fucked me up.
There is no buzz, people are saying. Sounds fine to me. Fixed. Now, but Dan is scrambling with the... He's doing something in the guts now. So, let's hope he doesn't mess it up. And Dan almost closed OBS.
Educational.
We're good? Okay, we're good. Alright, I'm kicking you out, Dan. I had to kick his ass out. Okay, actually, there is something interesting happening here that I think I missed.
Hi, creators. Based on our experience of updated rule regarding our updates to refinement guidelines in November,
Hold on, let me actually change the playback speed.
last year, updated again in March. Here are the proposals. Today, we're updating our
No,
advertising
it said seek the walls with the eyes first.
specifically as it relates to sexual and domestic abuse, abortions, and eating disorders. Specifically, we are allowing creators to earn more leverage on content discussing
Not
topics
these guys
related
again.
to sexual abuse. This means that content which discusses these topics without going into graphic detail will be
Why do they keep coming back?
topics like this.
That goes back. What's happening? Now the video audio is worse. Bro, all I did was move my computer. How could all this happen? Video is coming weird. What the fuck, dude?
Huh?
Dan, help. How could all this happen just from moving my computer? It was 100% Dan's fault. I know that. He was in there mixing up the guts. Now I gotta open it up again. Yeah, I did. Alright, Dan. It's the same password and shit. I think. Yeah, no, yeah.
No!
Audio's fine. Well, what is actually happening? You have a podcast, guys. Tell me what's going on with you guys. You guys can hear it, right? And y'all aren't fucking with me. Like chat, I can't really trust.
What?
Issues.
What the fuck? What's going on?
You could fix it by wearing headphones. How bad? Ah! It's that bad? I mean, this is like a compressor mic. I'm surprised that you can hear the echo so bad. Is it the audio from the computer you're hearing? I can turn that down, maybe.
Now it's working. I wonder if something was like...
Echo, and the static shouldn't be there. The echo I understand because I'm in like an empty room, but the static doesn't make any sense. I can turn... Yeah, I can turn the monitors. Maybe it's coming out of the monitor.
Oh, come on.
Hold on, guys, bear with me. I'm gonna test something out. I'm just gonna play this, and I'm gonna see if I can get the speaker working. So, hold on one sec here. Let me do this.
So updating,
I'll be
Oh
right
my
back.
god, I'm getting my
refinement
ass
guidelines in November
kicked.
last year.
Why?
Updated again in March. We are making sure we act on your feedback. You told us when we updated
Come
our guidelines
on,
that you can
eat the
communicate
bomb.
not only through quizzes to our update log, as well well as studio notifications, but also hearing the changes explained in later journals from some of the people who are communities here. So, for updates to our guidelines, you can expect more videos like this here, walking you through the changes. Today, we're updating our advertiser-friendly content guidelines regarding controversial issues, specifically as they relate to sexual and domestic abuse, abortions, and eating disorders. Specifically, we are allowing creators to earn more algorithm on content.
Dude, I'm losing
topics
so
such as
many
abortion
fucking bombs.
and
This
adult
is
sexual abuse.
ridiculous.
This means that content which discusses these topics without going into graphic detail can fully monetize. We know that videos covering topics like these can be a helpful resource to users, so we want to ensure that wherever possible, controversial issues discussed in a non-descriptive and non-graphic way aren't disincentivized.
Tell us seriously, saying, Mr. Chair, YouTube's gonna sue me for copyright infringement. Is it better? It's gotta be better, right?
Demonetization. We're also keenly aware that some creator communities feel that they get more yellow icons because they're
come
including
on.
content about topics that disproportionately. We hope these changes
How
can
come
give all
I
creators
get
more
hit
space to discuss
in the
these topics.
hitbox, but the bomb doesn't?
Eligibility for Apple. Additionally, we're aligning our advertiser-friendly content guidelines on eating disorders with YouTube community guidelines. Content which focuses on eating disorders shares triggers like widespread binging, hiding, or hoarding food, or abusing landscapes will not receive algorithm. This change will ensure such content isn't incentivized and that our monetization and community guidelines continue in sync. Note that educational or documentary content and survivor content reference.
You can barely hear me. Y'all really fucking with me right now. Dan, love, Cam, is the audio okay now? Because people are saying they can't hear me. Like, I don't know what's going on. I'm saying it's so loud. Are we so back? Are we so back?
Oh, come on.
Baby, we're so back. I'm seeing Donna's in chat. I'm seeing speakers in chat.
Oh, what the fuck?
Was
He,
just really loud.
like,
Just
seriously
turn it
ate
down.
that. He should have ate that.
Let me see, hold on.
These aspects of having an eating disorder,
You mean like
by promoting such activities.
the capture or the
Active
speaker?
research. Let us know if you have any questions.
Are we talking about the capture or the speaker, Dan? Which aspect of the audio? Are we talking specifically about? Let's get another.
Why does that go in his
Some
mouth?
updating you all regarding our updates to finally guidelines in November last year, updating the guidelines, making sure we're not comparing your feedback.
See, that's another Dan issue. He thinks the audio doesn't. He turned it up all the way. Like, Dan, you can't do that to the fans, man. You gotta be respectful of their sensitive ears. Okay, it sounds great. He says, okay.
Value communication changes, not only through posts to our update log, as well as
There's
studio
something
notifications.
interesting going on here.
Also hearing the changes.
Let's listen to what our bearded,
What?
slow-talking friend has to say.
We're
Oh,
updating our
come
advertiser-friendly
on.
content guidelines regarding controversial issues, specifically as they relate to sexual and domestic
I wonder if
abuse.
it's easier if I use the
Got good hair,
D-pad.
two good locks. Not the best hairline, but like the cooler, beautiful, kind of wavy, curly. Nice. I'd like to grow a beard like that, but I don't think I could do it. I know, my facial hair game is not very good. What, you think this video is boring? I need to watch this at least another 50 times.
Abortions, and eating disorders. Specifically, we are allowing creators to earn more algorithm on content discussing topics such as abortion and adult sexual abuse. This means that content which discusses these topics without going into graphic detail can fully monetize. We know that videos covering topics like these can be a helpful resource to users. So we want to ensure that wherever possible, controversial issues discussed in a non-descriptive and non-graphic way aren't disincentivized.
That's good. You know, that's always something they're working on, like it happened before with like LGBTQ issues, which was crazy, but I mean, it was like 2 years ago now, or maybe even more, where if you talked about any kind of gay issues or trans issues, your video just got automatically demonetized, which is nuts. So, this is a good change, but here's one that gets specifically kind of interesting here.
Demonetization. We're also keenly aware that some creator communities feel that they get more yellow icons because they're uploading content about topics that disproportionately benefit them. We hope these changes can give all creators more space to discuss these topics with eligibility around. Additionally, we're aligning our advertiser-friendly content guidelines on eating disorders with YouTube community guidelines. content which focuses on eating disorders, shares triggers like nights around binging, hiding or burning food, or abusing laxatives, will not receive ad revenue.
I have to say, I'm somewhat surprised that eating disorder instructional videos were being monetized before. But what I do wonder is if channels like Nikocado or Eugene Cooney are going to be demonetized, because let's be real, those are just eating disorder. You know, I don't know what to make of Eugene. Like, I understand she's really, you know, has a very clear and, you know, serious eating disorder. And it's quite sad. I think we all want her to. Don't we all start saying, Buzz, I'm gonna lose it. Stop smacking. There's nothing in my mouth. I'm just talking. Nothing smacking my lips. The thing is, like, there's been, like, she's tried to
The
get
posts
better,
invisible?
and then
What?
there's times when she's just like, fuck it,
There we
I mean,
go.
it's kind of really hard to watch, man. I don't know, I don't follow her. I don't follow her story closely, but
if you guys didn't know, I'm actually on my way right now.
I do think that it's a little troubling, though. I don't know, because on one hand, it's like she's a creator and she has the right to earn a living, but I don't think this is going to be a good influence on other people struggling, don't you think? Dude, y'all are really saying buzzing right now.
And right now, I'm in Disney, so...
I mean, it's like, when I see her, I'm genuinely shocked, you know? Last time I heard from her, I thought she was doing better. I don't even know how you function.
I'm going to the park,
this.
but... Yeah, today I'm like back to the park.
She's walking around
A lot of people
Disneyland.
around, so I'm like... Hopefully I'm not...
How do you have even the energy to
like,
do that?
being weird with people.
I wonder if she's faking her eating disorder and she has that really rare condition where her body doesn't store fat.
Right now.
Did you see people are like turning
And
staring
she's
at her?
pretending to have an eating disorder to get a following, which would be super fucked up.
What you zoomed in, you guys are like... Even see them? Yeah,
But I feel like if she was really having that bad of an eating disorder, she'd be dead by now.
Yeah, these people just stop dead in their tracks. They're like, did I see that? You know, it's like, she really should focus on getting better. I don't know what you guys think about it, but it sounds like there's a shot that she might be getting demonetized based on what that was. Is it just about content about eating disorders, or is it about content that glamorizes eating disorders? Maybe say that.
Hey guys, now today is like actually my last day that I'm here. Like my meetup been hanging out a little around here, but filming, and I'm just kind of like taking you guys today. But right now, I think I'm gonna be going to like maybe downtown Disney or I think it's called Disney Springs now, and going to the studios today. But yeah, I'm just gonna take this cool. I have this like new baby suit, guys. I got this like.
How can she function? And all the comments, I don't think none of people who watch her videos because they're fans of her personality, or is it all morbid curiosity and like eating disorder chat? If you go to the comments here, someone finally recovered after 10 years battling with anorexia. I wish her all the best. I'm so sorry, Eugene. I'm sorry this opportunity robbed you of your life. For once, I'm actually crying for her. I know it's hard. So it's all about it.
It's not super new, but I got it kind of recently. I love it. I love the piece so much. I think it's so cute. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, shit, you know. But then on the other end of the spectrum, you got Nikocado, who's on a weight loss journey, God bless him. But this is from a month ago. Am I crazy in thinking that this probably shouldn't
He
be
is.
monetizable?
He does look like
Like,
he's getting smaller.
People say ED fetishism? No way. Oh, that's fucked up. Fetish content? So when you say, is it like people who are inspired by her way, or people that just normal dudes that, or whoever that just get off on seeing anorexic girls.
That's gross. Any fetish
Oh my
where
god, I never even thought
your
about that.
partner's hurt from it
Well,
is
so like,
disgusting.
They truly do exist on both sides of the spectrum.
I mean, BDSM is different, but
And I don't think it's such a terrible idea to probably demonetize some of this content. As happy as I am for Nick, you know. Nick's moving away. Oh shit, I forgot I was on fast forward. They were saying she knows what she's doing and she has a hard time feeling better. You think she knows that she's making a fetish? That's like what she does. She has like a whole week or something. Then her solidifies that claim.
dude, yeah, I don't think the sword can kill these guys.
She does questionable things on Twitch. Really?
I wonder what magic powder does to him.
People always find it for that reason.
Hey, come back. Hey, turn around, dude. Nothing happens to them with magic powder.
Fans. She's flashing and body checking. Wow.
I guess this is really the only one that
Yeah,
can
the other
burn.
weird aspect of the Eugene thing is the inclusion of her mom. I mean, she works on everything with her mom, and I mean, you know, I don't know. It must be hard to navigate that space as a mother, because on one hand, you don't want to push her too far if she's suffering from an eating disorder and to rip her life away from her. But on the other hand, it's like,
Dang.
how long can she's not gonna be able to live very long like this? Her mom's been exploiting her for years at this point.
No,
People
it's
say.
fucked up.
Hold on, let me close the
Super
door
fucked
loud
up.
outside.
I'm stuck. Son of a bitch. Get out of my fucking way. God damn it. Oh my fucking way, you little cocksucker.
But the Nikocado stuff is like, oh, 1000% fetish. Like, we know that. You know?
Oh yeah, he leans way into
So
it.
what do we think about the Nikocado stuff?
It's actually not your fault. I wanted to get a little.
Your looks the best, though. They all look good, though.
That does not look good.
Here we are! Round one for all hard work.
Very hard work.
Round one.
God, that one giant girl seems like it's hard for her to even lift her arms to eat a clap.
Or does it say a fetish
So
collab?
fucked up how fucked
Eating
up
world's
they
spiciest
make their
flat
bodies.
noodles with Hungry fat chick. I know that's her name, but like, holy fuck, dude. Yo, who's this hungry fat chick right now? Her name's Candy. Okay, hold on, I gotta investigate this. So here they are on Hungry Fat Chick's channel. That's her name, by the way.
What does it go up to? Oh, it goes up to infinite.
What do you call this chick? Hungry Fat.
Yeah, there we go. That's right. This is like an infinite
Yeah, I
run
mean, binge eating
thing
that first.
until I go bottom from the next
So
room
shit. Let me check her.
and go to here.
Oh shit, this content is not created for children, should not be viewed by children. She has a Patreon. Let me see, what goes on Patreon about all kinds of, 18 plus. Hold on, let me take this off. Oh shit, I can't. Okay, it looks like she's, you guys see, she's doing sexual
Those
content.
motherfuckers again.
Wow.
That's right. Huh.
They must be sitting on a military grade couch. That's what funny ball screaming.
That's hilarious.
I didn't open it, Dan.
Huh?
Dan freaked
What
out.
that?
I didn't even open it, bro. That's not funny at all, man.
I disagree, Ethan. I think that is funny that they're sitting on a military grade couch.
I clicked it, Dan, but I never consented.
They know how fat they are. They did that to themselves on purpose. I don't feel sorry for them. They literally did it to themselves on purpose.
Because you need to be inside my computer ready to alt F4. You know? Okay. Very interesting.
So where is this supposed to go? Oh, it goes down, that's
Dan is going
right.
back inside. Dan, don't come back inside my computer. That was just a joke. Alright. What do we want to do now? How's everybody doing today? Let me check some chats. How do I do this? Even please get Sloan on the podcast. He's being blackmailed. Wait, why does that sound familiar? I know that guy. Hold on, let me find out. Look into that. He's one of these T guys, right? I think I put him in touch with my lawyer. So hopefully he's talking to him. If I remember correctly. Sloan. Is this him? Yeah. So what's he being blackmailed for? Where's that story?
Oh, that's right. That's how I get to the thing.
Yeah, that's him.
On the carpet, which...
Ethan, can you play Minecraft?
It
That would be
is.
kind of a
I do
fire-ass
have to
stream,
go to
wouldn't
the
it be?
bottom.
I don't know anything about Minecraft, so you guys could watch some really compelling dream quality speed runs. Blackmail. I'm being blackmailed. This is sick. Oh shit, should I watch this? As long as it's not gonna get me a strike, I don't care. I first saw your new setup, I thought you were going to make an apology video. Oh shit, it does kind of do that off, huh? The plain white wall, just finding the saddest corner in your house. Not today, friends. Although I'm sure there'll be another one soon. I have been good so far. We've got that workplace. Black it up. It says it's been like 5
And the
months
button.
without an apology. That's got to be a record. Ethan, what day is the
I'm sure the button doesn't hurt.
it's sometime
Damn, do I have to jump
mid
at the
late
same
June.
time?
Dan, can I say the
No.
date of the live show?
Damn it. I don't
I don't want to
right
be making
in
this
the
video
hell.
at all, but I have to because I am disgusted, I am scared, I
No,
feel
bitch.
violated, and I need
Oh,
to
well,
talk
I
to
still
you
got
guys
full
about
health.
this before anything is released. You guys know I make videos on the internet, sometimes people come after me, sometimes they push it too far, and this time
Thank God I
it was pushed
left
too
it
far
on the
because
right
someone is threatening
thing.
to
Oh, I got the, sorry, not June, December 17th. There's the date. And that'd be our last show of the year. December 17th, baby. It's gonna be so fun, man. The Dolby Theater, dude. Look at us. We're gonna try to get Jay Shetty out there. If Jay Shetty will host, then it really will truly be a magical evening. Does Russell Brand being charged make a free game for you to talk about with him without repercussions? I don't know what that means. I mean, you still have to say I mean, you don't have to, but if you don't say alleged, then I guess there's a chance he could sue you. But I mean, he's a public figure. He's being charged. I don't think I don't think anyone can defame him at this point. I haven't really. I mean, what do you want me to say? That he's a rapist? Because I have been saying that. Allegedly. Dude, Russell Brand is a straight up a rapist, dude. Allegedly. Bobby Lee update. I got in touch with Bobby Lee. We are going to get Jimmy on the show.
They're doing it!
It's happening.
Yes!
Dan, what's the update? You connected with George, his producer, right? We're gonna make more, dude. It's gonna happen. And then I'm thinking, after Bobby, the next place could be Jeff's barber shop. Dude, what about if Jeff gave him a hair makeover?
Oh, man.
Nuts, dude. Dude, I'll legit play Minecraft. That'd be fire. Jimmy Lee versus Jimmy Lee, Bobby Lee. Well, are they related? Yo. Yo, are they related?
No, they're not related either. What the fuck?
The
Are you
Jersey
serious?
Did they call himself Jimmy Lee or am I having an aneurysm? Jimmy Lee. Dude, they're related, bro. Put him on Tim Heidecker's show. That would be a fantastic. Yeah, I'm not that close with Tim Heidecker.
Blizzard
I'm not
Wolf
sure I
he
can
is,
set
your
that up.
mod is. He's
But Jeff's
Tim's
barbershop
mod
would be
too.
nuts. I still want Jimmy's take on the crazy dentist from yesterday. Me too.
What am I supposed to do?
Alright, let me watch this video. Let's help Sloan out.
Photos of me that aren't even authentic. But before we get there, let me just start from the beginning. Because my father and I have the same name, which has led to him getting harassed by Nick Carter, other people, and now it seems like Mike the Situation and his wife are trying to come out.
The situation is coming after Sloan? Sorry? Did you even watch Jimmy and Howie? Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
Okay, dude, this is fucking
Why is the live show on
bullshit.
Sunday? Okay, good question. Because the Dolby is like a super high in demand theater, and we basically are two options. We're Sunday or Monday. Now, I don't know which one of those you guys think is better, but of the two, Monday's a horrible day for a show also, isn't it? I mean, what do you guys think? Well, I can do a poll. I mean, I can't imagine you'll prefer
God damn it,
Monday,
you son of a
but,
bitch.
live show day of the week,
Smoker.
Sunday or Monday. And again, these are, this would be like on the 17th, Monday the 17th. Because it's kind of close to holidays. Sunday 17th or Monday 18th, I think. Let's see. Is that right, Dan? We can't do Saturday. I wish we could do Saturday. I wish we could do Friday. Yeah, Monday would be a disaster. Okay, so wow. That's a blowout. Everyone's loving Sunday. So there it is, Dan. We've definitely made the right call. 91% say Sunday. That was our feeling as well. Who wants a Monday night show, man? That's right. Sunday is our Lord's Day, and that's good. The Lord will be with us. Most award shows take place on Sunday. Fantastic. We already have a date confirmed, yes. There's 11% psychos wanted on Monday. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone will be at the show. Okay, perfect. So Sunday's a work show day. So hopefully this Friday, for members, that's all you guys. It's all going down. Very exciting stuff. Anyway, Sloan, tell me about this situation. Coming after you, what the fuck?
After me, and they're going through my father because he's way more established than I am. So when you try to look up my name, you're really gonna find his information. You gotta call at 3:30 in the morning from a number in Long Branch, New Jersey. This is the number right here, and if you do a reverse search, you'll see who this number belongs to. I just want to make it clear that we're talking about some really, like, I don't know. In my opinion, this is really triggering, and maybe it's just because it's me. But yeah, I just don't even want to talk about this at all. But I have to because if this photo gets out to the world and you guys believe it, then just what does that mean for me and the truth? So looking at this number, you can see that the number belongs to Lauren Pesk, who's actually married to Mike, the Situation.
What? The Situation's wife is harassing Sloan? What did Sloan say about them? But I've talked mad shit about a lot of people in my life, and I've never had anything like this happen. Well, that's not true actually at all. That's actually not true. I've been sued by a lot of weirdos, but like, to the extent of calling your house and stuff? Ethan, stop with the drink. I can't do anything. I can't drink now? Seriously. Come on, give me a break. I gotta drink. I'm talking. Here, I'll do like this. Choked on it.
Didn't work out.
Okay, I am intrigued by this story though.
I believe they are high school sweethearts. They've been together for a while. Usually when I look up a number, you know, if you get a spam call, you look it up and nothing really comes out online. Well, her name came up right.
Ethan, stop with the breathing. Alright, I see. Sorry about that. Gotta try to breathe less.
Her last name, which is her maiden name. And I want you guys to take note of her maiden name. It's P-E-S-C-E.
That's a good Italian name. That's you. Listen, Sloan. You went against the family. You went after her, that was your problem. Now we got a picture of you. Maybe it's you, maybe it isn't. I don't even know what the picture is yet, by the way. I don't know what he's talking about.
Before we get to the disgusting text messages that my father has received, I want to talk about why maybe Mike wouldn't like me, or maybe why his wife would come after me. Well, I made a video about a month ago titled Exposing Jersey Shore and Mike the Situation's Criminal Past and Terrible Father.
Okay, that's pretty spicy, bro. You didn't say terrible, you said abusive father. That's kind of nuts to say about somebody. Although I don't know the details.
They are.
Maybe it's not nuts. Ethan, stop being so skinny. On stream, I apologize. Ethan, stop with the talking. Is this what you want? You guys paid $5 a month for this. But if you do call someone an abusive father, then you gotta be ready to catch some hands.
Honestly, this video is
Ethan, stop with potatoes. That's true.
like, it's not that bad. I mean, compared to the videos I make about other people,
that title's
it's
crazy.
just not the worst thing I've made about someone because we're talking about his financial crimes.
Maybe I need to go down this one.
And
Hey,
his
this
father's
one also
really-
has a
Okay,
wall
hold on,
with
let's all
walls.
watch that one.
No, it
We
doesn't.
gotta give a fair shake here to the situation. You know, is it dear, he's very close to my heart, and I would never want to go against the sitch. The situation means a lot to me. You seen those abs? Y'all forget his abs. Also, you guys forget about this safe sex commercial he made with Sarah Palin's daughter.
Oh, yeah.
Damn, is this not online anymore?
Alright.
Here it is.
Fuck all those.
Okay, so this is a commercial made about 12 years ago about safe sex.
Damn it.
Now, this is Sarah Palin's daughter, Bristol Palin, and at this time, I think she has like 3 kids out of wedlock, dude. Now, you tell me which person's method of contraception is better.
Excuse me, miss. You ever had a situation with the official situation?
Excuse me, Stitch?
Oh, stop being Palin.
You mean to tell me that girls actually fall to that line?
Well, I mean, if those words don't work, the situation.
I'm very committed to safe sex as you are those abs.
I know you're all about that abstinence thing, you know. Come on.
Okay,
Seriously,
now
you're not gonna hook up with...
the eyes have laws here.
For real.
For real.
For real, for real, for real.
She has kids out of
Well, you
wedlock.
know what? I mean, just in case you do get into a situation, I want to make sure that you...
The show is going to be 18 plus because look, I don't know what we're going to show you. We're probably not going to be showing a prolapse. We moved on. However, I do not want people under 18 at the show just because you know how we are. We make adult
I need to go
content.
down.
So no kids. Sorry.
No, dude, I need to.
Also, there'll be
Fuck,
alcohol
man.
there. There'll be a bar. You know what I'm saying? We'll do one for the kids. You know, we'll do one for the kids later next year.
How?
Kids only. That's gonna be good. Hosted by Jimmy Lee. Bring your kids.
But it doesn't say which one goes. I think I have to.
You may end up with a
Fuck.
situation, and you may not like that situation.
This man is talking truth to power, though. Situations like you need to use protection, otherwise you're gonna have out of wedlock children. And as a Christian, as like a deeply Christian girl, I mean, well, that's kind of par for the course for them, to be honest. But I guess it's at least embarrassing.
Trust me, though, I'm not getting myself into another situation. I know how hard it is to be a teen parent.
You know what? I totally respect that, and I totally respect abstinence. I mean, it actually has the word abstinence on the situation. I love that.
Very
That's
fun.
pretty good.
But I'm worried about you and you practicing safe sex.
I actually practice a whole lot. I mean, a whole lot.
Talk about the safe part of that.
The safe part, we got the safe part down pat. What pile? Magnum. You know what?
Those things probably
What's
slide
that?
right off. You know what I mean? Like a latex glove around a hot dog.
Might be able to spare one. I mean, you know, I'll give you one.
It's fine. I avoid situations.
Alright, good. If you're good at avoiding situations, and you're situated, and I'm situated, situation's under control.
Well, I'm glad that we agree on one thing. Pause before you play.
Pause before you play, that's probably the most important thing. You gotta think before you get into a situation. PPYP, that ain't no PPP.
And they rolled that situation meme into the fucking dirt. But hold on, her name is Bristol Palin. Now let's go back. We have the gift of hindsight. Let's see whose contraceptive method was more effective. Bristol Palin. Let's see if she's on Wikipedia. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here.
Bitches.
Career.
Oops.
She does paid speeches for $15,000 to $30,000. For what? Who's paying that? I was invited to speak to the Washington University in St. Louis.
She tried charging
abstinence in
$3,000.
college. Oh my god. So she's getting paid a lot of money to talk us through abstinence while having unprotected premarital sex. Got it. That's fucking
With
awesome.
3 children.
Let's see. 2 months after her 18th birthday, she gave birth. So she actually was pregnant even before she was legally allowed to have sex. Tremendous. So again, she's single too, which is fantastic. Custody child support case was filed. Ellen asked the court to use pseudonyms for herself and Johnson to keep the normally public proceedings private. Of course, why would she want? Of course, she makes a living from this shit. Why would she want people to know that she's actually a total hypocrite? Her stance is really don't use condoms and don't use birth control pills.
Wait, what the
Because
fuck?
I'm
That
so
one went all
confident
backwards and
I'm
shit.
never having sex, period. And then jump cut to her on Teenage Moms. Let's see. She became engaged to a former Marine. We love that. The wedding fell through. June, she's pregnant again with her second child with a different father. Becomes a huge disappointment to her friends' life because she did not want sympathy or lectures. Yo, she goes, please, I know I just had another child out of wedlock after having a whole career of abstinence education, being paid $50,000 to $30,000 for speech, but I don't want anybody to lecture me right now. The fuck? Days later, she said that the pregnancy was not the ideal situation. Said she would not consider abortion or her pregnancy was not in conflict with her work at the Candies Foundation. She's expecting her third child. Okay. She's divorced from that guy. She really is a model. They're really just her. We really need to look to the Palins to understand how families should operate here in America. Good Christian family. Now let's look at the situation. Let's see what his child status is. Let's see. Now this is a man who says, no, I'm not abstinence, I'm realistic, I'm gonna use condoms. Let's take a look. Personal life. Yada yada yada. Yada 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 yada. He was fighting with opiate addiction. Sober since December 2015. Good for you.
Hey, that's close to my sobriety day. It's a year after my sobriety day.
That's reality TV. He took a 12-week anger management class. He got engaged to the one and only Lauren Pesci, his college sweetheart. Now that's impressive to me. When a guy can go through fame, I don't know how much money he made, but fame, and still to, get married to the high school sweetheart, to the person you were with before the clout. I don't know again how much clout he has, but to me, now that's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing right there. Feeling eat your heart out. She got engaged to Lauren Pesci, now terrorizing Sloan. They suffered a miscarriage 7 weeks in her pregnancy. I'm so sorry, that's really tragic. And they're trying again for a child in May 2021. Their son was born in May. Congratulations to them. They're expecting another child in January this year. And congratulations to them. So they're expecting another child in March 2024. So if we're looking at our friend's situation.
What? Eat
There
it,
it is,
asshole.
high school sweetheart. And they have 3 planned kids in a marriage. I mean, oh my God. You gotta go back and think like, that's right.
What?
It's almost like condoms work, and abstinence doesn't work. Ever. Essentially, if you hate abortion, then you 1000% need to be passing out condoms all the time, because that's the quickest way to just go kill babies. So that's enough for the Sitch, and a fat fucking L for the Palin family. That's not a surprise, is it, guys? But anyway, back to Sloan. Okay, I gotta watch the video he made before I kind of feel like a little bit endeared to
I've been in and out of this whole fucking thing. This has to be the only spot. This is like the only one that I haven't explored a bunch.
That face is just demonic, bro. This man has a full face graft.
Oh, that's kind of fucked up, Ethan.
Let me type, situation. Control F. Where's the vid? Did you take it down, bro? Is that what happened? Was he? Oh, here, no. Okay, here it is. This is from a month ago. Man, this guy posted a lot. Good for you. Exposing Jersey Shore's Mike the Situation. criminal past and abusive father. Oh, he's not calling him an abusive father. He's saying his dad is abusive. Okay. So depending on his relationship with his dad, I guess it's not that bad about the sitch. Right.
Their parents or whatever are trying to drain them of cash, and when they don't, they just go to the public and trash them.
The young guy working up there with some 30s and 40-year-old.
Okay, whatever. I got you. I misunderstood. So let's see.
A monster here, so I don't know why, like the situation or his wife Lauren would be upset. But this is her page now. Her name is Lauren Sorrentino, and she's got 2 million followers on Instagram. She's not reached out to me through any of her public platforms. She's been married to Mike for about 5 years, and it looks like this video either really upset her or really upset Mike, to the point where they created fake photos of me and threatening messages and threatening to release my address. You guys know that we take doxing super seriously online because it's a safety hazard. And honestly, if someone comes into my place without me welcoming them, I do have the means to defend myself, and I will defend myself. But I shouldn't have to defend myself against these like open threats and these disgusting pictures that are showing up not only on my dad's phone, but on my sister's phone as well. They also got her contact and sent her a picture of me
so
that's
I'm
not
like
real. Before I get to the
almost
photos,
there.
go
I
ahead
need to
and
go
just
down
read
and
this
left
message
twice,
together.
but I can't go down and
Good
left.
morning, Michael Hooks. My name is
I have to get to that blue
SCE.
square on
The
top.
reason why I wanted you guys to remember
But
her last name was because her
the
last
only
name
way to
is
get there is to go through the skull, but I don't know how to get to the skull.
Did you notice that she calls herself SCE? Well, her maiden name is PESCE, so maybe that's like some connection. I made several attempts to call you earlier through phone. However, there was no response. This was sent at 9:36 in the morning. I'm reaching out to you today because something on the internet has left us feeling troubled. Moreover, it has come to my attention that a highly misinformed depiction about a particular individual has been published on the internet. The video is titled Exposing Jersey Shore's Micah Situation. As I stated, the details in this poorly researched video are defamatory, misleading, juvenile, and false.
Why are you telling his dad? Go talk to a lawyer.
I'll ask you once to advise your son to remove the video or
This is
else.
fucking crazy, dude. What? Wow.
The explicit image of your son attached below will be leaked to the internet for the public. There is a very inappropriate picture of me here. So they rate that.
Who cares, bro? Look how good you look. Get that cock out there, brother. You know what I mean? Let that cock swing in the wind,
Oh,
brother.
come on, what the fuck, Ethan?
Helicopter that thing off to, you know, here's Evan, man. Look at that body, bro. Share that. Don't be ashamed. I hope she does share, bro. Let's see the cock.
Come on, Ethan, not helpful.
Consumption. Also, his address will be leaked, listing out an address.
That's not good. He has an. Oh, he has an ED. Oh. He's an ED. He's jacked. Okay, I mean, how am I supposed to know he looks jacked? His body's like perfect. How am I
Maybe
supposed to
because
do
of
that?
steroids?
Why would she fake his head on some jacked ass dude? What's the point of that? He says he does not. Okay, he doesn't want people commenting on his videos. I didn't get there yet, guys. Not Ethan sporting revenge porn. Shut up. I'm just having fun, man. I'm trying to support our boy. Why would she fake him being jacked? You can be jacked and have an ED? I mean, how am I supposed to know all this, guys? You know? Give me a break. I mean, whoever, he's taking the photo. He looks pretty stoked about it. Alright, let me just watch.
Now, I do hope that we can come to an understanding here, Mr. Hooks.
People are saying it's real. And y'all really trying to take this body away from him. That's fucked up. I know any body type can have an ED, but I'm trying to live my life out here. An ED is eating disorder or erectile dysfunction. Maybe
Oh,
his
yeah,
dick
that's
is
exactly
floppy
what
and
I
that's
was
why he doesn't want people to see it. He said it's fake. Alright, let me watch the damn thing.
If so, I expect
Come on,
the video to be
man, how am I
right
supposed
tomorrow
to kill that
afternoon.
guy?
And have a
Oh.
nice day. So let's talk a little bit about a few things here. So first off, they have created a fake image of my body. And it's not my body. I will show you guys. I actually took this photo yesterday. Here's a better look up at the photo. Actually, my dad responded, "Good morning, Lauren. I'll have a talk with him and get back to you soon." Also, by the way, I'm sure your mom, Mary, wouldn't approve of what you're doing. Yeah, also, my dad is usually way more aggressive to people to try to come after me if they reach out to him. But in this instance, I think because he saw this nude photo, and to be honest, the photo's very convincing. Very convincing. Like, my sister believed it when I first saw it. I was like, wait, but I also know what my thing looks like. So I was like, that's not my thing. And I realized quickly, if you look at the photo, if this photo is released to the world, if you look at this photo, like the butt part, you can tell there's like some type of extra shadow that should not be there. Nonetheless,
This story is so damn bizarre, man. Oh, we got another message. Okay.
Come on.
So odd.
this picture is really, really scary. And I woke up this morning.
What? How
My
did you
dad
hit?
called me a few times. He left a text message saying
Yeah, Sloan's dad seems super really cool.
What?
once sent me like a photo of you. I called him and honestly I was like in right. Like I was just laying in bed.
Wait, I can't get up.
Like, I didn't want to faint, but I felt like I was going to
Can I
faint.
throw a bomb
because
up
I
there?
was just so stomach sick at the fact that someone would create this image, try to leak my address, and what, to get me hurt. I mean, obviously this is all trying to hurt me. Here's the picture of me that they edited.
Oh, that's the real photo, y'all.
So just so the world can see the bottom of
Okay, no, I
This is the real
can't.
photo. Our boy out here is shredded, man. Am I not supposed to acknowledge that? Dude, that guy's shredded as shit, bro. I'm ready to have a whole dinner on those abs, boy.
Ethan, what the fuck?
Sign me up, dude. Y'all really said this photo's fake, man. Don't do that to our boy. You know I already worked for those abs. Stop.
Come on,
He's
man.
obviously
I'm sick of
still,
fighting those
like,
fuckers.
you know, clothed. And it's just like, I don't know, it's really a weird violation.
That is super weird if they Photoshop the cock onto this. That is really weird, man. Man, that's so weird.
I think also seeing a lot of these celebrities, like, with their photos being, like, you know, held against them and these things online, I mean, it's not even a real photo, but if it was, then what the hell? Like, are you guys gonna shame me for it or something?
Bro, don't be ashamed, man. See the cock, brother.
And to be honest, like, I really don't even like the whole, like, talking about my body in any way or referencing my body. It's like, I have gotten, like, you guys notice it. I see you guys commented. Yeah, I've got more fit. I've gotten healthier since moving here. But this isn't, like, yeah, healthy, sure, but also sick. And some of you guys who have been with me for a long time know what I'm talking about, that I've been sick for a very long time. And even, like, last night I had a binge and everything. And, you know, I don't want to talk about this because this is too, I don't want you guys to know that much about me. You know what I mean? There needs to be a privacy.
Here's something I can do by killing these three
There's some things
fuckers.
that you guys don't need to know about me and what I go through. And at one point, like I said earlier on my YouTube career, I would reference it. And then at some points you get better and sometimes you don't.
Listen, y'all, I understand he's sensitive and has issues. If you're posting a picture like this to the internet, I'm gonna talk about your beautiful body. I mean, this man is a statue of Adam, and or a statue of David, except David's got a little one. This guy's ready to have fucking helicopters on that thing.
What the fuck, Ethan?
I'm not talking about the bulge. I'm just talking, I don't know if there's a bulge, I didn't look. I'm just talking about, like, in general, which I assume they photoshopped. But obviously, you know, we support his journey. But damn, he looks good. What am I supposed to say? Is this one of the episodes YouTube was talking about in the beginning? Just saying, man. I mean, this is the same thing, like, and by by the way, he's not saying anything to me, so like, I'm not criticizing him at all. But it's like when Nick Akado's like, don't talk about my body. It's like, well, that's kind of your entire idea. He's not saying don't talk about his body to me. You know what I mean? So I'm not talking about him. He looks great. Seems nice too.
But a lot of people know that I've had it, like, I can't even utter the words. That's also why I just got help here recently, because I'm going to go see a psychiatrist, because I've been having a lot of, like, moments where I'm... If you guys have seen the show Physical on HBO, it's like one of the only shows that I've ever felt, like, seen on, because I've got issues with binging and then vomiting a lot. Like, it's been an issue for a long time in my life, and like this picture, this healthy looking whatever, it's not a depiction of real health. This is someone who's sick.
Dude, I'm getting fucked up. What the hell?
You know, depletes themselves that night, orders a bunch of
Oh yeah, I gotta use the D-pad.
and then just vomits. You know what I mean? So it's not like this isn't like
Still
I
getting
don't like
fucked
this
up.
attention on my body, nor
That's a shame to hear that. I'm sorry. You know, I hope he gets better. He's a
Damn.
sweet guy, and
I just need to start over. Jesus.
you know, hate to hear it, right?
do I take photos where I'm like nude? So to have someone try to use something that appears to be so intimate, it just makes me feel very violent, and I feel so sorry for so many of those celebrities who
It bothers me.
have to deal with this, because even right now it feels like there's someone just like kicking me in my stomach. It just feels like someone has the power here and I don't have the power anymore, and that's why I'm partially like thankful for my platform. Maybe not every celebrity like has had the option to go on so
Did he post that picture? Because I'm a little confused, because he seems to be upset less about the cock, or equally as the cock, as just that he has to look at this photo of himself because it's triggering. But did he post that, or was that like story? Because I feel like that's a big difference in terms of the context of how we're thinking about this photo, you know? Like, here, let me look at his Instagram page and see. And again, these are all public photos, so what do you want me to do? Sloan Instagram. I'm not, like, stupid into private shit. Dude, come on, bro, look at this. This man just posted this. What am I supposed to say? Sloan is out here serving it up on a silver platter, right? Damn, son.
Oh wait, this doesn't go anywhere either. Shit.
Yo, why is this picture Blair White? She's an actual devil.
because you put out a video titled 7 Reasons Why the Black Lives Matter Sucks.
I kind of see Black Lives Matter the same way I see PETA. Great
What?
decent marketing, and if people are fooled just by the name of it, people forget.
Last bitch. Blair White is such a fucking demon, man. She
That's
has got
fucked
all
up
the
to
worst
say, dude.
personal life.
Ethical treatment of animals, who wouldn't want that? Look at this adorable dog. Who wouldn't want
It's
it?
about consent. What do you mean?
Oh, come on. Fuck me, dude.
She posted this on his platform. How am I not supposed to look at it? Do you want me to close my eyes? Pretend that it's not there?
Is there anywhere else I can go?
Treat this animal ethically. Black Lives Matter. Who wouldn't think Black Lives Matter? But then you look at the actual actions of the group and the people that are high up and stealing
Oh,
the
shut
money
the
and,
fuck
you know,
up.
the fact
I don't
that
want to
they
hear
just
it.
follow
What?
so much because
He's
of
not
that
wrong.
last
She's a
name.
piece of work.
That's really an issue.
So do you think, so you describe them as domestic terrorists at some point? So would you say that like the group, the people running the group, they're the problem, but the message itself is something you believe in? Like, do you believe that like black people have been like disparaged and they've been
100%. Yeah, Black Lives Matter is always just this group that really, really helps black people. Meanwhile, all that funding, they were literally just
Wait,
stealing
what?
by mansions for themselves. Whereas, you know, Trump actually did things for the black community and is completely ignored.
Oh,
Dude,
bullshit.
she is nuts.
You
This
crazy
concept's kind of
bitch.
sad too. Okay, wait, she's spitting. Yes, man, dropping truth bombs. I don't know,
Wait.
man. I'm not liking what I'm seeing here. This is a pipeline to some really disgusting
Yeah, it
freak
is.
racist shit. I mean, Blair White is like a nuclear bomb with bad takes. She is vile, and she lies about people. I don't know what you guys know about her. She had this whole campaign to, like, ruin the life of this trans athlete. She was like a trans, sorry, she was a woman to female to male trans athlete power lifter. And Blair
And
was
then
like,
she's at a disadvantage. What does she care?
the whole industry. He's ruining sports.
Because he's on TRT?
And then this trans man comes out and goes, I only compete against men. And she started this whole campaign to ruin this man's life. And he was never even competing against women.
Fucking
and
dumbass.
Blair doesn't apologize.
Loser, of course
I mean,
not.
she
She doesn't
is
care.
vile, really, truly. And if Sloan is putting her out there like somebody to, if I'm even seeing comments supporting her, then we have an issue here. In my opinion, this is not a good situation. This is not the situation.
So people are just
God damn it.
People like he funded all these HBCUs and he did a lot of things for
What the
Chicago.
fuck just
and, like,
happened?
but because he's Trump, that, but because Black Lives Matter is on our side, like that.
Fuck. Dude, Trump straight up embezzles like all the money he gets. He really spends it on like attorney's fees now for being sued all the goddamn time, trying to be charged.
Even though they could have used all those billions of dollars they were raising to actually improve the lives of Black people. So one could say, you care about Black people more if you recognize that that group is toxic.
I know you're not a
Oh,
big fan
fuck
of Black Lives
off.
Matter.
No, no
See,
one
I
says
don't
that.
Like this. I'm not loving this clip at all here.
That's horrible.
Yeah, I did a video about Blair. I mean, I wouldn't even get caught in the same room as her. She's like a straight up right-wing provocateur. She just does videos with like Alex Jones.
Okay, maybe I should just jump down the hole and see what happens.
She's like on that grifter level, but I did a video about her on my Ethan Klein channel. She put up this really horrible back today, talking about Blair White again. Spanish Inquisition was fake propaganda headline, anti-trans.
What?
Okay, we gotta fact check that. Okay, surprise. She made some like really nasty. I don't remember the details. She made some really nasty transphobic video. Oh yeah, Ethan Klein thinks he's smarter than Jordan Peterson.
That's it. That's where it
And she
is.
was citing all these fake right-wing grift lies, and I fact-checked her, and it's like 100% wrong. So I'll be honest with you. Sloan, Blair Witch Project.
Come on.
Wait, where's this pot? I didn't know who the podcast.
Bitch.
Where's this pulled from?
Got it. God damn.
What the fuck?
I know you're not a big fan
This
of.
was posted 41 minutes ago. So I guess it's not out yet. Yo, your boy Sloan's giving MAGA right now. She's kind of right. Black Lives Matter does suck. She's not lying. People need to really investigate. Oh, another white. Is that a white person saying that?
Obviously.
See? It's hard to tell, but
Oops. I read it too far away.
I know you're not a big fan of the Black Lives.
she's 1,000,000% right. There's new information. Candace Owen exposed scams of BLM. We know Candace Owen's motivations here. Is Sloan MAGA?
Damn, that thing, like, let them all out right at me. Jesus.
I don't, is the
Finally.
Black Lives Matter even like a centralized? I thought it was more of like kind of a philosophical movement. What am I getting wrong, Dan?
guess I didn't need those.
You guys said shit. Oh god, she does have an 88. That's straight Nazi shit. 88 rim. Oh god, dude. He's got Nazis in his comment section. What are you doing, bro?
What the fuck?
Whoa. Fuck this guy. I mean, like, sorry, but is he one of these gay dudes that's like, but not trans people? Because I know that's a thing too. Like LGBT. No, LGB, not UT. I just wanted to see if he posted that picture. Anyway. Because if it's a private picture, then I totally understand, but it's a public picture.
God, cocksucker. Bitch.
That whole MAGA thing was kind of
What?
Alright, back to this.
Social media talk about what they're going through. I mean, the first thing I thought of was like, how do I get online and tell people that, you know, allegedly, like the situation's wife, Lauren, is out here reaching out to my father over using a fake text message number.
Why
and
is
then
that hurting
calling
me?
him using her real number. And if this isn't Lauren, this is some really crazy coordinated attack. But I mean, everything we looked into, it points in this direction. I mean, the number and the information they gathered about me.
Someone said, nah, I'm gay and I watched him off. Well, he's not that type of gay, I don't think. Okay. Well, that's good. I hope not. I do have a problem platforming Blair, though. Especially when you're not ready to challenge her.
Oh, can I not stop those with my sword?
So, I'm asking Lauren, please don't do this.
Alright, I don't know. I don't know what's
No, I
happening.
can't stop those with my
I
sword.
hope it works out for you, or sorry that it happened, or happy it happened for you, or whatever. Sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, I can't stop them.
Oh no. Let's go right now. For what? What did I do? Oh, Russell Brand. Nice, Philly. Oh, this is good. I like this, Philly. Let's hear what he had to say. We love you, Philly D.
Yeah, no, I don't care. This island is my dream, so it wouldn't exist anyways. And I'm gonna die soon, so it's not like it's gonna stick around after the dream is gonna stick around after I die. You're gonna disappear when I die anyway. Spoiler alerts if you haven't seen this game that's about 31 years old.
Untapped potential in what live streaming has to offer. We're firm believers that the greatest days of live streaming are yet to come. With that said, community and public safety cannot be...
Oh, actually, I wanted to talk about that. You were asking, or we probably will do it tomorrow. I don't want to cannibalize our content, but I mean, I've been saying from the beginning that Kick is actually absolutely a demonic, you know, it's a demonic platform. I mean, it exists basically for the sole purpose of promoting gambling to children. And this is no surprise that they basically, Ice Poseidon and Sam, what's his name? Sam fucking... Ugh. By the way, Sam's another Big Brother person. Like, UK Big Brother is really churning out a bunch of winners. Quite an alumni. Sam Pepper. And apparently, so they did a hidden cam and they filmed a prostitute. And they were in the room hiding. These guys were banned on every other platform, but Kick says, no, come here. And then the owner of Kick was in the chat laughing and loving it. How fucking crazy is that, man?
Outraged people the most was the fact that Eddie Craven, the CEO of Kick, was in the chat putting out emojis laughing, seemingly encouraging the...
That's nuts. This dude should be in jail, and here, but here he is running Kick. This whole empire is built on like rot, just rot.
This behavior. And so you have people saying things like, if you in any way, shape, or form still believe Kick is somewhere to foster a community, you are part of the problem.
That's
the literal
for sure.
co-founder was in the stream and did nothing apart from laugh.
If it's not like essay, it's criminal gambling to kids. It's just, this whole platform is an absolute joke.
And even after she was blocked from leaving, as well as ICE needs to be...
and that's the other thing. They got some random dude, I guess, who was stream sniping them. He was the one that was going to sleep with the prostitute. And then when she's like, I'm getting creeped out, I'm going to leave, he blocks the door, you guys. And then the owner's laughing. Prostitute is derogatory? What are you talking about? That's like the most... Is that a neutral word? Prostitute? And I know there's other words that are offensive that I'm not using. Prostitute is not a derogatory, is it? How do we get tickets on Friday? We are going to release a code to our members via Discord and community posts that will only be viewable to members. So we'll give you guys a heads up so that everybody's ready. Escort is neutral. Okay. Sex worker. I mean, yeah, I like sex worker. I appreciate that. That nomenclature. Escort. I mean, I didn't know that prostitute. I could say prostitute maybe leans more to the negative, but I don't think it's horrible. A worker of sexual nature. Thank you. Ethan, you're sitting loudly. Can you sit up? Sorry about that. I don't think it's derogatory. Let's do a poll. I'm actually curious. I mean, I try not to say prostitute usually, but because I prefer to say sex worker, but it just can't happen this time. But I don't think I was committing a crime. Let's see. Start a poll. Is prostitute derogatory? Start poll. I'm curious, if y'all say it, then I'd like to know. Okay, so I'm not crazy. 70% say no. I would say sex worker is like respectful way to refer to it, and prostitute is more kind of like neutral. Prostitute is definitely offensive, Genesis, but not according to this poll. Spicy accountant, of course, everybody knows what that means. But that means like wait, is spicy accountant an acronym? I thought that was just people with OnlyFans. Spicy accountant, SA? But that's not a good acronym. Alright, listen. To all of the sex workers in chat, I deeply... By the way, sex worker is non-descriptive. Exactly. Someone said not all sex workers are prostitute. Exactly. Sex worker is non-descriptive. That could mean OnlyFans. That could mean cam. You do a cam service. Could mean you just sleep, like you cuddle with dudes. People do that too. So it's literally doesn't. That's not true. Sex worker is non-descriptive. You could say escort. That's hooker or whore. I don't even like to use the language. It's very derogatory, yeah, and I wouldn't use those words. Somebody said. Google says it's offensive. Is that right? Let me see. Is prostitute derogatory? prostitute and prostitution in their senses, relating to sex worker, is now increasingly rejected as offensive. Okay? Well, we see that. When used in context related to victimization, especially of children, the words have been criticized. Well, child, I would never call a child a prostitute. That's fucking insane. But you understand the problem, sex workers are not all prostitutes. Let's ask ChatGPT. Good point. That's a good point. Why didn't I think about this sooner? It's the word prostitute. Derogatory. Why can't I spell this word? Derogatory. Mother of shit. What am I doing wrong here? Derog. Oh, it's a O. Derog. Derog. Okay, still wrong. Deroga. Here we go, guys. Derogatory. The term prostitute itself is neutral, according to ChatGPT. However, many contexts and cultures. I was gonna say, it really depends on the context. Because if you call a woman, just if you use the word prostitute as an insult, then yeah, that would be derogatory. But I do believe, and ChatGPT kind of closed the book on this one. It says it's neutral, guys. I do think, sex work is also considered more respectful, neutral term. Well, hold on then. But not all sex workers are prostitutes. Prostitutes. Not all sex workers are prostitutes. So how should I? So what should I say? Right? I mean, accuracy is an important component of language here, guys. This can include erotic dancers, pornographic films, webcam performers, phone sex operators, and more. We're specifically referring to someone who exchanges sex services for money. The term prostitute is accurate. If you want to use a term that's more neutral and less stigmatized, you might consider full-service sex worker, or simply worker. A worker? Full-service sex worker? That's kind of a lot to say, isn't it? Where were we?
Gone. Eddie needs to apologize. If Kick streaming doesn't do anything about this, it will say a lot. Meanwhile, you get some saying they're no longer going to stream on Kick because of this. Others saying, if you're on Kick after this, I want nothing to do with you. Condoning this content/behavior is unacceptable. And if you believe streaming on that platform has nothing to do with this, you are sadly mistaken. Also, people condemning Kick in the situation, but seemingly staying on the platform so they can, quote, make sure Kick is growing a community that is inclusive and safe for everyone. You know, as all this was playing out, the backlash was happening. Kick released a statement saying, there's incredible untapped potential in what live streaming has to offer.
I don't want to talk too much about it because again,
cannot
we're probably
be
going to talk about it tomorrow.
changes online that just launched the website where the bullshit.
Dude, he got a full ass thumbnail for this.
While it may have satisfied some, there were a lot of people online that just thought that statement was bullshit. That also including the likes of streamer Hassan Piker saying, incredible PR statement from the website where the founder was laughing in the chat of a sex pest streamer trying to stream a sex worker and not letting her leave. And up for,
I mean, good.
Obviously, still, like, you know, clothed. And it's just like, I don't know, it's really a weird violation.
That is super weird if they Photoshop the cock onto this. That is really weird, man.
That's gross.
Man, that's super
People are fucked up.
weird.
I think also seeing a lot of these celebrities, like, with their photos being, like, you know, held against them and these things online, I mean, it's not even a real photo, but if it was, then what the hell? Like, are you guys gonna shame me for it or something?
Bro, don't be ashamed, man. See the cock, brother.
And to be honest, like, I really don't even like the whole, like, talking about my body in any way or referencing my body. It's like, I have gotten, like, you guys notice it. I see you guys commented. Yeah, I've gotten more fit. I've gotten healthier since moving here. But this isn't, like, yeah, healthy, sure, but also sick. And some of you guys who have been with me for a long time know what I'm talking about. That I've been sick for a very long time, and even like last night I had a binge and everything. You know, I don't want to talk about this because this is too. I don't want you guys to know that much about me. You know what I mean? There needs to be a privacy, a barrier, because there's some things that you guys don't need to know about me and what I go through. And at one point, like I said earlier on my YouTube career, I would reference it. And then at some points you get better and sometimes you don't.
Listen, y'all, I understand he's sensitive and has issues. If you're posting a picture like this to the internet, I'm going to talk about your beautiful body. I mean, this man is
Ethan,
a statue of Adam. And it sounds, or a statue of David, except David's got a little one. This guy's ready to fucking helicopter to the moon on that thing. I'm not talking about the bulge. I'm just talking, I don't know if there's a bulge, I didn't look. I'm just talking about, like, in general, which I assume they photoshopped. But obviously, you know, we support his journey. But damn, he looks good.
Doesn't sound like it.
Is this one of the episodes YouTube was talking about in the beginning? Just saying, man. I mean, this is the same thing, like, and by the way, he's not saying anything to me, so, like, I'm not criticizing him at all, but it's like when Nick was like, don't talk about my body. It's like, well, that's kind of your entire identity. Like, he's not saying don't talk about his body to me, you know what I mean? So, I'm not talking about him. He looks great. Seems nice, too.
But a lot of people know that I've had it, like, I can't even utter the words. That's also why I just got healthcare recently, because I'm going to go see a psychiatrist, because I've been having a lot of, like, moments where I'm... If you guys have seen the show Physical on HBO, it's like one of the only shows that I've ever felt, like, seen on, because I've got issues with binging and then vomiting a lot. Like, it's been an issue for a long time in my life.
Good for you. It's good to get that checked up on.
It's not
I'm always down for people going to therapy to better themselves. It's so easy. I mean, it's hard. It's very hard to do, but it's so simple and easy that once it's done, it becomes much easier. It's very hard to start, and it's very hard to open up to people, but once you find someone you trust, you open up to them, things get much, much easier. And it's not as hard as it is at the beginning for the whole journey. It does get easier.
It just makes me feel very violent.
And then you eventually get to the point where you want to share your story with the world to help people that have the same condition you have. That's what recovery is all about. And it doesn't matter if it's recovery from an eating disorder, if it's in recovery from things that happened to you as abuse when you were a child or even an adult, or recovery as a drug addict or alcoholic. It's all the same. The 12-step principles work for basically anything.
Was that or was that like stolen? Because I feel like that's a big difference in terms of the context of how we're thinking about this photo, you know? Like, here, let me look at his Instagram page and see. And again, these are all
and it doesn't, also, it doesn't have to be the 12 steps. That's just one of the ones that I got into. Not in my first attempts at recovery. I always hated the 12 steps until this last attempt at recovery, and there was the first time I tried them, and they worked. But that's not the only route to recovery.
Damn, son.
There's lots of other, there's almost an infinite amount of routes to recovery. And everybody's recovery is their own. Their recovery goals will be different. Their recovery goals don't have to match what other people want for them. Like, maybe I'm just using weight, and since they're talking about that right now, I'm just using weight. Someone's 400 pounds, they need to get 150 pounds to be healthy because of their size. But they get down to 200 pounds and they're okay with that. Even though their goal like, to be healthy would have been another 50 pounds. They're okay at having their weight. And that would be such a substantial gain in health if you lost 200 pounds.
Do you want me to close my eyes? Pretend that it's not there? I don't understand your point.
Treat this animal as a
So the point is everybody's recovery is different.
But then you look at the actual actions of the group and the people that are high up and stealing the money and
In
the
my
fact that
clinic, there are people that come in and say, oh, I don't need help, I don't need to go to groups, I don't need nothing, I just want medicine. And that never works. Medicine only does exactly what it's supposed to do, which is treat the symptoms, not the problem.
100%. Black Lives Matter is poised as this group that really, really helps black people.
That they think if they just start taking methadone and Suboxone, they'll automatically be fine
Trump actually did
and become stable, which is not what happens. And if you don't do anything to stay clean, you won't stay clean. If the only thing you're doing is taking medicine, then that you're not doing anything to stay clean. You're just taking medicine not to be sick.
Blair White is like a nuclear bomb of bad takes. She is vile and she lies about people. I don't know what you guys know about her. She had this whole campaign to like ruin the life of this trans athlete. She was like a trans, it was a woman to female to male trans athlete power lifter. And Blair was like, he's ruining.
Dude, I just bought this lighter. I'm gonna take it back. That fucking pisses me off.
He's the problem. And then this trans man comes out and goes,
Didn't last for like 3 days. What, you wanna go out, baby girl? Huh? Yeah, you wanna go out? Okay, come on. Let's go out.
against women. And Blair doesn't apologize.
Here's my baby girl.
I mean, she's wild, really, truly. And if Sloan is putting her out there like somebody to, if I'm even seeing comments supporting her, then we have an issue here, in my opinion. This is not a good situation. This is not the situation.
So people are just very tribal.
Yeah.
People, like, he funded all these HBCUs and he did a lot of things for Chicago and like, but because he's Trump, but because Black Lives Matter is on our side, love that.
What the fuck? Dude, Trump straight up embezzles like all the money he gets. He literally spends it all on like attorney's fees now for being sued all the goddamn time, trying to be charged.
Even though they could have used all those billions of dollars they were raising to actually improve the lives of black people.
Oh, shut the fuck
one
up.
could say,
You
you care about
disgusting
black people
cunt.
more if you recognize that that group is toxic.
I know you're not a big fan of the Black Lives Matter.
See, I don't like this. I'm not loving this clip at all here. Yeah, I did a video about Blair. I mean, I wouldn't even get caught in the same room as her. She's like a straight up right-wing provocateur. She just does videos with like Alex Jones, Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro. She's like on that grifter level, but I did a video about her on my YouTube Klein channel. She put out this really horrible. And I'm back today talking about Blair White again. Spanish Inquisition was fake propaganda headline, anti-trans.
Widespread.
Okay, we gotta fact check that. Okay, surprise. She made some like really now. I don't know the details. She made some.
Okay, I might have all the shells. I think I have 19, and I think, oh shit, I need 2 more. And I think it's gonna give me 1 more.
And she was citing all these fake right-wing grift lies, and I fact-checked her, and it's like 100% wrong. So I'll be honest with you.
It's down here.
Blair Witch Project. Wait, where's this podcast?
Wait, maybe I should go back. What was that?
Where was this coming from?
I know you're not a big
Okay,
fan of
so if I'm up here,
Those just posted 41
I can
minutes
just go down the river.
So I guess it's not out yet. Yo, your boy Sloan's giving MAGA right now. She's kind of right.
Oh, wait.
Black Lives Matter does suck. She's not lying. We need to really investigate.
Hey, what the fuck? I was underwater. Damn it.
I know you're not a big fan of the Black Lives.
She's 1,000,000% right.
What the fuck? Come on, go up the stairs, asshole. Damn it.
Is the Black Lives Matter even like a centralized? I thought it was more of like kind of a philosophical. Am I getting wrong?
Oop.
You guys said shit. Oh god, she does have an 88. That's straight Nazi shit. 88 rim.
Oops.
Oh god, dude. He's got Nazis in his comment section. What are you doing, bro?
Oh, come on, every time.
Whoa. Fuck this guy. Like, sorry, but is he one of these gay dudes that's like, but not trans people? 'Cause I know that's a thing too. They're like LGBT, no, LGB, not UT. I wanted to see if you posted that picture. Because if it's a private picture, then I totally understand, but if it's a public picture.
He went a little too far telling him, like, helicopter your cock and shit. Like,
That whole MAGA thing was kind of awful.
because he was already tripping about his body issues and his body image issues.
Right
And
back to this.
Ethan, I know Ethan was trying to be nice. I know he's trying to be kind, but he went a little too
Get
far.
online and tell people that, you know, allegedly, like the situation's wife, Lauren, is out here reaching out to my father over using a fake text message number, and then calling him using her real number. And if this isn't Lauren, this is some really crazy coordinated attack. But I mean, everything we look into, it points in this direction. I mean, the number and the information they
Damn it.
gather about me. This
Someone said, nah, I'm gay and I watch Sloan off and on. Well, he's not that type of gay, I don't think. Okay. That's good. I hope not. You have a problem platforming a player, though. Especially when you're not ready to challenge her.
nicknamed SCE. So, I'm asking Lauren, please don't do this.
Alright, I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, come
I hope it works out for you, or sorry that it happened, or happy it happened for you, or whatever. Sorry that happened to you.
Oh, what was that?
Someone said I'm in Philly D's new,
Oh, damn, I forgot about the Philly D.
what did I do?
Why is it not?
Oh, Russell.
There we go. That's what I have to
Nice, Philly. Oh, this is good. I like this, Philly. Let's hear what you have to say.
do. What do you do?
Love you, Philly D. We love Philly. Although here's the problem. Yesterday, a song was in the thumbnail, and I'm not loving that.
Oh, not Philly D. I'm thinking of, he had him on a long time ago. Philly Offensive. That's who it was.
He thinks about me all the time, and oh, here he is. He thinks about me in everything he does.
Everyone, as all this was playing out, the backlash was happening. Kick released a statement saying there's incredible untapped potential of what live streaming has to offer. We're firm believers that the greatest days of live streaming are yet to come. With that said, community and public safety cannot be.
Oh, actually, I wanted to talk about this. You were asking, or we probably will do it tomorrow, though, so I don't want to cannibalize our content, but I mean, I've been saying from the beginning that Kick is actually absolutely a demonic, It's a demonic platform. I mean, it exists basically for the sole purpose of promoting gambling to children. And this is a surprise that they basically Ice Poseidon and Sam.
Damn, come on, motherfucker.
By the way, Sam's another Big Brother person. Like, UK Big Brother's really churning out a bunch of winners. Quite an alumni. Sam Pepper. And apparently, so they did a hidden
Oh, holy
camera
shit, that was his birthday.
prostitute. And they were in the room hiding. These guys were banned on every other platform, but Kick says, no, come here. And then the owner of Kick was in the chat laughing and loving it. How fucking crazy is that, man?
Outraged people the most was the fact that Eddie Craven, the CEO of Kick, was in the chat putting out emojis laughing, seemingly encouraging.
That's nuts. This dude should be in jail, and here, you know, but here he is running Kick. This whole empire is built on, like, rot. Just rot.
Misbehavior. So you have people saying things like, if you in any way, shape, or form still believe Kick is somewhere to foster a community, you are part of the problem.
That's
the
for
literal
sure.
co-founder was in the stream and did nothing apart from laugh.
If it's not like essay, it's criminal gambling to kids. It's just this whole platform is an absolute joke.
And even after she was blocked from leaving, as well as Ice needs
Oh
to be.
yeah, and that's the other thing. They got some random dude, I guess, who was stream sniping them. They he was the one that was gonna sleep with the prostitute. And then when she's like, I'm getting creeped out, I'm gonna leave, he blocks the door, you guys. And then the owner's laughing. Prostitute is derogatory. What are you talking about? That's like the most... Is that a neutral word? Prostitute? And I know there's other words that are offensive that I'm not using.
Poker?
Prostitute's not a derogatory, is it?
No.
I don't get tickets on Friday. We are going to release a code to our members via Discord and community posts that will only be seen, be viewable to members. So we'll give you guys a heads up so that everybody's ready. Escort is neutral, okay? Sex worker. I mean, yeah, I like sex worker. I appreciate that. That nomenclature. Escort. I mean, I didn't know that prostitute. I can say prostitute maybe leans more to the negative, but I don't think it's horrible. A worker of sexual nature. Thank you. Ethan, you're sitting loudly. Can you sit up? Sorry about that. I don't think it's derogatory. Let's do a poll. I'm actually curious. I mean, I try not to say prostitute usually, but I prefer to say sex worker, but it just happened this time. I didn't think I was committing a crime. Let's see. Chart of poll. Is prostitute derogatory? Start poll. I'm curious, you know? If y'all say it, then I'd like to know. Okay, so I'm not crazy. 70% say no. I would say sex worker is like respectful way to refer to it, and prostitute is more kind of like neutral. Prostitute is definitely offensive, Genesis, but according to this poll, spicy Italian, of course, everybody knows what that means. But doesn't that seems like Spicy Accountant. SA. Oh, that's a good acronym. Alright, listen. To all the sex workers in chat, I deeply. By the way, sex worker is non-descriptive. Exactly. Someone said not all sex workers are prostitutes. Exactly. Sex worker is non-descriptive. That can mean OnlyFans. That can mean can. You do a can service. Could be you just sleep. Like condo hoods. People do that too. So it literally doesn't. That's not true. Sex worker is non-descriptive. You can say escort. That's hooker or whore. I like to use the language. It's very derogatory, yeah, and I wouldn't use those words. Somebody said. Google says it's offensive. Is that right? Let me see. Is derogatory. Prostitution in their senses, like a sex worker, is now increasingly rejected as offensive. Okay. Well, we see that. When used in context related to victimization, especially of children, the words have been criticized. Well, I would never call that child a prostitute. That's fucking insane. But you understand the problem, sex workers are not all prostitutes. Let's ask ChatGPT. Good point. That's a good point. Why didn't I think about this sooner? It's the word prostitute. Derogatory. Why can't I spell this word? Derogatory. Oh, there's shit. What am I doing wrong here? D-rog. O-Z-O. D-rog. D-rog. Okay, still wrong. D-rog. Where do we go past? Derogatory. Term prostitute itself is neutral. According to ChatGPT, however, many contexts and culture. I was gonna say it really depends on the context. Because if you call a woman, just if you use the word prostitute as an insult, then yeah, that would be derogatory. But I do believe ChatGPT kind of closed the book on this one. It says it's neutral, guys. I do think sex workers also considered more respectful neutral term. But hold on then. But not all sex workers are prostitutes. Prostitutes. So how should I? So what should I say? Right? Accuracy is important component of language here, guys. This can include erotic dancers, pornographic films, webcam performers, phone sex operators, and more. Or specifically referring to someone who exchanges sex services for money. The term prostitute is accurate. But we want to use a term that's more neutral, less stigmatized. You might consider full-service sex worker, or simply worker. A worker? Full-service sex worker? That's kind of a lot to say. Where were we?
It's gone. Eddie needs to apologize. If Kick streaming doesn't do anything about this, it will say a lot. Meanwhile, you had some saying they're no longer going to stream on Kick because of this. Others saying, if you're on Kick after this, I want nothing to do with you. Condoning this content/behavior is unacceptable. And if you believe streaming on that platform has nothing to do with this, you are sadly mistaken. There's also people condemning Kick in the situation with seemingly staying on the platform so they can quote, make sure Kick is growing a community that is inclusive and safe for everyone. As all this was playing out, the backlash was happening. Kick released a statement saying, there's incredible untapped potential of what live streaming has to offer.
I don't want to talk too much about it.
Online that just like a website where the bullshit.
He got a whole ass thumbnail for this.
Well, it may have satisfied some. There were a lot of people online that just thought that statement was bullshit. That also including the likes of streamer Hassan Biker saying, incredible PR statement. from the website where the founder was laughing in the chat of a sex pet streamer trying to stream a sex worker and not letting her leave. And
He has good tweets, I'll give him that. I saw him as a good tweeter. But all that being said, Billy, you didn't have to give him his own thumbnail for that. Is he really that clickbait for you? Trying to see what I did.
today we're talking about the Russell Brand situation getting worse, allegations. Today we're talking about the Russell Brand situation getting worse, allegations growing, and now Ethan Klein claiming that he's trying to silence critics too.
Yeah, let's fucking go right now, dude.
Team from a theme park where passengers were dangling upside down for half an hour. Louisiana's on the verge of a major water crisis. Looming government shutdown's worse than you think. Turns out it's a bad idea to applaud a Nazi in Canadian Parliament. Why this Idaho school situation exposes a huge national crisis, and possibly one of the most disturbing border news stories I've ever seen. We're talking about all that and so much more on today's extra-large Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, but first, a very quick reminder. You only have a few hours left if you want to get in on the surprise drop I did over at BeautifulBastard.com. For after midnight, you'll no longer be able to get the barely functioning teen hoodie or cropped hoodie. My body hurts and I hate the government. Can we cuddle and watch spooky movies, tea or crew? Or the I just want to make enough to comfortably live the lifestyle I'm currently living uncomfortably flower-powered tea, hoodie or crew.
What is this? It's what is Philip a socialist? He's wearing some kind of socialist swag, don't you guys think?
For after midnight, you'll no longer be able to get the barely functioning teen hoodie or cropped hoodie. My body hurts.
My body hurts and I hate the government. Okay. It does do a fair bit of U.S. government foreign policy, government simping though on TikTok. People are wondering about my posture. Listen, this is the posture of a man who has zero back pain. And all you walking around with straight posture, just do sit-ups and all this shit. Zero back pain.
And I hate the government. Can we cuddle and watch spooky movies, tea or crew? Or the I just want to make enough to
comfortably live the lifestyle I'm currently living uncomfortably. That's like that's socialism, bro. I get that with that.
comfortably live the lifestyle I'm currently living uncomfortably flower-powered tea, hoodie or crew. Remember, if you only buy things 1 or 2 times a year, we got a really huge drop coming October 16th that features all this. With that said, we got so much news to talk about today, so let's just jump in. Starting with Russell Brand allegation situation is only expanding and it could be getting much worse. Because earlier this month, a joint investigation from the Sunday Times and Channel 4 in the UK looked at sexual assault claims from women against Brand. And all those allegedly happened between 2006 and 2013 at the height of his career and fame. And one of the women speaking to the outlet was 16 at the time of her allegation. And this news just took off. There's tons of reactions online. Now, those claims are also resulting in a police investigation in the UK. London's Metropolitan Police released a statement that did not specifically name Brand, but included enough details to make it clear he was the subject of this. Saying, following an investigation by Channel 4's dispatches in the Sunday Times, the Met has received a number of allegations of sexual offences in London, and also adding they've received a number of allegations of sexual offences committed elsewhere in the country to investigate these. So that statement also adding that the claims are not recent and encouraging anyone who may have been a victim of sexual misconduct to contact the police no matter how long ago the incident. Brand has already denied the allegations here, but also the investigation is also the news for a handful of other reasons, including that he's been demonetized on YouTube. He's now asked fans to financially support him by chambers. We're doing streams where he's saying that he's being silenced or then he also
Rumble?
He said Brand addressed his followers on Rumble on Monday. After the police statement was issued, he
They're not even Patreon.
subscribers.
He's trying to get money from Rumble. I mean, Patreon probably pays way more than Rumble does.
Man, conservatives they're so dumb, man. They're just the dumbest fucking losers.
It's not like it's not that they're dumb, it's that they're sucked up into stupid bullshit, quote unquote, alternative facts. How do you call something an alternative fact? An alternative fact is called a lie. It doesn't make sense. There's no such thing as alternative facts.
being silenced, being valid for free speech. Then you also have online creators like Ethan Klein calling him out, saying,
That's me. That's me right here, guys. Let's talk about this villain.
on the H3 podcast yesterday that Brand actually sent him a legal notice after covering the allegation. Something they claim was hypocritical and Brand's own free speech tirades. And actually tweeting about the situation a few days ago by saying, legend rapist Russell Brand doesn't like free speech when it's about him. He used his new video addressing rape allegations to claim our podcast about him. And then going into more detail on yesterday's podcast where he said that he was hit by 2 claims from Russell over 2 different clips they used in the podcast we're talking about. One being an old radio appearance they referenced, the second being footage from a recent video Russell posted about the allegations. Even saying,
It just seems a little weird. Like, obviously, part of you goes, I thought it was probably automated, but 2 different claims, both by Russell Brand, on our video. Yeah, Philly, I mean, listen, it's time to get a new photo of him. Maybe he's doing revenge on me. You guys know he is. You know, he's using fat pictures, old fat pics of me. Just take it to me. That's fine. I deserve it. And I'm never blamed by these dudes, by these types of guys, you know what I mean? Because this is their whole thing, like, I'm free speech, you're probably gonna go to jail. There's like a good chance you're gonna go to jail. I'm gonna need a lot more money than the revenue from this video to pay that. But ultimately, thanks for that. You know, you included my little goof there. I'm a fan. I like this, Philly. I like your coverage, you beautiful bastard.
that's where we are with this right now. Of course, it's a developing situation, right? Even though
Someone says you started this, fair enough, that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Take your aggression out on that old fat picture of me, man. Do it. You know my blessings.
if there's more fallout, more developments, also what's happening with the police investigation. But in the meantime, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
Okay, now I'm actually curious to go to Russell Brand's Rumble page. I want to see the video of him begging people to pay him. Let's see. Russell Brand. Rumble. Let's see if we can show up. The website is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where's Rumble? It's all the way down here. How could their SEO be that bad? That's crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Are you
9,
seriously asking that?
11, 12, the 13th result. Love, what do you think about that? I gotta get Love's take on that. Jesus. No kidding, it's like you don't exist at all on this website, man. Literally type Russell Brand Rumble. Alright, so here we go. We're right on to that Russian propaganda, boys. Let's just forget about all the rape stuff and talk about Russia. God, he is such a fucking cryptic loser. Unreal. The battle for free speech should look clean my shit. Nice. Why don't live podcasts figure out how to do this? Like, to me, this was so important. This video has 20 minutes of dead air at the beginning. How hard is it to just go live when you're ready? Because then the vlog doesn't look like shit.
I agree. I hate it when live says we'll be alive in 10 minutes. Fucking hate that.
Hold on, I hear Teddy crying outside. Okay.
Like, why do you need more than a 30-second countdown? 30 seconds is kind of a lot, man. But 10 minutes, 20, 30 minutes, an hour, 24 hours. That shit is crazy. Okay, thank God that was a miss. If that was for my son, I was like, that girl didn't get out, did she? Scared the shit out of me. Damn it, now it's gonna be too late to fix it. Why the hell did I keep trying to jump it? What was wrong with me? Damn, this son is tripping. Is that Brucey, the little one? Damn, what the fuck happened? Hope he's okay. I'm sure the chat was all like, oh, poor Brucey. It had to have been Bruce. Although Theodore's only a year older, he's only like, what, like 3? Ethan's such a good dad.
I see the rock riders, aren't that cool? All the cool dinosaurs.
They do a really Ela and
Watch this. I don't have a lot of time. For 2 hours, that's good. So we did a nice long episode today. Yeah. Look at all the rah-rahs in chat. Here, I'll put it here so you can see them.
Ela and Ethan do a really well job of being parents with social media. Like Bruce, they're still putting out, because he's not even, I don't even know if he's 2 years old yet, honestly. So he doesn't look anything like what he'll eventually look like. Every once in a while they'll have Teddy in chat.
This man is fighting for his life, and people act like
And now instead of she, they're having another he, and I'm sure Scotty it will be.
How cool are those, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Look at this. It's a daddy. It's a picture of daddy. Isn't that funny? You see that? But you don't like that picture of daddy? It's a little weird. Uncle Best one.
That's so
We
sweet.
love the rar cat.
I'm sure they'll have Scotty on at the beginning.
Now we're talking
And
real
the guy is Peter Chat was photoshopping the fucking
claiming my stuff. There's a green rar
sound wave pictures. What is it called? When they use sound waves to taste, not sonar. When they use sound waves to take pictures of things inside of you. That's used for pregnant people a lot because it's a cheap, easy imaging technique to find out if anything's wrong and how things are progressing normally. What is it called? How the fuck did I forget what it was called? It's like sound wave imaging.
Yeah, you like the pink one or the green one better?
Fuck it.
You like horror.
Don't come to me.
Alright, I was gonna talk about something, but I forgot what it was. Yes, Rubs. First thing he says in the morning, the last thing he says at night is rah-rah. He goes, Dad, Daddy, rah-rah. Rah-rah. What you see? You see rah-rah there?
That's so cute.
Yellow? You see yellow rah-rahs?
Man,
Nice. Yeah.
that is
What
adorable.
you see? Oh, I see froggies and turtles. And here's Alfredo. Ribbit. Oh, yeah, so I guess that's it. That's it, right? We're gonna say goodbye now to our friends watching. Rah-rah.
That's sweet. My God.
Rah-rah. Bye. You can say bye to everybody. Alright, guys, this was a good, fun time. No, the rah-rahs. Do you see the turtle? Or the frog? Do you see those ones? Do you see a goat? Bah. Bah. Baba. I see a tiger. Rawr.
Oh yeah, I was talking about people were already photoshopping his, their photoshop. God, I forgot what it was called. That's what it was. Fuck, dude, what was that shit? Well, they were photoshopping the picture, the sound wave picture of ultrasound. Jesus Christ. I was like, They use a sound wave. It's called ultrasound. Damn
Bye,
it.
everybody. Thank you, everybody. We'll be here tomorrow.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
What you see? You see a sheep? Oh, I think that was a poodle, but it looked like a sheep, huh? Babas. Ah.
That's cool. I don't have to use this place anymore.
Baby, bye. Alright, so
Now
much
I
stuff
can
happening
also
there.
do this.
So many funny emojis. I see a moon.
Oh, how did I get hit by that bomb?
Right here. Alright. Thank you. That's my... Thank you. Oh, this is his new thing, watch. He knows how to show people something on the phone. And he gets so proud. Yeah. You see Rara on my phone? Here, watch this. Come on. Let me find a picture of mommy.
That's adorable.
Here.
It's all in that kid's mind is dinosaurs, raw-rods.
Can you show me the picture of mommy and daddy?
It's a beautiful, innocent time. It's very sweet. Kids are amazing, man. It's weird. I used to be deathly scared of them until all my friends started having them. I got trusted to watch some of my best friends, you know, when they knew I got queen.
Or you probably being sensitive to your ED. And shame on you, situations, wife, or whatever that was. Damn it. Alright. See you guys tomorrow. Thanks again. I love you guys, members. You all make such a big difference, and I'm so appreciative for all the support you guys give us. So thank you. Thank you. And we'll see you tomorrow. Adios.
Who's gonna need more time? Everyone. Now there's 85% more time in every power pod.
When humanity has crumbled and fallen to the sea,
Hey,
you know, when
shit's a
earthquakes
Frenemies
and volcanoes
episode.
ravage our planet, scholars will look
Future
back and
vs.
remember
Charlie
the
and
Frenemies
Dixie
podcast
D'Amelio.
as the
Number
only
10.
lasting vestige of humanity that matters. Today, I bring you that show, me, Ethan Klein, and my co-host, Trisha Payton.
We're here.
We are here.
I'm so excited. I'm like jittery. I'm so excited for today. This is like Christmas right now.
Oh, you ready to go in?
I'm so ready to go. I've been censored by TikTok this past week where people are like, ooh, she's deleting stuff. I have gotten stuff taken down from my TikTok. TikTok is censoring me. And even YouTube, I get scared of censoring me, but because you guys have like connected to YouTube, I'm like, oh, I can go in on this podcast.
Well, YouTube is really lenient on shit talk, or however you want to call it.
Yeah.
Because YouTube understands we're all public figures. YouTube is very pro free speech. They really only step in if it's like way over the line. Like,
Dangerous.
we made like, you know,
Or
over 10 videos
crazy
in the course of 2
bullying.
weeks about one person. They erased his channel.
Who was it? Who was it about?
This girl Pokey me.
Yo, that's right.
Yeah, no, it was totally, but
He was like, she's the ugly lady. I was like, aren't you gay? Like, what? How? Who are you to say what? I mean, even gay people can tell. I can tell when men are attractive. I'm sure gay people can tell when women are attractive. But he was like, she's so fucking ugly. I'm like, dude, she's beautiful. Look at you, motherfucker.
Well, her videos are, I mean, I don't
You don't even take care of yourself.
Her videos are super suggestive. I mean, she was always pushing the line of I'm surprised that they just banned her, though, and didn't give her any warnings or anything. Because she's not a bad actor. She just shows some tits and ass. We love that.
Wait, who are they talking about now?
She was in like a really thin thong where you could basically see like everything.
That's why they have OnlyFans. That's what I started doing. I'm like, oh, to my OnlyFans, you can charge, you know? For Mo on
Yeah, no, it was
So
totally.
random.
But free speech, they really only step in if it's like way over the line. Like with Leafy, he made like, you know, over 10 videos in the course of 2 weeks about one person. They erased his channel.
Who was it? Who was he talking about?
This girl Toki.
What random
What?
beat right there?
Yeah, no, it was totally.
random.
But other than that, that's the only time I've ever seen them really step in.
Zelda just got deleted.
I know.
What
Crazy.
the hell?
Went out for a homie.
I thought it would give me another one. Like the first holes gave me a prize. The second holes didn't give me shit, and the third holes aren't giving me anything.
Really? Wait, why? What'd you do? I don't even
Well,
know.
her videos are. I mean, I don't think she should have been banned, but her videos are super suggestive. I mean, she was always pushing the line.
Wait, no, maybe the second holes did give me something. Maybe each one gives you a seashell, which is weird. Why would you give us the seashells here? For getting the seashells. It was really weird.
That's why they have.
What are they talking about?
Bell is that I think she's
Delphine.
beyond what I can help.
Really? Wait, why? What'd you do?
And I think I need
I
a
don't think she should have
20.
been banned, but
I have 17. Yeah, I'm thinking I need 20 to finish it.
I'm surprised that they just banned her though and didn't give her any warnings or anything, because she's not a bad actor. She just showed some tits and ass, and we love that.
She actually showed them.
No. She was in like a really thin song where you could basically see like.
Wait, doesn't she have a sex tape out
Like,
now?
oh, do I only get the in charge, you know? Promote on your YouTube and then go. I mean, I get it.
I have a feeling that there's been a lot of blowback, and I'm hoping that she'll get her channel back. But the whole sexual thing, they're very careful about. So that's I don't really deal with that because I just talk shit. So I'm good at like not getting the shit talking part.
Yeah.
Not so much the showing my vagina part of YouTube.
Yeah, it's a difficult one nowadays.
Yeah, it's different.
Because I do that sometimes too, but you gotta watch it.
So today's episode, you're excited because I was. Trisha went into an absolute fucking war over the past week, and I mean, it was crazy to watch. I was like Dramageddon 2.0, like Trisha versus the whole fucking internet.
I love that. That's the title. Because I see Trisha versus Amelia, Trisha versus Natalie. Like, one thing doesn't mean versus everybody.
It is kind of.
No, that's what it feels like. Because all these TikTokers are popping right now, so all the TikTokers started piling on this trend. And so, but in reality, like, I watched. Wendy Williams this morning came for Charlie. Did you see that? Her fake crying. Yeah. She's like, she has fake crying.
Oh,
her
hold that up, baby.
Like, I don't know if it's on. It was on
Wait,
this morning.
Wendy Williams
Yeah.
after Charlie?
This morning, she said poor parents being fake crying.
What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I think Wendy. I call her Wendy because she farted that one time. So
I love Wendy.
She's Wendy because she passed gas
Oh,
on
got
TV.
it. Got
I
it.
think she's a horrible human being.
Oh, you think she's horrible for what? Or why?
Well, because
What
she,
if you
like,
think they
is-
should suffer?
She's first of all so vain and empty, and the shit she talks about and obsesses over is just so vapid and disgusting. But that's not it. She's done shit like, you know, when she outed, was it Method Man's wife for having cancer?
Whoa,
well,
what?
And I mean, shit like that is like unforgivably horrible.
That, yeah, but like, for her, I hate the whole, like she's obsessed with talking
It's
about
like a
people
level
that's her
above
job, too.
doxing.
You know, it's not that she.
That's HIPAA violation.
You know, there's black people that do that. It's the way she does it is like, I just don't like
I
it.
think that's why people like her. A lot of people, she's polarizing. Like, people like hate her or love her for that reason, I
Well,
think.
as long as you call her Wendy, I'll be happy that you're a fan.
I'm a fan of Wendy. I'll
Do you
take
believe she
hands.
ripped ass on TV or no?
I didn't see that.
What?
Yeah, are you
Right.
obsessed with
Well,
that?
she did it multiple
She ass
times.
hardcore, and then she went on a whole tour trying to explain it, like being like, I didn't fart. It was in the back thing. She clearly
She
farted.
did. I'm gonna manifest me taking over her spot when she retires.
Oh, I would like that.
Yeah.
That'd be
I think people would
hilarious.
get down with that.
I think that's my.
God, I wish Trisha wasn't such a cunt. And they could fucking get back together. Not necessarily do the show, but at least, like, be friends and acquaintances with his brother-in-law and Hila's brother. It'd be nice for them to be a family again, even though apparently they were never really that close.
I hate when people do that.
Part speculation. Is it a big deal? Someone parts on my TV.
It's kind of funny, especially when they go on a tour trying to deny it.
Maybe a tour, like
She literally did like episodes and all this shit, being like, I did not, like Bill Clinton was like, I did not fart on television. Yeah.
I'm kind of on Bill Clinton's side, actually. I read his book this weekend. It's an old book, but I like it. Okay, I'm on his side. I'm on his We should have Monica listening on the podcast.
What do you mean? How can you be on both their sides?
She's lined up.
I'm like an expert on Monica listening.
Both of them were consenting adults, and she decided to
Before we get into that,
make a profit off of it
Black Friday sale is putting the
by number one selling the suit with his jizz on it, or selling the dress with his jizz on it, which is fucking gross, psycho, crazy shit. Which is not why she's insanely. She's this to blackmail, and which it should be. It is a cops, but not for random people. Could be, but I guess it depends maybe on what state or whatever.
I have merch coming out next week, so I'm going to promote that. That link, I don't care about now, but that link in the description. They link more stuff in the
I feel like she was having that
I'm not saying that.
plan before she ended up doing it. Because she was probably already doing it and planned it
So it started
and
with,
kept the dress and
what's her name? Charlie who she first of all, you weren't the first person to call her out, but let's just give context. She had a dinner.
she's so stupid, dude. Back in the day, she would have been whacked like Marilyn
I
Monroe.
don't have any beef towards her. I never cared either way. I just saw that this was trending on my For You page, and everyone was reacting and getting views. I was like, well, I'll just do a reaction. Like, couldn't care less. Like, if she succeeds or not. Like, I hope she does.
Let's watch this clip. This is your reaction to the video that a lot of people reacted to. They're spitting out food the chef made, and then she goes on to complain that she only got 95 million and not 100 million.
To which her best friend, they keep calling each other, called her out right there, but it's why 100 million wasn't out. Like, he's the one that called it out. Like, to me, I wouldn't have said anything, but when James was out, I was like, ooh, the shade. Like, he calls her out from the beginning, which is a conspiracy theory, so I do think he was trying to set her up in a way, because I was like, I'll explain that whole story.
I want to set this up, okay, with as much clarity as possible. First of all, he makes a comment in that clip saying, if you eat it, it gives you good luck and prosperity, which indicates that what he's serving her is gross. And it's meant to be like a challenge. As I understand it, she has this, okay, so but then her spitting it out isn't her being rude to the chef. He knew that he was grossing her out.
What do you mean?
She has a phobia for snails, and he cooks snails.
Yes, how do you know?
I watched a video where she says, I don't like snails, and he cooks snails trying to gross me out.
Okay, sure, I get it. Like, I mean, here's the thing. Overall, the thing is also silly anyways, but it was a viral video that people like, and to be honest, if you watch the whole dinner, they're extremely disrespectful to their parents. Like, so
Let's
rude.
go to the video. I mean,
it's long. It's like 16 minutes. It's a whole dinner.
I'm not watching that.
So, which is fine. Go to, we always shout them out, but Duck Noodles did a whole, like, highlights of, like, how their career ended, basically going through the whole dinner. I mean, they were consistently just brats to their parents.
Back in the day.
Okay, that's not what they're being criticized for.
Yeah, I think it is. Just bratty behavior. That's what I was. I was like, oh, man, they're
Fucked
like
up, man, but I'm still there with him.
He's not a child. Like, the other girls,
He's doing good
like, you really need
again.
to, like, puke and be so
I was worried about him for a while.
That's on her
I was
team
real
for giving her
worried
bad
about him for a
publicity. Like, you really
while,
want to make, these are
doing
brand
good
friendly,
again.
like, teenagers, and you really want to make them look entitled and spoiled
He
or
was
going like a
focusing on
pandemic
his
and
comedy
shit. It's like,
club.
that was bad marketing on their part.
Yeah.
They're not Hannah Nicole Smith, where it's like, yo, it's cool to be disgusting, or me. You know, like, that's like trashy behavior I would do.
Did
They're gonna
hurt
put someone
when
who
he
has a dumb
reminded
brain
me
in
a
this position.
second
Maybe
time
they missed the mark a little bit, but like
without
the amount of shit they were getting on
telling me
over
or
the top.
anything.
But that's the internet.
That
Okay,
sucks.
this is
Just
situation.
when they go and find out I'm not a
And
mod
then my
anymore.
reaction, so I watched
But
that.
you weren't the first one. I saw tons of people before I saw yours, and my initial reaction was like, what the? Why are you giving this poor girl such a hard time?
I mean, it was like shitty behavior. I totally agree with that. And they're on such a pedestal. They're the most famous person on TikTok.
I don't
And you
think they're on
have,
pedestal. People shit on them all the time.
well, now, because their true colors are showing. The
Oh,
more,
come on. It's not a true color thing. She's just a girl who dances. Nobody said she's
That's
the same
so not
or an
true.
angel. She's a girl who dances and got like
No.
absurdly famous on TikTok. Nobody said that she's fucking, you know, Saint John the Divine. She's
no,
just a girl.
No, but that's, she's not just a girl. She's the most famous person on the internet.
I know, but
That's
this
whatever it
exception,
means.
but this expectation for her to be absolutely perfect. She's a
I
16-year-old
don't think no
girl.
one expects it, but she called me out for calling her boring. I'm like, girl, not everyone's gonna get what you're doing. Like, you are boring. You don't dance well. Like, I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm allowed to have an opinion. When you have 100 million followers, brand deals with Duncan, all this money, good for you. Don't expect people to not like critique your actions. That's the limelight. She's not famous for her talent. She's famous for being a personality, and people are gonna critique her. That's why she's
She's
famous.
famous for her personality. You don't really.
Being a personality is what I'm saying. It's kind
I
of a
think
big
she's
deal.
famous for this. By the way, can I ask? I've been spending a lot of time on TikTok. This dance is so dumb, and I don't get it. They go.
What
They
is
just
that?
step to the side.
Oh, I like that one.
They go.
You like me up inside.
It's
like
so
the
stupid.
force of the
It's so dumb. They all do it.
Could we do that? Or a TikTok today?
I wanted to do one where I just step to the side the whole time.
I think that dance is trendy. I think that's why TikTok is popular. They're popular. They do very basic dances that everyone
Okay,
can do.
well, anyway, she got a bunch of
But
shit.
I can also say, like, I don't believe it. Like no one can get canceled. And clearly, I'm proof of that. No one can get canceled. No one's trying to cancel her. I'm getting death threats. It's like, these are the 9-year-olds that leave the little fairies, like, hang yourself. If you're getting actual death threats, don't go on Instagram Live. Like, call the cops. It's like, little. This is little. It's
Okay, well, she's a 6-year-old girl. It's hard, listen, it's hard for anybody to process this. She's still new to, like, internet fame, let's be honest. She's not been around as long as me and you.
right, true that.
And she's only 16 years old, so it's very stressful. And I'm sure that she feels really bad. So, you know, I understand why she'd be like, hey, Trisha, fuck you. Because,
Well, what did I do? I just reacted with everyone else. How come I got singled out?
well, let's see what you said.
Okay.
Let's open it up.
I don't even know what I said. I'm like, where did all this
So I just
start?
did a reaction to this video of the D'Amelios and James Charles having dinner with a chef, and I've seen lots of comments from DC saying, like, just kind of being really combative and bratty towards people who have criticism of girls. There's a chef making the food, they're being really disrespectful, spitting out the food, and
Okay,
the
but so
idea-
again, this was the narrative I saw, but it's taking out all the content. That it was meant to be a gag.
I don't think it was. I don't think
Yeah.
it was. They're saying that now. Okay, that's the gag. Then why do they edit it like that? Like, make it the gag of like a reality show like The Osbournes. Like, hey, you're gonna have this really
Well, bad editing. You could blame bad editing, but the way she okay, whatever.
They're young, but I do think since they are role models on such a big platform, they should be called out when they need to be humbled a little, because you see this happen all the
So wait,
time.
can I tell you too? Also, the way she was reacting to the comments was actually like my issue. The oldest one, the 19-year-old, was like being so like rude to people back. Like, that's my big thing. Is like when people are like, oh, like you guys are being rude, and she was just basically like telling people to like, I don't know the exact, I don't want to like misquote or something like that, but basically telling people like you're the problem, and like just being snotty back. It's like, dude, like first of all, I think rule number one, when you're this famous and you're brand friendly and all this, like fighting back beneath you is so not the move.
I agree, but they're just. I think, yeah, I agree with you, but they're dude. You know, it takes a lot of time on the internet and a lot of maturity, which they don't have either.
The problem number one is that James Charles says he's their mentor. I mean, that's number one. And nix him from your life.
He's
So
their mentor.
He said, he goes, how dare you
Gonna ruin
accuse
their
me
lives.
of predatory behavior? I'm the mentor for Charlie. She doesn't need me and I don't need her. I'm like, James, you were failing miserably before you got Charlie.
Oh, you know what he's doing though? He's definitely been like, I'm her mentor, which means that I can use her to promote anything I make anytime I want.
Oh, yeah.
I'm keeping her real close.
Well, yeah, she was the one in that Teddy Fresh hoodie that he was promoting. And
She was
so,
all up in that.
yeah, she was like the main one. And so, of course, people are on his side because of Charlie. And that's how his YouTube career came back. And that's cool, but like, you're still 21 hanging out with a 16-year-old. Don't say, like, you don't need each other. You need
Okay,
your
hold on, you're getting ahead of yourself. There's a lot to cover. Let's finish this.
Really famous, a lot of followers.
Okay, can I say one more thing?
Oh my god.
getting views on. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna
Yeah, I
click on
understand that.
this. This is not something that I was like, this is my issue, and I'm gonna like take.
Well,
Like,
but you did make like 1 billion videos.
not prior to her finding me out. I made these two. The reaction ones, duet.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
only two I made prior, and that's why I was like shook when she called me out. I was like, oh. Like it was so
Did
weird.
your video get a lot of views?
I got 10 million, but like.
That's a lot. So she probably saw yours and was like, fuck Trisha, who the fuck is she to call me out? Which is kind of fair, right?
No.
It's like, hey, fuck you. Who the fuck are you to call me
This is
out?
the best part though. I've been trashed. She's 19. At 19, I was sucking dick on Santa Monica Boulevard for $5. She's living a cushy life with her parents.
$5, really?
Yeah, you're really
Oh,
gonna
shit.
compare? If you want to compare you to me, that's fine. But like, I'm trash. I've been trash since day one on the internet. These people are like famous, brand friendly, happy kids. I was always a miserable
Hold on, only $5.
Yeah.
You did. I feel like you could.
I was on heavy drugs when I was 19.
You're just like, fuck it, give me the.
Oh my god, I don't even know.
What's the most you charge for a blowjob?
Probably $5. Because I never really charged.
Yeah.
You know, like escorting was different, but yeah, I was like, you know, at that age, I was literally.
You're just like, whatever, yeah.
Yeah. I love.
According to Moses, we learned.
I guess that's why it's
I guess yeah, exactly. Maybe if you got the teeth out of it, you could be charging $10, $15. You're
I'm
rich.
trying to learn, like, covering my teeth with my lips. I just can't do it. Sorry. That's not how you went into a blowjob like that.
I don't know, I'm just covering my hair. Here, Trisha, this is how it's going.
And then, like, the lips, I don't know, tongue around it. I have no idea. Okay.
We appreciate the effort, it's fine. We take it with teeth, without teeth, fucking, and whatever you got. We'll
Not
take
my
it.
boyfriend, 95 million followers, who complain that they have a personal chef. And it's just unbecoming. And I don't think it's something to be embarrassed about because they are young girls, but to be catty and bratty in the comments when people are just like, hey, we're kind of like, this isn't cool behavior. It's just trying to help them learn. And ultimately not get canceled because this kind of attitude, it won't get you far. I mean, it was just about how they were replying to fans. And that's what I said there. It's like how she was responding to people giving them criticism. She was being such a little bitch about it. I was like, girl, like, be humble. They're saying we don't like this attitude from you.
I actually do agree in that, but I agree in that what you're saying is right. I think if they would have just ignored, by the way, her subs are already going up. She's like undefeated. She's ready. She's already crossed 100 billion. 100 billion.
Of course, yeah. She was like losing followers and that. So this is my theory. So then James, her mentor, she don't give a fuck about me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have 100 million.
I feel like she was her feelings
Okay.
for.
No.
I do.
Then-
That's what she said.
No, this was so perfect because then when she started crying, she called me out. The number, I'm more hated than probably anyone on the internet. And yeah, I get like my glimpse of people being like, yes, Trish, and it's only my time that I get canceled again or whatever. So it's an easy scapegoat because then James Charles piled on that same
I
day.
saw that.
So it's obviously a deflection, which hey, I'm all about deflection. When Shane was going through his shit, I'm like, yeah, he did some shitty shit, but let's talk about David Dobrik making pedophile jokes. Let's talk about, you have to, like, you know, that's what you do when you like go down for your like ride or die. So obviously she's getting canceled for something so stupid, but she's losing followers. Like, you know what, let's go for Trish because she's a real easy target for people to hate. And guess what? People did hate on me, but none of the people love me again this morning, so.
Yeah, it's kind of
You
funny.
see all the comments this morning on my TikTok, like, we love you.
No, but no, it's so funny because it started with everybody calling on her, and then you joined the crowd, and then they're like, fuck Trisha, and then everyone's like, yeah, fuck Trisha, and then now she's gaining subs, and everyone's over,
No,
and
but
then
then
I was like,
Charles, no, but then, okay, well, we are getting ahead, but then Jinxie did dance to the N-word, and then
Oh, yeah,
it
we'll get to
her,
that.
then
Now,
James, it's all.
it's been a roller coaster ride. I just imagine like a mob with torches and pitchforks running back and forth. Ah! You know?
That's exactly how it's so fun. The great thing about, everyone keeps saying I'm like old and should be on TikTok or like talk about it. The great thing about being old is like really just not caring. Like when I was
Not that
younger,
old.
no, but like, you
I'm
know,
older than you by a lot.
I mean, by like 3 years. But you know what I'm saying? Like when I was younger and influencers didn't like me, like Tyler, Lee, and Grace, it was like, oh shit, those are like my peers. But now they're like teenagers, like I couldn't care less if they like me or not. And it's so fun to watch now.
But don't
Like,
you think it's a bit so the criticism against you, which I kind of agree with,
Okay.
it's a bit much to be even shitting on a 6-year-old girl
I
hitting up
wasn't kidding
fantasy.
because it's a trend, and I'm just like, oh, this is the most popular girl thing. I'm not shitting on her. I literally was like making faces. I was like, oh, and then I was saying, hey, be humble in your
Well,
comments.
it's true that she is, the biggest person on TikTok.
That's
Love
my
the
big
big
thing. Like,
facts.
she can make millions of dollars off of social media, but then when people have reactions, it's like, how dare you? She's 16. It's like,
Alright, so here's her sister.
Okay, can I just say also for the record, Charlie, the 16-year-old, is really the victim in this. She has her racist leech of a sister. She has James Charles mentoring her. She has her parents who aren't saying shit. Like, she really is the victim in all this. So Charlie, like, my condolences.
That's not really an apology. I don't think she would take that as an apology, but okay, let's
Not
watch
like
it.
apologizing. I was sending her my condolences.
Condolences, right?
Yeah.
Hold on one second, you know the full story. So my family and I have been working with Chef Anime for a couple months now. We're trying to put it.
Actually, you're the only person that talks faster than her.
I got faster than all of them.
Yeah, bitches.
Bitches.
I'm Trisha, the ultimate fast
All of
talker.
the cops will be that 32-year-old trying to compete with a 19-year-old.
You like,
Right.
you know those old western shootouts with the fastest gun? You gotta meet her at high noon and be like, just out-talk her.
I love it. Yeah, I'm down. I was on that show, Guinness World Records.
For the most words per minute or whatever.
Yeah, Deborah Henley is the host. Yeah, it's on your
Did you break the record?
I didn't because they didn't count a lot of the words because I had to do Hamlet's soliloquy to be or not to be. And
That's hard.
yeah, right. That's what I know. The words they were already hard, but they didn't count. But I was on all the press
Can you do it
tours.
now? Do you remember this a little
I
bit?
don't remember it. I did at the time. This was like again 10 years ago. But I was on the press tour with him, like going on Good Morning America.
What if we get you a Guinness World Record? Do you think you can break the record now?
I
Or do
think
you
I have
have to?
PTSD from that because I do when I get nervous I like trip over my words and like even like singing like I feel like I'm not the worst singer but when I audition I'm the worst like I'm awful like when I have to sing in front of people like because like stage fright or something or
What if we hide him in the wall and then we secretly, we could like paint him so he melts into the wall and then I'll step forward and be like, time!
you know I would love to redo it. I think I could maybe do it
I have
now.
contacts there.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well
I think I have them in my email.
that'd be amazing. It's something I always wanted because people thought I had the world record because it was on the show.
Okay, Dixie, we're coming for you officially.
For our channel and working on content for his channel and made an amazing friendship. And before I even get into anything, I'm so grateful for every single person that follows me, every single person I care about, every single person I work with.
No one cares about you. They said it about Charlie. Like this girl is like making it about herself, but no one cares. Everyone said you were ungrateful. Your little sister
Every
is.
single person who works with me because I'm just so grateful for all the opportunities I've had. So I would never in any way want to be taken as disrespectful, especially from an out of context 15-second clip. So basically my team knows I throw up a lot. I can throw up at the smell, the thought, or the taste of anything.
I think that's called bulimia. I mean, no, what am I supposed to take when a young girl goes,
Yeah.
I throw up all the time? It's like,
Right. That is concerning. Again,
you
for
should go to the
parenting.
doctor.
Yeah.
I throw up all the time.
Like from everything?
I throw up every day
See?
after every
I'm
meal.
helping her. This is when 30-somethings are beneficial to step in right now because no one else is. She just said she threw up all the time.
I'm not diagnosing her with bulimia, Trisha, but it's been, that's a warning sign.
Concerning.
It is kind
Right.
of concerning.
Right.
She's like, I throw up when I smell carrots. I throw up when I smell tomatoes. It's like, whoa.
Well,
So when they saw the snails, they were like, oh, let's get her and try to see if we can get a reaction out of her.
It's completely
Well, it's
wild.
funny because you reacted to this video,
I
Trisha.
stitched it. No, I stitched it because it was a viral video, so I was stitching it. So
Yeah, but you-
I got the first 5 seconds. The stitch is the first 5 seconds. I didn't see the whole thing. But honestly, like, this is damage control. This is what people say after. That's like when I say,
Well,
it was a
listen
troll.
to what she has to say, because I found it persuasive. She's holding a snail shell. She's like, what the fuck is this?
Right.
She's like, you'll know I'm bulimic.
Jesus. We don't know that. Allegedly, trigger warning.
So basically that clip
Allegedly, trigger warning. Sorry. In advance.
Sorry.
the original video is my team and Chef Anime trying to convince me to try snail, knowing that I would have a reaction. I love Chef and I would never disrespect him in any way, and maybe don't judge someone's personality over a 15-second. Hey guys, if you are here to comment,
So
you
that's
like
it.
this.
Okay, so there you go. I was like, oh. He tried to dupe her into getting a snail. It's convincing, right?
I mean, the whole snail thing is just so not important to like the bigger picture of all this.
It is, because everybody and you were like, these girls are so ungrateful and they're so disrespectful to the chef because they're gagging and spitting out food. But the whole point of the bit was that he was trying to gross them out.
That wasn't the whole point made clear. That was like their damage control was like, you guys, everyone knew I was. That's like me being like, you guys, everyone knows I'm a dumb bitch, so that's why we talk about Hitler. And it's like a joke. It's like funny. It's like the thing. It's a running bit that I'm an ignorant person. Like, no, that's your damage control after you get called out for shit. That wasn't the context of it. She interrupted James. It wasn't like a segment in the show. James is talking to Charlie. He's like, what's so funny? What's happening? She's like going off camera like, what is this? What is this? It wasn't a joke. Like, it wasn't a setup punchline. Like, here's.
Well, they were trying to, okay, whatever. They were trying to surprise her. That's my take. But here's how you responded to the video you didn't even watch.
I throw up a lot. I throw up at the smell,
101. Just apologize. Like, if people are angry at you, if you're at that level and you have all these fans, like, everyone hates me. I don't have to apologize if I don't want to, but I do. But, like, at that level, just apologize.
Well, you're right. You're absolutely, that's the way to do it.
Snide, like, replying to people, and I'm like, what is this girl doing?
She's too young because it's always
No, 19 is not too young.
It is. Dude, when I was 19, I was a fucking idiot, trust me.
I was getting candles shoved up my ass when I was 19.
Yeah, I understand. That's not a mark of maturity necessarily.
But I was old enough to get candles shoved up my ass, then she's old enough to know this shit. It's just like the racist thing. She can't do an N-word in 2020.
If you're old enough to get a candle up your ass.
Yeah. You're old enough to know not to...
I don't think a candle up your ass necessarily indicates a level of maturity. Not that it doesn't. But
it wasn't a level of maturity, but legally I was able to take that.
You were able to take that candle. What was it, an earthy candle or like a thin candle?
Oh no, it was like a candlestick like holder. Like it was a holder. Yeah. My asshole got ripped. Honestly, I can't think of sex anymore. I had to get stitched up. It was really bad. I didn't do this. I'm not telling.
Was it a famous person?
No.
How much you get paid for that?
Only like a couple thousand, I think.
Oh, a couple? That's better than $5.
True.
Were they trying to hurt you? Was that what?
Yeah, probably. I was on drugs. I think he did have like a...
Oh my goodness, Trisha.
Yeah.
So it was pretty girthy.
He got like, yeah.
Like, what happened to the guy? You don't have to say what he has left.
He got called out like later on for...
So he met some good.
He did meet some test.
That's good. Who was it?
I can't tell you.
Alright, got to get
I'm
some
going to remember one day and just like say everything.
You have to.
Because you told me NDAs don't really count, right?
No, NDAs are bullshit.
So I guess if someone stuck a candle up my ass without my consent, I guess I could think about it.
Exactly. He's committing a crime against you. He can't make you consent against concealing what's potentially a sexual assault.
Even if I was a hooker and I was like, I'm down for whatever.
You can still rape a hooker, of course.
But I was like, oh, I'm down for anything.
Yeah.
Because that is consent, saying I'm down for anything, I guess, right?
But that doesn't mean that he can commit an illegal act on you. It's like, hey, I'm down for everything. Okay, but saw your arm off. You know what I mean? That's still a crime.
Yeah.
When you say I'm down for anything, there's a reasonable expectation that it doesn't include killing. Right?
Well, I don't think it was going to kill me.
Well, that's what I mean. There's limits to what you're saying.
Sure.
Right. With the wrong pipe.
Is it your nerdiness coming out again?
No, I just went down the wrong pipe. Write that book, for real. It'll be #1 bestseller. Because there's so much juice that they're black. Let's go.
And you are 19, so you're a legal adult. Charlie's minor, so it's a little different. But she's saying in this clip that her team knows that she'll puke at anything, at the smell of anything. If that's the case, why set her up in this situation with a professional chef in a home getting a private meal cooked? Are they setting up her up for sabotage? Do they want to make her look bratty? Do they want to make it was just all a PR stunt just to get more?
Maybe they're just pranking her. It's not that complicated.
But also this is just like, this is a viral thing talking about, so I'm like, what do you guys think in the comments below? Let me know. Like, I'm not like accusing her or anything. To be honest, it's the best PR stunt. Like, if it was, because they did a picture with the chef like a couple days ago or whatever, so to be honest, I think it was like a bunch of people talking about them or whatever.
I don't think it was by design. I think they're trying to prank her and then they didn't anticipate the reaction.
No, it's not a prank. It's like a series where they have like a famous person over for dinner. Even the best part is when they thought they were going to get like a celebrity to have dinner with them, and James Charles walks in and their faces are like, oh. They were so disappointed.
That's awesome. Oh, is that why he was there?
Yeah, because he did the series, like dinner with the... Can I be honest? You can maybe let me have dinner with them on the next episode.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I'll go on it.
Yeah, I think you burned that bridge.
You think? My smell check from Impulsive was like, don't burn bridges. You never know who you have to swim by on the way down or something like that. And I was like,
an idiot.
Why is it so cheesy? I was like, you know what? Like, I love burning bridges. Like, let the fucking fires light the way. You know what I mean?
No, wait, that's not let the body see the floor. What's that? Well, whatever.
Worse to her, because if they were going for comedic effects in the lifestyle, why not feed her Fear Factor style stuff like cow tongue or pig's heart or something to feed them? And Charlie's saying let's have dino nuggets instead with a pronounced chef in a private setting. Suspicious. Get a new team, girl.
Would you say get a new team?
Yeah, because I kept saying my team set it up and stuff like that. I'm like, we'll get a new team. But you look like
They thought it would be funny. They thought it would be funny, and it was. I mean, you know, and then
It missed the mark, but...
yeah, missed the mark for sure. I think they know.
So they should just say that. Like, hey, we missed the mark. We're sorry. It was toned up. Whatever.
Okay, so now this is when they go to war with you, and it starts with Charlie making this video saying Trisha's very
I am sometimes. Like, yeah,
definitely.
for sure.
All right, here we go. Here's Charlie.
I'm just gonna say, Trisha Paytas, like, this is not, sorry, just, you have been completely rude to me multiple times, saying that she doesn't have a personality, she can't dance, she's basic, like, you have your own problems, please don't bring it on mine.
Yes.
And that's all I have to say on that. Quite honestly, just, please stop talking about me.
I have to say,
Here's an hour-long episode about her.
I have to say, well, to recap.
It's a recap. And it is outdated.
Come on, we have to archive this. This is internet lore.
Yeah, this is like
I have to
a
say, you said the same thing to Keemstar.
What did I say?
You said, please stop talking to me. And you're like,
Yeah.
leave me alone.
I said about Gabby Hanna too. Keep my name out of your mouth.
So, but that's what she's doing to you.
Okay, but
She's
it's
saying,
funny.
please leave me the fuck
Oh,
alone.
no, it's different because I texted Keemstar after she kept coming from me. Can you just like stop? If she privately DM me and says, hey, Charles, like, you're really affecting my mental health, you talk 1,000%. But she's like, keep your name out of your mouth, which is what James Charles, Kylie Jenner, it's like, you're, like, people can talk about you. And also, can I just say, they are boring. They have a podcast that's 20 minutes long each week. It's like, really?
She's a 16-year-old girl. What the fuck did she have to say about anything?
Oh my god, but JoJo, see, wasn't that boring? I wasn't boring at 16. I was hella fun. I was a stripper at 16.
You
Like,
were
literally.
sucking, or what?
I was fucking it, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely was, but not for money.
Not for mine.
But at the same time, like, not everyone's gonna like you. What? I can't say that you're boring. You're boring.
You can say she's boring, yeah.
She still is. Like, they're just so, like, but whatever.
Just, please stop talking about me. I'm just, you're not a very nice person. Sorry.
I don't know you.
Well, and you're not been nice to her. She's right about that.
First of all, I couldn't care less. Like, I couldn't care less. Like, honestly, couldn't care less. It was a viral thing. I'm a little like, that's what I do. I like just react. Like, it's not like I was like attacking.
Yeah. I
Don't think I'm not a nice person. I'm a very nice person. I am just
Except
like,
when you're not.
no, I'm just like a little, but like, I can comment on things.
I think in her mind, I'm trying to play it on her side here because I do think like she's 16, she's not very mature, and she's really hurt because people are dogpiling, people are unfollowing her on TikTok, and she's it's a lot to process, and so she sees you as the avatar of this whole movie, and she said, fuck you.
Right, for sure. And can I say, I don't know if you have these TikToks, but after that, and I went on live too to say this, and I was like, you know what, she is a 16 girl, like, and for me, I like played into it, I bought into it, I was like, you know what, it is a whole lot for a 16-year-old, like, I probably would fucking be like, oh my god, like, I was on the defense my whole life until like 30, up until now, actually, and so I said to her, I literally apologized, I was like, girl, I am sorry, like, what hurt your feelings, I did, this was before James Charles, that dumb little prick chimed in, but then this girl was like, oh shit, she's like really going through it, I'm so sorry, because maybe she like watched my videos, maybe she was like a fan, and she was like sad that I just said that, and I totally get it, so I apologized, until James motherfucking Charles
Okay,
did
so
it.
here we go. Now James Charles shows up. Oh wait, you apologize first. Should I watch this? You apologize to her.
Yeah, watch that, please.
Okay, so Trisha now apologizes.
I have thoughts to Charlie. Charlie, you are a minor. I sincerely apologize for hurting your feelings in any capacity at that age. I know it can feel like the worst thing in the world. What you're going through now, you feel like the whole world is crashing down on you, but you still have a chance to have a really amazing career. What you did in the actual video wasn't that horrible. You weren't being hateful or spiteful. You were being a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
It was bad behavior. It was bad behavior. I know you realize that now. You show true remorse.
Not bad.
And I think that's great growth. And for my part, I sincerely apologize for hurting your feelings or offending you in any capacity. Not my intention. I cannot imagine being 16 with the amount of eyes you have on you. I hope that you continue to grow. And I hope that you know that you are so worthy of life, and you are so worthy of love, and you are so worthy of what you had. Like I said, what you did was very minor. People just wanted you to take accountability. You did. And for my part, I'm sorry. Okay, so yeah, she gets on and says, I'm so sorry. I suppose Dixie, like, fuck you, bitches. My parents are great, whatever. So to me, I was like, you know what? She's like, for 16 being mature, and I was like, this is whatever.
I thought her response was much sweeter than her sister.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So then I was like, fuck. And then, like, I know when I was 16, like, if I someone I like, you on the internet, like, fucking call me out or whatever, I'd be like, shit, yeah, that really doesn't feel good. So I'm
Okay,
like,
cool. You apologize. You're like, it's done. But then all of a sudden, hi, sister! Sister Snatch!
The guy complex on the internet is a
James
King. Like, I've actually never, like, been so grossed out by someone's ugliness, so on the inside so much.
Hi, sisters! Well, you know, I'm no friend of James Charles. I was cool with James, but after I talked to him in the DMs, I was like, this motherfucker is hi, sister!
James is, like, super talented at makeup. Like,
why does he go down the role of like the path of like Star being like a troll and an asshole? Like, why is he like?
I don't think he's a troll. I think he's like a, well, again, I can't diagnose it, but he's got, you know, a big ego, and he's very
victim complex.
Yeah, he's very
never wants to
defensive.
apologize. Like, even being called out for like racist stuff he's done, he's still not apologizing.
All right, let's read the tweet. This Charlie situation does not sit right with me. Is that good or?
Yeah, that's good. Sorry.
100 million followers in 1 year, and he's got kind of a deep voice too. It's like 100 million followers in 1 year, and y'all expect her to know how to be a perfect role model?
Especially because she's a big eater, made a joke about a milestone. Drake was years old, drinking half their age. Feels familiar.
Oh, because he's saying he's been through it.
Yeah, because Tati was friends with him. Which, by the way, I don't know these people.
Yeah, it's not
I don't
good.
have friendships. Like, the fact that your parents let you hang out with Tati when you were a teenager, that's not something about your parents, and I'm sorry you were the victim of that, but at the same time, now you're a victim.
So
Like,
I feel like his tweet was fine. I feel like these are all good points to make that I agree with. But the feels familiar part is like, okay,
no,
so
hey, victim.
yeah, I agree with that.
Perpetual
Yeah.
victim.
Feels familiar. Sister Snatch.
Ugh.
Death threats. I mean, yeah.
It's like, but that's also what people say when they want to try and cop out of something. Like, I used to say, I'm kidding, death threats. It's like, that's not
Everybody
cool.
gets death threats. That's funny you say that. It is, because everybody gets death threats.
It's those little fairies that are like, hang yourself, like, whatever.
It's also like an 11-year-old that says an email that's like, I fucking gotta kill you.
Yeah, and someone's like taking pictures of your house, and like, what, that's like
Yeah.
one thing, but like, to take 9-year-olds are gonna kill you. Like, that's the internet now. It's,
Okay, so Sister Snatch, and then you respond to James, which of course you have to, because fuck James Charles, am I right?
oh, hashtag back, because our favorite.
Okay, you buried it, you apologized, and now James got to insert himself into the drama and make it all about James Charles.
That's what I fucking can't do.
Let's
And we're
go.
not diagnosing him, but that's what a narcissist does.
Without diagnosing this narcissist.
Who would insert herself into drama after she's apologized, I apologize, people are getting over it? But no, this is ultimate deflection, narcissist. Oh, James. That's why I kind of feel like he had something to do with her calling me out, because she called me out the same way James did, which is like, keep my name out of your mouth. And that's what I was like, what the fuck? And now James is like, here's my chance to jump in.
Here we go.
Forever victims. James Charles subtweeted this about me, 30-plus-year-old drinking someone half their age. Hey, you young kids and kittens, the reason why you're so rich is because people talk about you. I'm allowed to comment on people I've never even met before. I wasn't a 30-year-old being friends with you, James, underage. You are also 21 years old, friends with an underage minor. Tati took advantage of you by being friends with you. You're doing that with Charlie. I haven't been friends with you. I haven't been friends with Charlie. I have not friends with a minor. I'm simply someone on social media giving comments just because you don't like me, James.
By the way, this whole relationship he has with her, like, being a mentor is nice and good, but like when he's having her like promote his merch and stuff,
Yeah.
then it feels a little parasitic.
It's the same way Taki was using him and he's using her, and
That's really
Say
interesting.
it.
I think you're right. I mean, don't put her in your merch campaign.
right. It's gross. It's gross. I would never, like, my merch coming out, not to plug it, but I would never be like, Shane, wear this. You know, like, if they do
Hi,
it,
Charlie.
look,
Yeah, exactly.
you don't put them in
Charlie, I want you to wear my merch.
Yeah, it's so
I've
gross.
done so much for you.
I'm your mentor.
I'm your mentor. You wouldn't be anything without
Oh,
me.
God. Ew. What? The fact that he called himself her mentor.
Charlie also came after me because those words were exactly the words that came out of your mouth. Keep my name out
How
of
can
your mouth.
someone who needs a mentor be a mentor? I don't know.
You're gonna mentor James? You should mentor him.
I've got too many. I've got a son. I don't need a disciple. James, would you like to be my disciple?
Oh.
I'm gonna keep talking about you as long as you're on social media. You are open for criticism. There's no hate. There's no bullying. There's no foul misconduct, except for you being friends with a 16-year-old girl.
Okay. So hold on. Now, Trisha, before you comment, we've pointed this out, and I just have to, in the sake of fairness, you have made a bunch of videos
Okay, yeah,
with
for sure.
JoJo.
Not a bunch. One day.
Oh, this was all in one day.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the deal?
Okay. I will tell you, and I said this on TikTok, and I'll say it right now. When I collabed with JoJo, her parents weren't home, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I felt so
That's
weird,
so weird.
immediately. I was like, and it felt weird. It felt weird. So then we did collabs. David and Jason came over. Her parents still weren't home. Like, it felt weird from the beginning. It feels
What
freaking weird.
Fuck is up with their family? Wait, so
Right.
not only you, but David and Jason were there, and their parents were there.
What? And it was weird. So, okay.
They weren't even at home.
Huh?
They weren't even there, like in the
house?
No. And it felt so weird, and I get like, so, no, it does. And here, look, can I also just say, and I'll finish the story of the JoJo. Like, I had issues when I was a kid, obviously, with adults, young adults, that, like, fucked me up, you know, it molested me, and not just straight guys, okay, and whatever. So, and not just males. So, I have a really deep-rooted sense of, like, trauma from this, and 98% of adults probably aren't doing weird shit.
You
Like,
don't need to quantify that. You just leave your young daughter alone with 3 adults.
Of course. Okay, but I want people to know why I'm so adamant about this, because it fucked me up in such a way that, like, I can't even explain. So it felt weird, and right away. But anyway, so fast forward to New Year's Eve. I'm dating Jason. She invites us to go to New Year's Eve with her, and I did a whole video about this of why I was alone on New Year's Eve. I told Jason I don't feel comfortable like going to a New Year's Eve Queen tribute band with a minor. Like, I just don't. Even if he has kids or whatever, like, I didn't feel comfortable, so I didn't go. And I said that in my New Year's Eve video. Look it up in 2019 why I was alone on New Year's Eve with the video up. And I just never felt comfortable with it, so I did it, and it felt so weird. And I think at the time, especially during this time, I was just like, oh, you know, same thing, getting followers and stuff, and you don't think it's a big deal until you're in it. And then I was like, this is
So
normal.
why can't you give James the benefit of the doubt? Because you did that.
I did it once. He's like best friends hanging out with this girl multiple times. This is actually alone. And to me, and like I said, chances are there's nothing like that happening, but it's inappropriate. It's like, to me, hanging out with being best friends, what is it? The mentor, or even have a video, like let's say we have like a minor on our podcast or whatever, and their parents are here, whatever. But to hang out with them consistently, either whether it's using them for abuse or whatever, it's just gross to me. 21.
And she's 16? Wow, that's a pretty big age gap.
It's a very big age gap, especially because she just turned 16, and you're not developed at that age. You're just not mentally there. You're gonna listen. Of course, she's already corrupted. He tweeted her like, "Hi, best friend," and she's like, "Hi, best friend." There's this weird manipulation going on there, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I think it's inappropriate.
So I was gonna say, well, maybe he's friends with his sister.
That's what he's saying. I'm friends with the family.
But hold on, because if you go to the classroom drop, your sister's not in the photo drop. It's just Charlie, and she's front and center.
Front and center.
She's like the main focus of the photo shoot with them. They're best friends.
It's so gross, that like whole thing.
She was 16 at the time.
Yep.
Freak.
It is. There's just no reason for that. It's just not. It's inappropriate.
Okay, a little bit hypocritical here, but I make a decent point.
Oh, I'm not. Can I just always say, I've never, even with the N-word, I've never wanted to be like, I'm so much better than them. Like, I have thought I did,
I think first of all, you did a collab with her. James is like, hey, they're like using this girl as about merch and like with her all the time.
It makes me, to this day, it makes me still so uncomfortable and stuff. And so I never wanted to be like, I'm so much better than them. Like,
why did you stay at her house when her parents were there? It was so hot.
At the time, I didn't know. Oh, bless you. So her mom, let me correct this. Her mom actually was there when I came in. She was bedazzling stuff, and I was pulling stuff out. So we were like doing, and then I think she just left or something. Like that's how it was. And yeah, it's weird. It was so weird, and like I'll be an advocate. I've talked about it before why I don't like hang out with her anymore and stuff. And I think it's extremely like, you know, I mean other adults hang out with her and stuff. I just think it's weird. And it's also not good for the child. That's why child stars get fucked up, right? They're hanging around all these adults.
Time to switch to Spectrum Mobile, the nation's fastest growing mobile provider. Now, when you buy a Spectrum Mobile unlimited line for just $29.99, you get another unlimited line free for 12 months. Switch to Spectrum Mobile.
And it's like, there's something that's fucking them up, whether it's like they're growing up too fast, I don't know.
There's a lot, yeah, there's plenty that could fuck them up. So James responds to you, let's fucking get into
that James Charles is the victim in every single situation.
I didn't want to respond.
You ready? I want to play, wait, you know what, I have a funny idea. I'm going to play this in slow motion. I'm going to turn the speed down on YouTube.
I didn't know you could do that, that's so cool.
Let's see, playback speed, let's do 75%.
I didn't want to respond to this because I didn't want to give
It's normal. It's on slow motion right now.
That's so weird.
interest in the attention that she's clearly craving. However, I've now been accused of being a child groomer, and this is not an accusation.
Look at that groomer. Don't say it. Grooming is so different. So different.
What do you
Like,
think, groomer?
this whole thing is just so many mistruths, which is what fired me up more than anything. I'm like, don't lie on me. Like, there's so much
You didn't say groomer? Because it's crazy.
I said groomer. Grooming is also very discriminatory. Like, even, like, regardless, like, whatever, like, grooming is such a whole other thing. That's like
bringing someone up to be like Onision does, like the 17-year-old.
Yeah, no, wait, hold on. Maybe, did she call him a groomer? Because I want to make that clear. I don't recall her calling him.
Yeah, okay. That never happened. I would actually, I don't know, maybe, but...
Maybe groomers in your head, James.
Yeah, the voices in his head. No, that's like, that is a subconscious thing. I was like, what the? What? Like, you're groomed, like...
Yeah, grooming indicates you're prepping them for a leg.
Yeah, to be your little show pony.
To take a candle.
Okay, not bad. To be like a little show pony in your sister's campaign.
Okay, here we go.
I'm gonna take lightly. To insinuate that the relationship between Charlie and I is anything other than just a friendship is absolutely disgusting. I don't need Charlie, and Charlie does not need me.
You most definitely need her.
I'm representative of the school.
She doesn't need me. I'm just like...
She definitely doesn't need you, that's for
You
sure.
definitely need her, James.
Yeah, I mean, you used her the first chance you could to put her in the front row
That's
center.
when we got like a second win. Like people were over James, even the talking thing, whatever bullshit. I don't like her either. But like people were kind of over him anyways. And then he got this resurgence with this TikToker, and he's like fucked in the blood of these young underage.
By the way, he's in his sister room.
With the blue eyeshadow.
I'm really impressed with the Million family as a whole. Very, very
Why weren't any of them in your school? Shoot.
Right. It sounds very familiar. Tati also saying she was friends with his whole family, that his parents were over for dinner. It's very...
Why aren't they ever in your TikTok and bullshit?
Very great news. I wanted to be a friend and a mentor in any way that I possibly could. And Charlie and I, despite not being the same age, had one thing in common, which is coming to the spotlight at a very, very young age. This is something that Trisha has never experienced because the only reason she is in the spotlight is because she has said racist things. She said the N-word, she's done blackface, she offended the trans community, she offended the DID community. She said Hitler wasn't that bad of a guy and voted for Trump.
Wait, what did you say about Hitler?
You said Hitler wasn't that bad of a guy.
From this show?
No, I think that was from like me, but I have no idea. Maybe I said it in like a video. I have no idea. Like, because all I've been saying on this show is like, I'm really traumatized with what Hitler did. Like, now that I've like watched like 45 minutes of Schindler's List, I'm like, wow, he's really sucky. That's all I've been saying is how much I hate Hitler recently. I'm like,
what? Started to fight with about every single other creator on this platform.
That's my favorite excuse, when she has a fight with every single other creator on this platform. Like, I just talk about people. Like, what the fuck? It's not like I have an issue. Do you think I like?
I mean, no, you go through a lot of deep spots.
Do I wake up?
So does James.
Yeah, he's a lot
No
different.
position to be talking about me and my career, so I highly recommend that you stop starting fights with people that are half your age, pack it up, and work on holding yourself and your best friends around you because they and you are the problem.
Okay, well, we're saying James handed you. He really did something. He did something there. That
By the way, just remind this stuff when I play back on full speed now. Watch this just so you can get a sense for how fast he's going.
Say lightly. To insinuate that the relationship between Charlie and I is anything other than just a friendship is absolutely disgusting. I don't need Charlie, and Charlie does not need me. I'm here
I mean, look, he's like, basically, he's just being like, you know what, you're a bitch, fuck you.
for sure. But you know what? It made him look so... First of all, I'm trash on the internet. Like, this is why people... I think this is my thing, is getting canceled. Like, so for him to point out stuff from like 10 years ago, I was like, okay, cool. But now he just made himself look like an ass because now, what do you remember those tweets he did about like going to Africa and like worried to get Ebola? Did you see those? So there's a ton of racist tweets that came out about him, and his excuse, right? Did you see his apology about it? No, he didn't apologize. His excuse, he writes to the person like, hey,
Hold up, baby.
No, a few years ago, James was canceled for saying all Africa has is Ebola, and also making this racist comment that like they're going to Africa and he and his friends are going to get Ebola.
wait, you didn't watch the whole thing? Okay, she's gonna tell you. She's gonna tell you. She's explaining it right now.
Wait, I want to read the tweet. I shoot with the
Okay.
He says,
Wait, hold on.
if this girl came with the
I
receipt,
know.
I gotta hire her. No, you're fired, Amy. Okay, she said, wow, I really wanted a cute yellow minion sweatshirt for $10.
Oh,
No,
hi
they got my size,
Daniel.
stupid Indian
You're
yellow
obviously
warlock.
already gone.
I've never once. There's not one tweet of me saying dumb Asians don't know how to drive. Like what? Like,
Indian.
okay, anytime there's no malice, to bring up race in general, there's malice behind it, a stereotype or something. So it's so fucking crazy. Like if there's no matter how. Anyways, okay.
I agree.
Alright,
Okay,
I'm
what
not.
year is this from now?
He was 17. He said when he said he was. Okay.
I wish I was a chubby black woman who sang in a barbershop style a cappella group.
Okay, here's my take. To just put race into anything, there's some stereotype you're trying to project with that. Like, it doesn't need to be said now that doesn't need to be said, like, ever, but I'm like, you don't just say, like, oh, I wish I was a black woman or a black man, or it's just like a weird, there's some sort of motivation behind it. It is racist in my opinion. I don't think you should say that, like, okay, keep going.
Which is such a racist stereotype.
Posted this picture, shaving a black woman for her hairstyle, taking a picture of her in public and posting it on his feed to shame her.
What the hell? Wait, what was the photo? I saw you said, what the hell, this is not okay, but what was
It's
the
a
photo?
black woman with her hair done.
Oh,
It's her bun.
what's wrong with that? What the
It's
hell?
shaming. It's like,
Oh, so this is the worst. He took a random photo of someone in public and posted it to his Twitter feed.
Yeah.
That's insane. He said,
A black
what the
woman's
hell?
hairstyle.
This is not okay. Like, that is super fucking crazy to just call out some random person. I don't see what's wrong with her though. Just a bun.
yeah,
What's wrong with
I
that?
want to mock her. It's just like what people do at gyms.
Well, but I'm genuinely curious, what is he saying is not okay?
He's just, I guess he doesn't like it. He doesn't think it's attractive.
Is the bun, the fabric or something
But it's not, she looks like she has like baby hair extensions or something that don't blend right.
Come on.
That's okay, this is fine.
Okay.
Picture shaving a black woman for her hairstyle, taking a picture of her in public
Yeah,
and
that's
posting it on
mega
his feed
fucked
to
up.
shame her.
That's mega.
Called out.
Oh shit, sorry.
Pause it. I want to read the tweet.
Fuck, I'm trying to pause it. My fat finger keeps hitting it.
Okay, he said he's.
What is wrong with it? My fat fucking fingers.
He retweeted this.
Yeah.
Do you hate James Charles more than anyone?
I wouldn't say I hate him. I think if anyone deserves to be canceled off the internet, it definitely should be him. I don't believe that people can be canceled. You have to go away to be canceled, but he deserves to be canceled more than anybody.
Really? Wow.
Because this is the influence of like, it's not the generation his age, like 21 or even teenagers. It's like the 9 and 10 year olds who think this is like cool and they look up to him. It's like, oh, this is like not good. Okay.
Okay, so he quote tweeted somebody saying, some of us have chronic pain and other disabilities and have no other choice but to walk slow. If I walk fast, I'll collapse, and then you'll have to walk around a sobbing mess. He quote tweeted that and said this was the most annoying tweet of the century. Why?
And this was 2018, so he's 19. Like,
Why would you diss on this poor disabled person?
I have a disability. He's like, most annoying tweet. Okay, let's continue real quick.
That's not proof he's racist, though. He's just
It
an
ain't.
asshole.
Well, here's the thing. It's like, this is the thing. It's like consistent behavior. I said the N-word in a song 10 years ago, and he wants to call me out for that. Fine.
I agree, that's what I'm
But
saying. You
no.
shouldn't be calling anyone out for being racist for something small like singing, you know, that's like you saying the N-word when you're singing a song is something, let's face it, we've all done in private at one point in our time. So for him to call you out for that is like
Yeah.
super
It's
silly.
no, but then to be like this is insane. This is insane to me.
He also got in trouble for calling his Mexican friend a slave.
Oh, good call. Wait, let me read that headline.
Past the video, and he has the same pattern of
This
consistency.
stuff is all good. This is why you shouldn't call anyone out for being racist.
Of all people, James Charles, that would be like me calling out someone for like, oh, you're like, why? Like, first of all, I'm like never gonna
If
this.
you're a white guy, you might not want to call your Mexican friend your slave. What was? I'd love to know the context of that. Maybe, can you look that one up? Yeah, I'm on it.
And you know what's so great is he's now latched onto this new generation with TikTok. So the people who wouldn't have known about this, it's not being brought to light because if you're a dumbass trying to call me out thinking you really did something,
Right.
when in reality, and you know what? The worst part of this is how he's getting called out by so many like different ethnicities, like just whatever, it doesn't matter. He's getting called out, and instead of like again apologizing, like yeah, my N-word thing keeps getting brought up, and I like said sorry, I say that. He's like, I'll take accountability, but it wasn't under malice, but I was 17. It's like that's not accountability if you make excuses. The fact that he can't say I'm fucking sorry and go on TikTok the way he called me out and tell his people like, hey, this was some fucked up
he
shit.
should know if he really matured and is apologizing, whatever he knows, he
Yeah,
shouldn't call you.
apologize.
But I'm saying if he's like, oh, I was 17, he should know now not to call you out for doing something. But the picture he took of the black woman and making fun of her bun is fucked up on so many levels.
So many levels. So shame anybody. That's like there was
Yeah.
a guy at the gym took a picture of his fat.
That's exactly what that is.
And it's
Like she's not part of your life. You don't know her.
to put her on the internet, like that to me is so gross. But that just
Yeah.
shows like the ugliness in him just like seeps out, and all the stuff that he like I didn't know about any of this stuff. So as soon as I saw it, I'm like, this guy is actually disgusting, and this is why he's hated. Because I never understood it. Like I heard stuff from you, Shane Jeffrey, whatever, not me, and I was just like, okay, he sounds shitty. But then now, and I've never met him, to see all this, I'm like, he's an actual like.
Can I, you know, it's funny. Whenever we put out a new release on Teddy Fresh, the comments are always James, sneak peek of James Charles' next collection. Wait, is there more? You ended it.
Oh, there was like a couple seconds. I think she was just saying, I don't know, let's see.
I'm super interested.
So don't tell me that James and Trisha talked fast in the video and he has the same pattern of consistent racist behavior as Trisha did.
She's good. She's fucking.
Can I just say, not the same pattern, but consistent. Mine was not consistent
No,
racist
she's right.
behavior.
No, but she's right. That's what I'm gonna say. You guys are both racist in the same way. You're not
It's
really.
not consistent. He has like consistent things that say, you know.
Alright.
When I was on Celebrity Big Brother,
I don't think.
the big thing in the UK is racism. They don't let you on that show if you're like a little bit racist. So they do like in-depth like research to see if you were like racist at any point. And they like let me on Celebrity Big Brother where they kick people off for being racist. Like I'm not. It's not consistent. I
So your evidence that you're not racist is that you were on Big Brother.
There's no consistent pattern of me ever saying that. Do you know?
I don't think you're racist. I don't think he's necessarily
He
racist.
starts like dancing to the N-word.
I'm getting to that, but yeah.
Are we though? Because I feel like Dan's gonna cut us off, guys.
No. We're covering all this shit. We warned everyone. This is gonna be a 10-hour episode.
I love that.
We're here for the terrorists.
I can't see like I keep having some that's just like crap right now.
Okay, so.
You can see like so worked up. Like it just makes me so mad. The hypocrisy. It's
So
like,
James responds to you, and then you respond to James. Here we are. And this is a wild fucking
They
ride.
wanted to call me out for skeletons in my closet 10 years ago, which are how it's not a secret. I've apologized numerous times. I'll apologize again. I shouldn't have said the N-word. No, James accused me of being also a Trump supporter among other false allegations, saying that I voted for Trump was his specific words. I'm a registered
When did he say
independent,
that?
and
it is in the thing. She voted for Trump. Like in that
Oh, really? He was talking so fast I missed it.
Never voted for Trump.
Biden this year. When I talked about Trump years ago, I never even voted. Now, why is that not okay? I think have your political beliefs on open, whatever you want to do, but Dixie's dad is a literal politician.
To me, it was the ultimate slam dunk. Because her dad is a MAGA guy.
And then he's like, I think they're best friends with the family. So what the
Yeah,
fuck?
I mean, like, dude, your best friend apparently is MAGA, and you're calling Trisha that's a point against her that you voted for Trump.
You're bashing me by saying I'm a Trump supporter.
Yeah, this was one of these.
You're cool being friends with the family.
Sometimes I hit, sometimes I miss. You know, I throw it all out there.
And again, I'm not saying anything about the family. It's mostly a comment about James being a fucking dumbass.
I think their parents absolutely suck for like with this right now, but like, anyways, can't keep fine.
Well, they're definitely riding the gravy train.
Oh, for sure.
They're like, oh.
Did you see the reaction too? He's like, Dixie is dramatic. Like, they're like playing off their reactions of it all. I'm like, your kids don't seem like they're in crisis online, but you're gonna like make it a joke. It's so weird. I'd be like, you know what? Let's like chill on the internet. It's like
Trisha responded. Okay, so you responded to James. Again, Jeffree Star gets involved. I was confused. I felt like Jeffree Star was. I feel like called out by Jeffree Star a little bit.
me or James?
Me. What?
Oh.
Because isn't he? Okay, let's watch.
Yeah.
I guess yesterday there was a bunch of drama with other people not involving me, but people still want to mention my name. First of all, I have no idea what happened. I don't get
What in the fuck is this filter, bro? Can you not, like, what the shit? Like, holy God, dude, you gotta chill out.
I love this. He goes, I don't give a fuck, but also let me talk about it.
busy worrying about myself, my family, and I don't care. I don't entertain it. So if you were friends with me and you're not anymore, keep my name out of your mouth.
Jesus. Also, the aggression. No, it is very scary because as someone who always was like a hothead, I've like grown out of my aggressiveness. I feel like the way I like react to James, I used to like go off and be like, you stupid.
No, like James Star. Jeffree Star is the type of dude to hire an assassin.
1,000%. Like the aggression.
So wait, who was he talking to?
So that's the thing. So Del Pedro said James Charles, but my theory, you think it's you, I think it's me.
I think he was talking about. Yeah, I think he was talking about you and me.
Because he was saying if you were friends and we're not anymore, keep my name. Because
someone said, well, maybe it was James who said, and be responsible for the people around you.
But I think that he said you're friends, but I thought he was referring to Shane and you because you guys have whatever issue, whatever. And so, because
I don't like him.
Right.
I don't even know him, but I never did.
And so I think he was referring because people during this like heat or whatever, they love to throw like, well, you're friends with Shane or whatever.
Do you think I'm on Jeffree's hit list?
I don't think so. I think
No, he doesn't like me. There's no way.
I don't think it's an issue.
You think he has a hit list?
I don't think he has a hit
Who's on his hit list? If he had a hit
like metaphorically speaking.
Sure. The list on his fridge that says kill these people.
Probably Jane. No, not kill. I'm just saying like metaphorically historical list of people he doesn't like in his head. I don't know this, but I would just say probably like James, Tati, Manny, Laura.
Oh my god, he's ready to take them all out.
I mean, but don't y'all have a metaphorical like list in our head of people we don't really
Want to kill? No. This is a Bible. This is actually longer winded than I thought. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is like literally like, you know, in the beginning of the Bible, it's like, Trisha begat Charles, and Charles begat Jeffrey, and Jeffrey begat Dixie. It's like, oh shit.
my god, this is what we should have started with because now it's like, this is the juicy part. Like that you said, the snail thing at the beginning, we spent so much time on it.
Well, that was the whole Genesis. That was the Garden of Eden. I mean, what the fuck? In the beginning, God said, let there be light, and Dixie said, let there be bulimia.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Trigger warning.
Trigger warning. So Jeffrey gets involved, then Trisha calls out Charlie's parents and James Charles, the chapters go on.
Charlie called.
I love, by the way, this microphone thing everyone does on TikTok with their headphones. It's so fun. I don't even need the microphone because my house is so quiet. But I like to use it for effect.
That's when you know shit's real on TikTok.
That's what people do. It's not effect like, hey guys.
Really is a minor, so I'm going to try and just handle this with literal kid gloves because she is a child and I understand that. It's concerning how her parents raised her and that she's hanging out with James Charles because now she has adopted James Charles' mentality.
Get your ear again
before we go to bed. To stop talking about her and that she would be rude.
She was
Now,
kind of
that
sweet about it.
when she's literally the most followed person on social media. That's what she signed up for. And I haven't been rude. I've given constructive criticism as far as this situation goes because I really do feel for her and I do think it is her parents' poor raising that gave them the manners that they have. And she
Because they were like assholes to their parents. You have to watch the whole Center. Dutch Rose did a great one. Like, it wasn't just this clip. Like, they were so...
I feel like this
the
video
mom
is
was
a bit
literally
much.
like, huh?
I feel like this video is a bit much. You're like trying to like make this big point about her whole family. It's not that serious.
I never said it was. I mean, I got that. I got it in the creator fund. I got bills to pay, you know?
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's serious.
Dude, how much did you?
This is my adamant.
Build it on the creator
Held
fund. Are you comfortable sharing?
No, what does it do with your money thing?
I'm just asking. I'm not pressuring you, but I'm sure you were crushing it. Like, holy god.
Rushing it.
I loved it.
I had 250 million views that day.
Oh, that TikTok is crazy.
That's like the population of the country.
250 million views in one day.
Yeah.
So you were just like, man, I don't care if everyone hates me. But can I peek at your earnings? I won't say it. I promise.
Oh, the earnings is not comparable to views. The ratio of money per views on there.
So
like,
how much of these videos was motivated by wanting views, and how much was motivated by actually being outraged?
The outrage didn't kick in until like James came in.
And then you're like,
this was before James. That video you just showed was also before James. So I was like, okay, like let me explain myself because it blew up so big. Like Charlie just ended you. So I was like, okay, let me just try.
But were you kind of excited when James responded because you're like, views all day, let's go?
Oh, for sure. Even when Charlie mentioned me, I was like, well, what the?
Let's
like,
go.
I kind of like a fever dream. I was like, wow, 100 million follower girl is like calling me out. Like, oh my god, like this is the most relevant I've been in a while too. I love it. Like this is how I thrive.
So
It's like feeding the troll.
Kind of, exactly, dude. They fed the troll.
But like, and I'm not that person. Like, wow, I really.
I won't say anything.
Okay. So they're kind of behind. So this week. So that was the day, but then they.
Can I say how many views you got in the last 7 days? It's 400 million in the last 7 days. That is insane.
Okay, so the money wasn't driving. Everyone's like, wow, she's really killing. I mean, the money, like, compared to what I make on OnlyFans, is like nothing.
Wait,
I'll show you.
Hold on. As of today, you have 3.8 million. Your followers have been insane. Dude, how do I see how many followers you get every day?
I don't think you can. I think it's just you can see like a spike. My spike was up when everyone was trying to cancel Charlie and they came for me, and then it like went down.
Yeah, but it's still up a lot.
For sure. And then I'll show you what I made, but like, I mean, don't.
I won't say how.
But it's also, to me, this is literally nothing.
Click the button. Come on.
I promise you, it's like, okay, so there's.
That's really good. I mean,
That's it for 150 million views, you know. 250
well,
million.
yeah. Well, no, but I mean, it's good money. It's real money.
For sure.
Like the amount of money you made in the past month. That's like your lifetime earnings.
Yeah, but I only started monetizing when you did, which was mid-September.
That's good money.
Yeah.
Well, their CPM is like 2 cents per thousand
Yeah,
views, so
totally.
it's kind of insane.
Like people are, I don't think they're getting rich off of it.
Well, like people, yeah.
Oh
Not
yeah,
many people.
not like, but not me. Like to me, it's like if TikTok banned my account, I wouldn't be like, oh my god, my life's over. Like, you know.
That's really good money. I mean, it's money in the bank.
It's less than my transgender video that you called me out on.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, not one day. Yeah, you're right.
Well, not even a day.
Okay, so anyway, I feel like you Okay, so
I was getting so many views. Normally my TikToks get like 500,000 to 1 million. I was getting like 12 million on these responses. So I was like, well, damn. Let's go.
No wonder you make 50 videos.
Of course. I was like, this is amazing.
Dixie and Charles take no. Don't feed the troll.
They're the most subscribed person on TikTok. I was like so excited. I was like, awesome.
I was kind of surprised that Charlie called you out.
And you have your drink at Dunkin', girl. Like, I'm out of these vibrators. Like, girl, don't stoop to this level. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's like me, like, entertaining, like, celebs who talk about me. Or, like, Peter Mon or some drama channel that's, like, nobody knows. You know what I mean? Rich Lux. Oh, I like Rich Lux, but you know what I mean?
But your videos, I think...
You know that feeling of having to rewatch sessions that didn't get placed? I don't.
Cascade Platinum Plus. Double the known grease fighting power and double the scrubbing power for a no rewash clean and a captain ready shine. Upgrade to Cascade Platinum Plus. Dare to dish differently.
Your videos were getting a lot of views.
Yeah,
She was like,
I get it.
But okay, so this is when shit gets really weird. So the sister Dixie, who's 19, I think, so she made this video trying to diss Trisha, and it backfired big time. This was a really bad move by her. I think she's like, I'm on top of the world, I'm gonna bury this bitch. And she really fucked up. Here's what
Straight
happened.
from underground, a young nigga got a bag cause I'm brown. And not the other colors, so police think they have the authority to kill a majority.
She thought she did it. She goes, look at me, bitch.
So this is the soundbite from 10 years ago where you said the N-word and you're singing the song.
10 years ago, you can look it up.
And she's like, oh, I'm gonna dance to this. Which
2020, the year of Black Lives Matter. You know what? Can I just say, I don't hate the younger generation. I hate TikTokers right now because the younger generation in general is very woke. They got Biden into office. You know, they did the Black Lives Matter movement. Like, I think they're really woke, and like, I honestly do like learn from them. But like these influencers that are just so like holier than thou, like I'm superiority. It's like this is insane that this happened in 2020. I was like, are you so tone deaf?
I think she thought, but like the way that she like used that, like she used the N-word in that way to like try to. It's like yeah, we get. I mean, yeah, it was totally a low blow.
Okay, it's not a low blow. It's like retardation. Not to be mean. Like I don't know that. I'll get canceled for saying that.
Yeah,
like there is something a little off with her, right?
Wait, you just called her retarded.
I think there's something like maybe off with her because
Yeah, but that's an offensive word.
No, but I think there's an actual slowness there.
Yeah, but retarded is a derogatory word.
I think if you use a derogatory, but I'm saying like she's actually like slow.
No, but you don't say that word anymore. It's derogatory. No, I know, but I'm not trying to be politically correct.
Okay, I apologize.
But do you understand what the difference, Dan? I don't need you calling me out here.
Okay, here's the thing. I think she might be like off. I'm not saying that to be mean. I think she might be off because
you could call her slow, but if you use the R word, it's rude.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Please don't cancel
Well,
me.
it's just ironic that you're saying it when you're like, you can look, they're not the same.
No, it's totally not the same. She'll be like, and then she tags the creator of the dance she's doing, the Renegade, which is tag at the first place. They stole the dance. They're notorious for stealing dances. They stole this dance without crediting. It was a huge scandal last time. A black girl came up with this dance.
Hold on, calm down. AB, James Charles comments on this video. Where's all this shit?
And Tana, who screamed the hard R with you stupid fucking N-word to the black guy.
Dude, what?
And said, get her. How stupid. I cannot waiting for the downfall. This happens. We saw it from the beginning with the
Maybe I need the comments in that video.
The Maker Crew, the O12 boys, the Megcon boys, the Vlog Squad, they all have their moment and then they go down and crash.
Wait, Vlog Squad, they're huge.
No, all their reviews are down. Nobody cares about that name.
David's not posting.
Right, so all of them, the posse, the Vlog Squad, David is popping, whatever.
Yeah, David's popping.
90,000 views. Like, no one cares this shit. It's so free. It's so free. Go to Toddy Smith. Go to Scotty Sutton. Who are these people? Nobody cares anymore. And it's so fucking beautiful.
Oh my god, calm down.
No, because let me tell you, when there are shitty people getting the spotlight, like remember Megcon boys, Taylor Knipp, contact, of course you don't, because who the fuck are they?
I don't know who they are.
Do you remember like the Maker Crew, the people who started Maker? Yeah.
So that'll be
It's just like, I can't wait to see these people. Everyone makes fun of me for being 32 doing this. I would love to see people
Alright,
at
calm
32.
down.
You know what? Mitchell, what's his name?
Calm down.
Who are these people? Grace Halloween. Remember them? They were so cocky.
Grace
Tyler,
calm down.
Connor, Branta.
Wait,
Where are you
why are you
now?
laughing on tap dancing on their graves?
Oh, no, Grace was a fucking tepid
Oh my god. Wait, we can't say that word. You can't say the C word,
A
Dan.
fucking bitch, a
Remember to
fucking
say the C
dumbass,
word.
a fucking, those people, and the fact that they
Well, give us notes, I
for
guess.
her to talk down to me
back then being like, no one gives a shit.
Oh my god.
No one gives a shit. He canceled you. No one listens to your shitty podcast. Clickbaiting Dan Levy from Schitt's Creek who wasn't Dan Levy.
Trisha's doing a lap around the track right now.
And I can't wait for this to happen to the Lair Rays, to the Tanas, to the James Charles. I cannot wait for this to happen. I'm going to be Wendy Williams, still dated, nobody.
James Charles is way bigger than like Tyler Oaker.
I don't think so. No, Tyler was like on Ellen. He had a documentary about him. Like Tyler was big.
Stop caring about Tyler Oakley.
Because didn't you see his documentary Nervous? He didn't have the final edit on it, and it made he was an asshole to people. He literally like spilled juice, like cleaned it up.
What? Is that what ruined his career?
Oh yeah. What? He didn't have final edit, so the director did it. They made him look like he was fucking so mean. Nervous. Look it up.
Oh my goodness! I didn't see. I was that ever. What does nervous mean?
I have no idea. Like who the fuck knows? The same thing with like. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
5.5 stars. Yo, they fucked him over in the edit.
Fucked him over.
Okay, whatever. Who cares about Tyler Oakley?
Okay, yeah.
Who gives a fuck?
But like other people, like too. Like,
Okay, stop. No, wait, let me focus. You're like everywhere. I'm trying to fucking tell a story here, and we're talking about Tyler Oakley.
I know. He's my love.
AB, what was I waiting for? I want comments.
Comments? Well, she deleted the video, so I can't see all the comments, but I got on her apology. I sent in the Discord. You can see a lot of people are upset.
What are you looking for comments on?
On the video where she showed you saying the N-word, there was like James Charles and Tana.
Oh, I got that. I got it. Okay, so this is
This is perfect.
Yeah, this is. Thanks again to credit Death Noodles for just getting all the
Death Noodles is the man. I love him.
So on it. He screenshotted this, and I appreciate. So this was on Dixie's. Her dancing to the N-word in 2020.
Okay, so you've got people like James Charles says, get her. Tana Moji said, oh my god. She didn't say. She said, oh my god. She said something.
I guess he said get her.
Yeah,
I'm mixed up. But James Charles to say that, I was like,
yeah,
oh my God.
but yeah.
But Tana, to comment on this, Tana, be quiet.
She
like,
said, oh my god,
I was just like, OMG.
I think she should just kind of maybe.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Because you know what? When other people are in shit, I don't really like insert myself because like I'm problematic.
I'm sure you've done that.
What?
Insert yourself in drama?
Not like insert really.
Man, that sucks. That was back when Death Noodles was like. I'm glad he stopped the character because he hated doing it. But man, he just.
How about like the hard R and the N word in an aggressive way to black people, Tana? Dixie, I saw it. Dixie D'Amelio.
I just felt. I feel so bad about him losing everything, but I understand it. I was there. I went through it and saw it happening. I tried to help him. And I was a mod for 2 years, and then he just unmodded everyone automatically, and he's lost all of his followers. It fucking sucks. I feel really bad for him. I'm really glad that he's got his comedy club so he can still live out his dream. That makes me really happy for him.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Okay, also this is her first excuse, was like, I made my point so I deleted it, and then she was getting called out, and she was like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done it, but she was trying to make it like, I deleted it, so
But he could have been like in the Ethan sphere, but he chose to be out of it because everybody was making a real big deal out of his relationship with Ethan, and he didn't really have a real one. Like, he did host the Steamies with them, won one, but
bizarre, and it's so fucking weird, and like,
I mean, they didn't really know each other that well. They just met. I think that was the first time they met, actually. So I think he felt really weird about people trying to constantly lump him in with Ethan because he didn't know if Ethan wanted his problematic stuff to be part of him. His whatever, you know? His public persona. So I think he stopped like he didn't want anyone to talk about him and his relationship with Ethan. People were getting really weird about it, like asking him like personal stuff about Ethan and like personal questions about their relationship and stuff. It was really weird how obsessive people got over it. Which I understand, I'm family, but it made him uncomfortable.
Right now. Like, delete it. Look at this. Look how dumb it looks. My apologies to the Demelios. You did not say, well, you didn't say the N-word, but you didn't say it.
You didn't say it.
So, I guess that's...
Okay, so there we go. We have a retraction.
You weaponized it.
Oh, they didn't say it.
You weaponized racist and anti-black.
Charlie commented.
She did a song about police brutality towards black people in 2020. What are you doing?
Charlie apparently responded.
I wonder if that guy's ever gonna find out that she's not Peach.
Charlie and Dixie said the N-word. Charlie addressed the clip in her Instagram story. She clapped back on you.
To reiterate, last night Dixie danced to a sound using the N-word.
I didn't see this. No, I don't. I apologize. I don't think I'm a credible news source. I swear I didn't. I would have deleted it for sure.
This old lady here? What the fuck?
No one said
Why is she cleaning here? What the hell?
Come on, you can't use that as an excuse.
I apologize. What else can I do? I'm so sorry. I really am sorry.
Where did she?
And then delete it?
That's weird.
What's the point you're trying to make? You know, they're 10 times worse for doing it.
Where's the part where she responds?
I swear I didn't see another that would totally be like, yeah. I would have deleted it. It's like embarrassing.
Charlie addressed the clip on her Instagram story. Oh, here, this one. She said, if you would like to see a video of Dixie and I dancing with the actual sound, feel free to check it out. Well, you responded.
Oh, because I thought she was talking about this. Like, I swear I thought she was talking like, she bleeped out the N-word. I
would repost the video. So anyway, they're like, we didn't say it.
I literally thought it was that video. They thought she bleeped it out or something.
Okay, so you lost that one. You took the L on that one.
Oh, I'll take L for the lie. I'm the L.
Trisha, so Trisha tweeted, couldn't care less about Charlie and her racist link to his sister. Oh, let me open this. Man, we're getting to the end of this, guys. Couldn't care less about Charlie and a racist link to his sister. Hope they succeeded dancing or whatever they do. But James, he's a piece of shit. His parents should be ashamed. Never apologize. Always an excuse. He is always the victim. Impressive.
It's insane.
Are you impressed?
So impressed. How you can make everything about you. From the beginning about Charlie, he's like, so familiar with me.
His game a little bit. It sounds like.
I do. God, that's amazing. That he's still so successful. Like, well, okay, damn.
James is fine. I mean, this is getting really long drawn. It's fine. As a side note, James told the girl not to. Oh yeah, this was the one where it's. I mean.
But the fact that he can't apologize, you can't just say I'm taking accountability because it wasn't meant to apologize. You're a fucking asshole. You said a racist shit. Apologize for it.
This kind of unrelated, but like the next day, he told this girl don't have children, please. She said, which she said she doesn't want her boy her young son wearing a dress, which
The whole situation with Trish, and I thought, oh, okay, makes sense. He can defend himself. But then for you to turn around and do something very similar.
That's really weird that you want her son to wear a dress.
Very obnoxious. Now, I've seen
It's her kid. Leave her alone, weirdo.
And I've never once thought it was appropriate to harass you or wish some unkindness upon you for your lifestyle. It is crazy to me that there are literal child molesters out there, people who beat and starve their kids, and you all are so pressed because I say that it's not acceptable in my house for my son to wear a dress. And please continue to pay
Oh, when did they start doing two fires?
I mean, yeah, it's obviously a conservative viewpoint, but
Wait, what?
It's a gross comment. Sure. You don't have children.
Oh yeah, and no shit. There's one right underneath this bridge.
And racist. Sit down, James. Like.
So how long have we been going down? Like 10 hours? Oh my god. 2
hours?
This is our longest episode ever.
Oh my god.
And finally, because I don't want to talk about this anymore, Wendy Williams goes after Charlie. It's upsetting me to like it. I don't know, like
You're like a Pope right now.
Yeah, I just love Charlie. Wendy's a bitch. I hate her.
I love Wendy. Well, actually, I wish you would retire, and I'll take your spot.
Yes. I mean, who doesn't get backlash?
Exactly.
Everyone. I mean, hopefully it shows, that perhaps she should be a little more grateful. But no, you're not going to be grateful and collect those checks.
Wait, what did she say? She's been grateful and collect those checks?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't see any tears. I don't feel sorry.
I mean, it was definitely a big cry.
The backlash was warranted? Yes.
I don't think the backlash is warranted.
Okay, it's like how I started calling, like, making fun of animals' weight. That's like his gig, that's his thing. Like, that's her thing. What is she supposed to be nice and be like, you know, I feel sorry? That's her thing. You're just taking her so seriously. Like, fuck
There's
Wendy.
so much more shit here, but I'm kind of over it. Corinna said, imagine talking about 16. Harry said, good morning to everyone but Trisha.
Larry, stop having COVID parties, you dumb bitch.
The day after she called about oh, Liza, you were talking shit on Liza.
Listen, the D'Amelios, James Charles, you know, Tony Lopez is sexting minors.
Trisha makes you look stupid, that's pretty bad.
His predatory behavior, he's sexting minors. He said, I'm sorry, why are people focusing on this negative thing that happened? He admitted to it. He said, I'm sorry, he apologized for it, but that, in that case, apologies don't make sense. Like, it's insane to me.
There's honestly, I thought we'd be able to do this, but there's so much drama, Trisha. It's crazy. It's literally everybody.
Look, it was old news by the time I got here. I knew it. It's like, whatever. We didn't even have to talk about it. It was like not a big deal.
No, I wanted to talk about all of it.
I don't know, what is it?
Here's Ethan's final thoughts.
Oh, that's what this fail was from. Hell yeah!
I don't know, last time you had final
Is that the last one of the whole... What the fuck?
Last week, it kind of came for you guys.
I don't remember what my final thought was, but I'm sure it was really wise.
I don't think it was.
It was.
I think it was poorly.
Here's Ethan's final thoughts.
No, wait, what are
Girl, she
these?
seems sweet too, honestly, by any metric.
Oh, she definitely seems stuck up. So entitled. So spoiled, for sure. For sure. I mean, there's definitely...
Is this Ethan's final thoughts or Trisha's?
I believe it's called the Bride Podcast.
Well, you have your turn and I'll have my turn.
Damn, they're doing 3. Are they the wizards? No, what? They're doing 3, damn it.
I think, okay, you know what? I saw a lot of people making a good point about this situation. A lot of the young men influencers who are popular, like Bryce Hall, who the fuck that is, he gets in literal fights with these random people, and people get over that real quick. Where Charlie acts a little bit stubborn and stuck up in a video where she spits out gross food, and all of a sudden people are unsubbing for her. I mean, the poor girl is catching way more shit than she deserves. That being said, she's a public figure, and this kind of shit happens. It's part of the game. It's part of the. It's part of the media churn. Like she's.
So they're not gonna mirror it? Oh, it's the magnifying lens.
You want to get in on the action, want to get views, right?
What I do. That's what we do.
And you're and you're honest about it, which is good. But actually, I think you were honest about it. And I actually have to say, after reviewing everything, I think you were fair. And I think the problem came up when Dixie and James came out the woodworks with some bullshit.
Sabotaging Charlie. Charlie, I feel free, girl.
Yeah,
You gotta watch who's around you.
I absolved Charlie. I don't think Charlie did anything wrong. But Dixie and James crossed the line. And then they went to war with Trisha Paytas, who is Trisha Paytas is like how do I put this? She's like the
Okay, why couldn't I see these without the magnifying lens?
But they just fucking, they're gorillas.
These things are regular.
They don't play by the rules, and you just get stuck in the rice fields and the bogs and the jungle. And by the time you have so many casualties and you're sobering, you just want to go home, and nobody wins in the end.
Oh yeah, it's almost far.
You're North Vietnam. North Vietnam was the communist, right then? Yeah. So you're North Vietnam.
I'm single.
The Viet Cong, right? So you're the Viet.
There's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. It cleans so well, you can replace it.
Now I can read that book in a library.
Right. I'm a single 32-year-old infertile woman. I got nothing.
She's not infertile. I knew that was bullshit when she
My
said
final thoughts of this. You can come for me all you want. I've been canceled. People know that I've been a piece of shit in the past, and that's fine. But I just feel like don't come down to my level ever. I think that's the moral of this story.
I need a doctor
Down to
ever
Trisha
told her
Paytas'
she
level,
was
then you are
infertile.
also trash. Yeah, Vienna.
Damn.
You know, just all the people.
You're kind of overtly insulting yourself. I feel like you're deflecting.
I'm very self-aware that I'm hated and I'm okay with that. Like, I know I'm not a shit person, but I know I've done shit things for money. You know, I've definitely trolled for money.
Yeah.
I definitely have said, like, whatever, whatever, you know what I mean?
You really fucked Ethan
I
over
try to
for money.
retract the best I can, but, you know,
Over money.
won't forgive me, and that's fine. I think it's not funny.
You didn't do shit. You came up, showed up, talked shit, and then left.
You were all the time, and you just got such a
Blamed you for all your problems on the show, and you didn't actually work
You have to, no, because
to
that's
fix
skin,
the
and this
problems
is why I don't
on
like
the
it.
show.
Gloves, like handling kids with gloves. These people nowadays is like don't. And I kind of agree, like don't bully people at school. But I got bullied so hard that I didn't even talk to skin ever. That when people say shit, I'm like, no, that's good.
I think the longevity of the influencer has a lot to do with how they handle criticism. Because I think every influencer that rises to the top goes through a period where everybody turns on them.
Oh, yeah.
And it depends on how they get through that, their longevity. It happens to everybody. And it's very repetitive, but
I keep forgetting
very
that
hard.
thing.
And it's just awful. You feel awful. It's exhausting. So I think she's being tested for the first time. And it's very difficult.
And like, but some people do come back from it. I feel like local calling you back, but then you have like King Hyrule, who's like the hate and rape. Like,
Shane is going through it now. Yeah. Literally everybody. I've been through it a lot. And I'm like defeated. More beautiful than I ever was. No, I'm kidding. People hate me. They still hate me, but that's okay.
see, now you're being like deflecting yourself, so you're just like, oh yeah, people hate me, but I don't think they do.
A lot of people hate me.
A lot of people, people that's really in this world, like, it's just we're in the
It's hard. It's very difficult for people to handle people hating you that have never met you. It's like, oh, fuck.
But you gotta grow tough skin. If you're gonna be on the internet, people are not gonna like you.
We're over it.
Donnie Osmond is back in
Thought I
Vegas
could
next
pull
year.
that
He's
off.
solo. He's returning without
Why
Marie.
are you promoting Donnie Osmond?
So she can pull the other day.
What are you being paid to promote Donnie Osmond?
I go see him every year on my birthday, and this year I've loved Donnie Osmond since I was 13.
How old is he?
He's 62.
Is that your age? That would be super Anna Nicole Smith if you married him.
Oh, he's so hot. He never give him a blowjob on Arthur because he finds it disrespectful, so maybe he is my ideal son.
Disrespectful. There's no greater sign of respect than this whole world.
Maybe I'll marry Donnie Osmond, who knows? I go for the next religion, Mormonism. Bye, Jews.
Oh, you
I'm
slowly
Mormon.
become a Mormon. You're like, fuck, I'm Mormon, guys, hey.
I love him. JFK Jr. is
That's
not
about
so
how
like
she
him.
felt about Jews. She's not. She didn't
That
pay
was
a
just me. I wanted
rabbi
to
to
bring
be
up, but we
Jewish.
just
That's not
stick
true.
completely.
Wait, what the fuck did you say?
Yeah, it's a
I'm a
TikTok thing right
vegan.
now.
I don't
JFK
believe
Jr.
her.
still alive. Did you see it? Yeah.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, but he's.
What is JFK Jr. up to?
I don't think that this random dude is secretly JFK Jr. He didn't die in a plane crash, but he actually went underground to fight the deep state, and he's helping Donald Trump.
They love JFK Jr.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
That's weird that they love him.
And there's this dude who doesn't look anything like JFK Jr. that all these people think is him in like the sky.
And then he's just cruising around in all the
And he goes to all the Trump rallies. He's there. He's like,
oh, he's just
What's
surprised
up?
that nobody.
I swear to God, dude.
You gotta love that he's in on this conspiracy, but he goes to all the Trump rallies. Like, he's not playing it cool at all.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
He's definitely dead.
Yeah, super dead.
Super dead. And a lot of
I got it.
it's like, okay.
He wouldn't be MAGA.
Right, yeah.
One thing I'm sure about is JFK Jr. wouldn't be MAGA.
They're trying to make him do that, poor guy.
Just let him be, man.
Seriously. When I die, can people let me rest in peace? They're not going to, are they?
I don't care about people say when you're dead.
Because I do believe in resting in peace. What if I'm like literally turning in my grave when people are talking about me like shit? They're like, good, she's fucking dead, that bitch. I'm sure people are gonna say that.
People say that. But that's the life you live. You just what you came to terms with it.
And this is why I'm converting to Judaism, so I don't go to hell because they don't exist in Judaism. Hell does not exist. So
That is not. It's not like each religion is right and has their own. I don't think she wants that because Judaism, they just die and there's nothing. As far as I
You, so
know.
you leave the man, you leave the religion?
I think so. Is that how it works?
I think so, yeah. I think that's what it's all about.
Alright.
Okay, well, thanks everybody. I thought that you just saying it was a hell of a ride for sure.
Yeah, I feel like you get to the good part. You
What did I miss?
nailed
Talked
me.
about everything.
I know, but it was like the aftermath of all of it that came out. But that's okay.
What did I miss? We talked for 2
Dude,
hours.
what could I
I wish we
possibly
could talk longer.
be doing wrong?
This is the highlight of my week, to be honest.
What did I miss?
Well, we missed a lot because there was a lot more notes there.
Oh, you mean all this shit talking? Well, this stuff doesn't matter. It's just
I mean,
you beefing with random.
Yeah, but it does matter. Like, you're drinking out wearing a mask, it must sound right for
Alright, let's do it. You guys ready for another hour?
Wait, I promise. My neighbor is Dixie, Frank Hall, all these people. Our next meeting has to be with them. Did you see that?
I will do this if you let me blast through it.
all fucked
Because you make everything so... You already his wife.
Listen to that, it's fine. Just, hey, wear a mask, don't have parties. Fucking, that's it.
JFK Jr. is under a ground agent, stop being a pedophile.
How about not mentioning Trisha, then she'll go away. Like, if people stop feeding me, I'm
Just saying that Trisha's like Rumpelstiltskin.
I'm like Medusa. You bite my head off. Is that Medusa where she bite your head off and get more heads coming out of her?
What?
I'm Hydra.
You're the stone. You're the Hydra.
Yeah, because when people stop talking...
You're the Mia Kong.
What's that?
Oh my god, that's a really good analogy, Dan, don't you?
I'm a Hydra, bitch.
Yeah, you're the Mia Kong.
What's a Vietcong?
It's the North.
God.
North Vietnam.
Damn, you weren't even listening.
Should I go over there?
Nah, you wouldn't like it.
Is that where Kim Jong-un is?
No, that's
dude,
cool.
that's North Korea.
I'm friends with Dennis Rodman. We could go over together.
Really?
I want to talk
What?
to never aired.
Oh, that's pretty weird.
Yeah, I've seen relationship advice with Dennis Rodman this couple
And
times.
they never aired it? You must have bombed.
Well, I think it just got canceled, period. Like, they just never uploaded
Yeah, I
again.
don't think Dennis Rodman's that interesting of a conversationalist.
We weren't doing a conversation, we were giving relationship advice.
We ended.
Dennis Rodman, if you want to go to North Kong with me, I'm down. Whatever you just said.
Okay, guys. We'll see you
The
next week. Thanks for watching. Happy
Vietcong,
Thanksgiving,
North
right?
Vietnam.
Oh, yeah, we're can also acknowledge real quick that I am not problematic.
And
I
there
was
is no
saying a
North
pilgrim outfit, because I don't really sexy
Vietnam
pilgrim outfit, and I cannot wear it because I do not want to be problematic.
It's
This is
all
2020 year of
Vietnam.
being woke and not being
North and
racist. Remember, turkey are animals and they're not food.
Dixie would totally show up in a pilgrim outfit.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Amelia. What are you talking about? Why do we get up and walk away and I'm sitting here like a idiot? Bye.
Get you. Okay, so the hook shot doesn't work. Those work.
Now there's 85% more time in every power pod.
Hey everybody, welcome. Listen, we're here on a very special day. We've got Turtle. What was your name again? It's a Beetlejuice, or Beetlejuice. Say that 3 times fast. Beetlejuice.
No, I have to say it for you up here, Beetlejuice.
Okay, no, that's 2 times. You say it one more time. Come on, baby. I can help you out. Otherwise, I can't help you. Let's say 3 times.
Beetlejuice!
Oh,
That was me.
I can't do it. I'm not actually a
I
magic.
thought you were gonna go in.
Oh! And then he
God,
says, showtime.
miss
Oh my
that.
god, you've been in character for the past like 30 minutes, and
I'm
it's
a
like,
method actor.
I'm impressed. I really was like, I thought you would have been like a theater kid, and you said you were. I'm very impressed with your dedication. You're like really into this. I love it.
Well, thank you.
Sword should
So into it
work.
as me. I feel like I'm like
Bombs
overshadowed.
don't
I was like, wow, this
work.
person's really into it.
Right.
Thank you. I make it a really big deal. Top already. It's my birthday week, just so everyone knows.
Yeah, I think it's everyone who's immediately
Can I
turns
tell
on.
you, what used to be a similar experience, my birthday has always sucked. I've never had friends. Like, up until I was 25, I was going to Disneyland every year with my mom. It was just me and my mom. And I would cry every year at the end of my vlogs. Like, I wish I had a boyfriend, I wish I had friends, all stuff like that. So now that I, like, started getting money, I started throwing myself parties because I just didn't know what, like, depressing birthday is. So, like, that's why I make it a big deal. And it sucks. So you're good. So that's why I always tell people it's my birthday. I'm making a big deal of it because I've always had big deals.
Yeah, I wish you could hit him back at him, but... Well, you can, but it doesn't hurt.
Oh my god. Travel, don't get us canceled. You were doing Beetlejuice, like, iterations earlier. Like, oh, listen to your problem.
People even try to cancel Beetlejuice because they're trying to fuck a 13-year-old girl in the movie. Listen, I'll take whatever I can get, you know. I'll take a corpse, I'll take a lady, and I don't even get Viagra because my body's river-broken. My cock's always smart.
I don't even know the story, though, because when we were doing pictures...
Let me see which line. Can I take your By the way, Beetlejuice is such a creep.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't realize, because I had a huge crush on her when I was a kid. I didn't realize she was 13.
And I've only seen it one time.
I never thought of that when I was a kid, because she was the first person I had a crush on when I was a kid.
That's the ultimatum, so that he can, like, become, like, alive, like, can stay in the, like, real world he has. But she's, like, 14, so we're like, if he's, like,
When you be dead 1,000 years, what's age? Right?
Better than not better than Beetlejuice, but pretty equal as the Broadway show Beetlejuice. Like I saw that on Broadway. It was only on for like 5 months. I probably saw it 13 times on Broadway. And there's a song called Creepy Guy, and he like talks about how like he's creepy, but he like has to marry her and the whole child and everything.
Beetlejuice would be a good husband. Like
I don't think so. Pretty bad. I don't think so. I think he's a ghost. He's probably a ghost.
Yeah, arrows go right over him.
I just watched some clips and his voice just somehow it just like I feel like it's a natural tenor.
Yeah, it's like this meant to be. Right. Did you know like the title of the film, like he's actually only on screen for 17 minutes the whole movie?
Maybe that might work. Magic power once he's off the tree.
Now that's someone who's in a danger. No, compared to that, you know, like Johnny Depp is the same age as Ellen. I don't think that was Look at Michael Keaton, he's 15 years older, and he's
Well, you asked, do I want to be Uncle Fester or do I want to be Lester? I'm Beetlejuice. Somebody is casting Beetlejuice. I would like to, say, no, enough chit-chat. Let's see what's under the dress here. Come on, let me see. What's under here?
It's Fashion Nova, not that it's fun.
Oh, God. No, the main character is Donut. It's like black.
It's Fashion Nova bodysuit.
I know what you would like. Okay, yeah.
Oh my God. This is so weird.
So happy birthday.
Thank you. This is very exciting. I really, my husband got me like 10 flowers, bouquets of flowers this morning. It's not even my birthday, but it's like, I can sing birthday week.
Yeah, that's what me and Hilo do. Because one day it's like so sad, and because I'm so depressed with my birthday, because we don't do a thing, we do like a whole week.
Oh, you do too?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Where the other person has to do all the chores and stuff. That's what we do.
Really?
Yeah.
You guys don't do chores.
No, not anymore. But we used to.
What do you guys do?
We used to do.
That's cute. Oh, I love it. Yeah. Well, we have a lot of festivities this week.
I am so excited. We got frenemies. What do you call them?
Tumblers. I was so excited. This was per my request. And you're like, we don't really do it. I don't know. Maybe it's like the whole like why it's called Tumblr. But I love these. These are my favorite cups ever. I'm so excited.
So today on the show, we are going to be continuing trivia. And I have just some stuff to talk about. We're doing a Beetlejuice rain attack.
This is new. I like
Should we do that? Should we do it first? I mean, we might as well get out of the way before we waste too much.
No, okay. I like the idea, but I'm really bad at acting because I get so nervous and I feel stupid. I know that sounds weird.
The theater kid, you're the Mrs. Fun and dance.
No, but that's why I never got cast. I was always like a background actor because I really choke up like having to like be in front of someone. TikTok's fine because I'm by myself and I go in different rooms and I'm by myself. But if I have to be in front of, there's like a crew here.
It's
and so now I'm getting nervous. Like I wouldn't even do this in front of like Moses. I wouldn't even act. So I was like, now this is like I can't.
You don't want to do it? You don't want to try to do it?
I mean, I can try, but but you know what's worse is like when someone doesn't fully commit and that person's just there like laughing through this scene. That's
we're just having fun. Come on, baby.
But I feel like this is like your audition and I don't want to ruin it. I think it is. You do have a chance. You have a chance.
watching this Pikachu Part 2, I mean, I'm like his, you know, his cousin who's a little more PC because it is 2021, but not quite.
Wait, have you seen that TikTok trend where people are
God,
saying
it's
like,
2 years old already.
what like superheroes would look like if Tim Burton was like directed the movies of the superheroes? They did like Spider-Man, Superman, and then
Well, you know
they
he
did
cast Nicolas Cage to play Superman. He got the scrap.
Batman.
No, Superman. Nicolas Cage was supposed to play Superman in the Tim Burton film. Weird as shit.
Tim Burton
What?
was Superman?
Yeah, there's like footage. There's like footage of it, and they were getting ready to shoot. I don't know why they canceled it.
Really?
I gotta look that up.
Some test shots with him in the costume. So
The irony of all that is people are like, oh, this is Batman and Tim Burton directed it, but Tim Burton did direct 2 Batman, so that trend is stupid and TikTok needs to stop it because he already directed Batman with Michael Keaton, so.
Well, of course.
But people are making it seem like he hasn't done it.
Nicolas Cage as Superman.
Wait, that's not real.
I swear to God.
For
Here.
a Tim Burton movie.
Yeah. Here, I have a video of it. I'll play.
What?
But why did it get canned, Dan?
Oh, they're showing the video clip already.
Really?
Here's footage. I don't know. Here's footage. Just to prove to you that it's real.
I was looking it up.
Look at his. I'm sorry, but that ain't fucking Superman.
Aw, he loves Superman too.
I think this probably would have been interesting.
He named his son like Kal-El, I think.
Tim Burton named his son Kal-El.
Nicolas Cage.
Oh, Nick.
Yeah.
That's a little odd, Nick. I mean, come on.
He like loves
I mean, come on, Nick. I mean, there's lots of interest in the world of Superman. Out there.
I feel like the common one people like.
It's like in a hotel room or something.
Yeah, what? Oh, there is Tim Burton. Wow. I auditioned for a Tim Burton movie when I was 15.
What happened? No.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I was too old.
It would have been like a really good vertical soul.
I think I would have been a good Augustus Gloop. That's what I thought. Maybe they would do gender fluid Augustus Gloop. Where he falls into the chocolate.
Mommy, I'm hungry. I want chocolate.
That would be so cool to fall into a chocolate river. Oh, that'd be the best death ever. That's what I
That's one
want.
of my favorite movies ever.
Can we dress as Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? I Augustus Gloop. I want to be in like the. I want to dress like him.
Yeah, there's a theory that the kids die in that movie, and I think they might.
I have a dream where I keep having a dream where the archangel comes down to me and tells me where the last golden ticket is. And the therapist goes, stop playing and tell me where the ticket is now. Like they're sharing, the therapist believes his delusions.
I want to dress as Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Okay. Grandpa Joe's a bitch. I know that's like a meme, but the first time I watched that, I was like, this Grandpa Joe character is a fucking piece of shit. Like,
Yeah.
He's crippled, and then all of a sudden when something fun happens, he's like, oh motherfucker, I can walk again. It's like,
Yeah.
your 13-year-old son is working his hands to the bones, and your ass pretending to be sick in bed.
Grandson.
Upgrade your Google Fiber and pay one simple bill every month.
What about extra fees, like installation?
It's like, bitch, your
But it's a
13-year-old son is working his hands to the
musical.
bones, and your ass pretending to be sick in bed.
So come on.
SNL, Pete Davidson played him on
musical
SNL,
number.
and it was bad. Like he couldn't get out of bed, and then all of a sudden
It's
he like
funny.
won a trip to the Shock Factory. He's like, oh, it's a miracle.
Fucking Grandpa Joe, piece of shit.
There's I think Mick Canyon did a video on that. There's a animated video on that.
North Carolina. It was in Asheville, North Carolina. Was the audition from Illinois, and we drove 15 hours, and we were like really broke, and she really believed in me. And sorry, Mom, that I didn't get the role.
Oh, you got the role as Trisha Paytas, which is the love role of a lifetime.
Oh, thank you. I don't know if it's a role of a lifetime, but oh, thank you. I love that this says Trisha. It's like the Trisha show.
I know, it's
Every
like,
week.
Trisha! You every week, well.
Just Trisha.
Yeah, I'm here too. Calm down. My favorite day. So also, should we bring out the surprise? Oh, let's bring out the surprises.
Wait, really?
Bring the surprises, then we'll do the reenactment, and then we can get to them. Come on.
Like, I always want to surprise, but then I'm always like, I feel so bad. I feel like, you don't have to give me anything.
Okay, so here we come. We got the cake.
Dude, they were so nice to her. They treated her so well. I can't believe she fucked him over so bad. She quit right when the merch came out, and he lost all the money on the show. She made a shitload of money off of it. He lost everything.
Okay, and we got you a present, and I think you're really gonna love it. You open that up. I think it's really good.
Really?
Open it up and tell me what you think.
About presents that I give people because I feel like I don't give good gifts.
I think this one is gonna slap, but let's see.
Is anything that funny? Like,
No, No, I genuinely think it's a good present.
I love all presents, just FYI. You could get me like a straw
So
or like thank you.
Let's see. I do want some of this cake, by the way, no cap. Beetlejuice would just use his hand. Listen, baby, I haven't eaten in a minute. Did we do good?
Oh my god!
Tell them what it is. Tell them what it is.
Where did you get this? It's the collector's box. Okay, first of all, when HipDot came out with this, it sold out so quickly. Oh my, where did you get this though? Did you contact someone? I even contacted them. I'm like, can you just like, can I have
it is.
It's the My Chemical Romance by HipDot makeup collection, and it's the collector's box.
You don't have that, right?
No, and then it was that Hot Topic for me. Oh, this is
Right? Did we do it?
Thank you. This is a home run. Oh my god, with the brush too. You know, yeah, I've seen some of these on Poshmark, but I don't think they're real. This is so exciting.
That's the real one. Happy birthday, Tristan. We love you.
Dude, this is so sad.
Is this a promo? Did you have to like plug it show it?
I just want the audio.
No, I don't care if it is. I said I'm.
It's not a promo. I just don't want you opening it under the desk.
Oh my gosh. This is. I wonder if Gerard Way had anything to do with this, or they're just licensing. Either way, I love it.
Yeah, I mean, if they license it,
Yeah.
okay.
This is so cool. Oh my gosh. I love that you're a Gerard Way fan now because you found out he created Umbrella Academy, so now you like are like
Oh my
fans.
god.
You like flipped out.
I love that show. I was like, what the hell? This guy's so talented.
Yeah, he's so talented. Oh my god, thank you guys so much. This is really good. I still remember I was on a music video when this came out and I set an alarm for when it came out and like it sold out. It's like one of those things where like they just sell out in a minute. I don't understand.
Maybe you're Beetlejuice, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm the most that can make things happen. You're very welcome.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you guys. That's so fantastic. Oh my god.
So pathetic how she just walked out over bullshit. And then literally caused a rift in Ela's family. Although I blame that more on Moses than Trisha.
That's my number. Oh my god. Oh my god, the whole crew's here. Like, I feel like it's a party.
So she was born, she was right after my birthday.
Trivia, I mean, a lot of stuff's happening today.
So we were talking about your birthday party, or like it would just be like the age 3 people. I'm like, but that's like my birthday party too. It's just people like my hair or makeup artists, like people I see throughout the year.
Because my birthday's coming up, and you want to have a party? I was like, no.
Oh, it's actually on fire.
Oh, God.
I got it. Okay, guys, should I blow it out?
Yeah, you want to blow it out? Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead. Will you tell us what your wish is?
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Wait, how do we do the Hebrew one? How does it go? Tmeya.
Okay.
Oh, come on, you know that birthday song,
Okay, it's
Hebrew.
fine. Let me make a wish for real. Okay. So funny.
Dude, it looks so funny as Beetlejuice eating.
This is so cool. This is like my first work birthday. I've never had a birthday at work. Oh my god, this is so cool. Wow. Oh my god. Okay, I'm really impressed we got this for real.
Hey, we got matches, no math.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Wait, crazy.
Your picture, thank you. Oh, this is so cool. I think I got whacked from your room.
Okay, so let's do let's take a pause, and let's go do our scene, and then we'll come back and do the pod.
Tiny Beetlejuice on the roof of a building, wearing a silk dressing gown, looking like he just dragged himself out of bed. One of the horrid boys, he's nervous. Sunbathing in the corner, and Beetlejuice drapes a blanket over her. Lydia's face looks enormous in the sky.
Now listen, before we start, I just want to say green was really just setting like a green screen. I'm covered in green, but okay, let's do the scene. Okay, here we go. Okay, they're all dead. Dead scene.
Of course they're dead. They're ghosts.
No, I mean, they're gone. That goes with the most, babe. Listen, Cookie, I've been trapped in this burg for hundreds of years. All I want is to get out.
I want to get in.
You do? Over here? On my side?
I think so.
Well, yes, of course. It's great over here. You'll meet all the greats, James Dean,
Well, it can't be any worse than life over here.
That's right. I bet they treat you like scum, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh, well done. Oh, that was a great one. Listen, I can't help you from this side, but here's what we do. So, it's simple. You say my name 3 times. That's all it is, and I'll be yours. You just say my name 3 times, and I'll bring you over here. It's not.
I don't know what your name is.
That's a minor problem. There are rules. I can't tell you. But you know how to cross race?
Yes.
Of course you do. So,
2 words.
right.
First word.
Take that. First word. Okay.
Three syllables.
No, 2, dummy.
2. Your fingers are so small, I can't see them.
Excuse me, is that a baby hand joke? Because, listen, I get enough shit around here. You really gonna make baby joke hands and the script, too.
Oh my god. Alright.
Listen, first word. Look behind you, Big Mo. Oh, you better read the stage directions. Here, I'll read it.
Wait, what is
Lydia looks behind her. A great beetle, the size of a Volkswagen, is crouching. Its feathery antenna reach out towards her menacingly. Good girl, exactly. That's the first word. Excellent. You got that right.
Second word. Be careful.
Apprehensive, she jumps when a simple cartoon of orange juice materializes. Orange juice pours out into a glass.
Breakfast. Orange. Breakfast beetle. Beetle fruit. Fruit bat. Fruit battle. Volkswagen. Fruit wagon. You have a line. Oh, should I just go? Beetlejuice.
I don't know what
You had a line. You were supposed to say, good thing you're beautiful. I was waiting for that.
after you get, oh, good thing you're beautiful. Because you're dumb. Because you are dumb.
I don't think this is from the movie, is it? It's not. I am not. Beetlejuice?
That's it. No, right. You said my name.
Your name is Beetlejuice? Yeah, that's as bad as Julia Deeds.
This big one. This big one where I compliment Lydia that much better, okay? Spelled differently, but basically, you've said it twice. Now, all I need is one more time, okay? Excuse me, the woman's shot. Just flip that a little bit there. Say it one more time, and you'll be free.
You'll be free.
Time to improvise.
Okay, there's no script.
Say it.
What do we say?
Say my name one more time. Listen, I can't force you. I can't say it. You gotta say the name one more time.
Beetlejuice! You're supposed to go.
What do I do?
It's showtime.
It's showtime. I thought you did really good.
Well, one, it wasn't the.
That makes me want to watch the movie. I miss
I feel like
that.
we should have done like the Broadway version, like singing it, because they say it. He's like, how about a game of charades? Sure, let's play it. 3 words, second word, like.
We did it. You did good. I mean, well, should have.
Her and Jessica Alba were both in horror movies. Well, I don't know if Beetlejuice is necessarily a horror movie.
And all you gotta do is say my name 3 times. 3 times in a row.
What was the one Jessica Alba was in? Idle Hands?
Sorry, we fucked up your whole birthday.
She was gorgeous in that. I had a huge crush on her when I was a kid.
One thing went wrong. That's me now. Like, when it goes wrong, I'm like, I'm over it. I loved it though. It was great. That was fun.
I love my brother.
Winona Ryder, who played Lydia.
He had a cassette of
Probably more so for Winona
Ryder.
Ryder.
Play
Smashing Pumpkins, Today's the Best Day. You know that song? Today is the best day.
Oh, he just died, lead singer.
Today is the best day. The band? Day forever known. Smashing Pumpkins. I can't wait for tomorrow. What?
What's up with my fucking... Why is it on 5G? What's up with my fucking Wi-Fi? Like, that commercial came on and the Wi-Fi's out, and now it's like actually on. What the fuck? Oh, my Wi-Fi's off. God damn it. Is that why I got an update? Because I ran out of my... No, because it's still on 5G. Yeah, I did use it all. Cocksuckers. They should have a thing to tell you, like, hey, you're going out real fast. Are you sure you don't want to put your internet on? Fucking cocksuckers.
You know, let's just try it and see what happens.
Actually, yeah, it doesn't matter. It only putting 2 doesn't go faster.
Wait. Yeah! My man! That's what I'm talking about.
Finally, we found a...
Sometimes the numbers just speak for themselves. 1,200 calories, 130...
Dude, put my
Excitement soon turned into dread, as the first message we received from him was help. Researchers were over the moon when they finally found a cure for the virus that had turned thousands of people into zombies. Their joy only lasted a few days, as it became obvious that while cognitive function and consciousness could be fully restored, the treatment was useless when it comes to stopping decomposition.
Oh damn, so all the people just stayed up and they were dead.
The scientists simply answered, after finding out exactly what happens after death, we can tell you with absolute certainty, you do the same thing.
I like that background. Let's see background.
Sometimes the number...
So I asked the prop master, this brilliant prop guy named Jake Duckworth, get me meat that I can actually eat on stage. And he invented stage meat made out of watermelon with food coloring.
Alright, Jerry, I'm gonna try and make some. So I bought some watermelon slices and attempted to shape it into something that looked like a cut of meat. Then I grabbed some caramel coloring and mixed it with some water and brushed it on. Now you want to go a little thicker than you think, because it does soak in. Now once I got it covered in brown, it looked good, but I felt like something was missing, so I grabbed some black food coloring and started making char marks all around the edges. And I think that helped.
Dude.
Before I tried this, I was a little skeptical of how it would look in close-ups, but I think it
Dude.
was pretty good. It might be rare on the inside, but I think it's well done. It took some practice. I did this up a few times.
That's crazy good.
So I asked the prop master, this brilliant prop guy named Jake Duckworth, get me meat that I can actually eat on stage. And he invented stage meat made out of watermelon.
Are you vegetarian? Why couldn't you just eat actual meat? It's because of the food safety laws?
No, that's... We were at Hogwarts! No. That's Buckingham Palace. Hogwarts is fictional. Do you know that? It's important to me that you... I can't believe we're at Hogwarts! No, that's Buckingham Palace. Hogwarts is fictional. Do you know that? It's important to me that you... It's important to me that you know that. I can't believe we're at Hogwarts! No, that's Buckingham Palace. Hogwarts is fictional. Do you know that? It's important to me that you know that. I can't believe we're at Hogwarts! No.
Kanye West, Richie.
Oh,
dude. There's been a lot of speculation as to what happened to Kanye. Kanye West said one time, he says, if I disappear and come back, it's not me. You think Kanye West was cloned? Yeah. Bro, you see his head?
If I ever went anywhere, we know why. You understand what I'm saying?
He got taller, his ears changed, his eyes changed, and his nose changed.
His head is different.
It's shaped more like an egg now.
It's not wide.
Before it was more wide.
There's like weird like shoulders now, and he's like trying to cover up his body to make his body look all different because
yes.
Why is he wearing shoulder pads?
Why is he wearing shoulder pads?
Because if he takes his
Because
shoulder
he's
pads off,
crazy.
then they'll be like, oh wait, that's not gonna add up.
It doesn't add up anymore.
It doesn't add up.
It's ever since he said that he killed his that the guy Illuminati killed his mother.
Yeah.
And then they killed him too.
We gotta get the truth before we can get the.
It doesn't add up anymore.
Doesn't add up.
It's ever since he said that he killed that the guy Illuminati killed his mother.
Yeah.
And then they killed him too.
We gotta get the
You
truth
guys are
before we can get the
insane.
love, or else we're just loving the lies.
Kanye West.
I have to say that ever since I
Kanye's just
found out
insane, dude. That's all.
that Lauren Boebert was a complete slut, I've kind of liked her a little better. I mean, I wish she wasn't a hypocrite. I wish she was just a fucking deranged, big-titted slut that wasn't like, also like a weird conservative right-wing politician by day. But you know, at least I like nightlife Lauren Boebert a little bit. You know. Yeah, she's a little bit more human to me.
That's
I think she
pretty
should
funny.
give in to the slut side and just stop being a politician. I have to say that ever since I found out,
Kanye West.
I have to say,
I watched a dude get stabbed in the neck in prison over mail. In prison, mail is your lifeline to the outside world. That is how you communicate with other people. That is how you feel like you're still relevant in the real world. But you have got to be very, very careful about how you deal with your mail. People literally die over that shit. I know of a situation where a guy used the return address on the envelope to start writing someone's wife. He got his ass beaten straight into the infirmary. Anytime I got mail in prison, the first thing I did was I took that return address, I ripped it off, and I threw it in the toilet and flushed it. Getting letters with pictures of your wife and your kids, your mom, your family in any way, shape, or form, that can make you feel like you're still connected to them. But that dude who got stabbed in the neck, he stole pictures of somebody's kids, and he was caught using that picture for nefarious purposes alone in his cell. The boy got stabbed in the neck like 3 times, and I think he deserved a few more. In prison, all that we have of our loved ones is those letters and those pictures, and you fuck with that at your absolute peril. I watched a dude get stabbed.
So this influencer is really popular and really successful, but she has a problem. This guy is after a big chunk of her money. So one day, a long time ago, she would play video games online, and she met this guy. Let's call her Assassin Dog, and him, Bacon. So Assassin Dog and Bacon become friends, but Bacon is really into her, and he's a smooth talker.
I got a message from this guy and he was like, I would drag my ass through a field of broken glass just to hear you fart through a walkie-talkie.
And I guess that did it, because Assassin Dog fell in love. With Bacon, he suddenly approached her with an idea. They would create a new YouTube channel together, a gaming channel, where he would play the games and he'd send her the footage, and she would pretend she was playing and react. So he would be behind the scenes, she would be the face, and they'd co-own it 50-50. And the business plan worked, really well. The channel blew up, getting tens of millions of followers over the years. They started other channels together, those channels blew up too. Then they get this other idea, so this influencer is
Your burgers need to be formed and shaped in a very specific way. And yeah, you know, for this burger, we're actually going to not really form it at all. Rather than picking up the meat and forming it into patties, all we're going to do is kind of gently shape it into a patty like this. Super lightly. What I like to say is that once the beef has been ground, we never pick up the beef again with human hands. The goal that we're going for here is maximum surface area for crispness and browning. That's really why we don't want to press it flat, because the smoother surfaces, the less surface area to volume ratio you're going to have. And it's like an English muffin. The more nooks and crannies you have, the crispier and better texture you're going to get. Everything. Exactly. So for you burger makers at home, the key thing to remember is you want to handle your meat as little as possible. Your burgers need to be...
What's good, gang? So today I decided that I was going to do a video
answer the question that I get the most. Who is Fredo? I should probably start with saying that my name ain't Fredo.
I have a hat. It's my bag. You like my hair? I dyed it.
Is it what living in Sweden looks like? God damn, that's not how I remember it.
A COVID comeback? Don't call it a comeback. It's been here for years. I told y'all to end it. I did. Then you brought it back like scrunchies and mom jeans. Maybe. It was you, wasn't it? You came in and you got me red-handed. Oh, creeping with the girl next door. Jesus, see this, we love it. Right now. Oh, just end it. Now. But she caught me on the counter. It was right the song. He said, COVID. And COVID. Oh. That makes more sense. Oh. I'll COVID.
Nah, you never would last 2 seconds in a clockwork revolution. And I say that for good reason. This guy was one of the most unique threats in the series, being born from an ogre after the soul cleansing machine.
Yeah, but I think he kicked the ogre out when he took his final form. The one that became real devious, real evil. Yo! Come on, phone.
I'll COVID come.
Nah, you never would last 2 seconds in a clockwork revolution. And I say that for good reason. This guy was one of the most unique threats in the series, being born from an ogre after the soul cleansing machine explodes and turns him into the weird mutation known as Janemba. At first, there were a lot of unknowns surrounding Janemba, but once Python and the others figured out how it worked and Insult seemed to be a weakness, they assumed that Janemba was the same. Python flew in to buy time for Vegeta and Goku to fuse against Janemba and was able to shatter and stun him by hurling insults and clowning him. But due to his regenerative abilities, this only worked for so long. But imagine the damage you can do to this guy with no filter. Bro is getting senseless by Twitter and YouTube comments.
Okay, that's...
Nah, Janemba would...
Introducing the Seraphim by Hero Motors, a biblically accurate 7-stage canon by Sacred Cry Engineering. In a world where darkness threatens to consume the land, one hero stands ready to defend the realm. This legendary weapon, powered by sacred technology, is the answer to all your foes. It's not just a cannon, it's a divine force of nature. With 7 stages of power, the Seraphim unleashes a biblical onslaught upon your enemies, leaving nothing but dust in its wake. Its intelligent battery system ensures relentless destruction. As one battery expires, the Seraphim moves on to the next, creating a staggered Gatling gun effect that's unstoppable. Easy to reload, easy to use, this divine cannon empowers you to face any challenge that dares cross your path. When the batteries expire, the true power of the Seraphim is unleashed. With each shot, the heavens themselves tremble. The Seraphim is not just a weapon, it's your divine destiny. Defend the kingdom, embrace the divine. Introducing the fishy.
The fishy? Let me see. Can I see the fishy? Oh, let me tell y'all something, but if you've been around kids, you know what sign when you...
I bet you like that. I bet you like that. I bet you eat rocks on purpose every day. I know you do, in fact, because we all do. Salt crystals are rocks, and scientifically, ice cubes are rocks, just like these. Always have been. You see, frozen water is a naturally occurring, inorganic solid with a definite chemical composition and a crystal structure. That is the definition of a mineral. Just like malachite, pyrite, and asbestos, ice is a mineral. In fact, ice won Mineral of the Year in the 2019 Mineral Cup. When one or more minerals clump together, we call that aggregate a rock. Salt and ice only contain one mineral, so they are considered monomineralic rocks. Now, one thing all of this means is that because liquid water is the fluid form of a rock, liquid water is a kind of lava. Now, all of this runs against our prototypical understanding of the word lava, but what are you gonna do? Cry about it? Go ahead, get lava all over your face, see if I care. I bet you like that. I bet you eat rocks on purpose every day. I know you do, in fact, because we all do. Salt crystals are rocks, and scientifically, ice cubes are rocks, just like these always have been. You see, frozen water is a naturally occurring inorganic solid with a definite chemical composition and a crystal structure. That is the definition of a mineral. Just like malachite, pyrite, and asbestos, ice is a mineral. In fact, ice won Mineral of the Year in the 2019 Mineral Cup. When one or more minerals clump together, we call that aggregate a rock. Salt and ice only contain one mineral, so they are considered monomineralic rocks. Now, one thing all of this means is that because liquid water is the fluid form of a rock, liquid water is a kind of lava. Now, all of this runs against our prototypical understanding of the word lava, but what are you gonna do? Cry about it? Go ahead, get lava all over your face, see if I care.
That's harsh, Michael.
I bet you like that. I bet you eat rocks on purpose every day. I know you do, in fact, because we all do. Salt crystals are rocks, and scientifically, ice cubes are rocks, just like these always have been. You see, frozen water is a naturally occurring inorganic solid with a definite chemical composition and a crystal structure. That is the definition of a mineral. Just like malachite, pyrite, and asbestos, ice is a mineral. In fact, ice won Mineral of the Year in the 2019 Mineral Cup. When one or more minerals clump together, we call that aggregate a rock. Salt and ice only contain one mineral, so they are considered monomineralic rocks.
Hey,
one thing
came
all
back.
this means is that because liquid water is the fluid form of a rock, liquid water is a kind of lava. Now, all of this runs against our prototypical understanding of the word lava, but what are you gonna do? Cry about it? Go ahead, get lava all over your face, see if I care. I bet you like that. I bet you eat rocks on purpose every day. I know you do, in fact, because we all do. Salt crystals are rocks, and scientifically, ice cubes are rocks, just...
That's where I need to go. The man's gone. She's still at the animal village. Is it purple now and it didn't used to be? Yeah, because now I can push it. What the fuck is this shit? Oh, I gotta bring it back to life. They buried it there when it died. Still, all this does is bring me to different areas I've been, right? It's following me. Do you want to live in the house that nobody lives in? There's another rooster that lives in the yard. See? Oh wait, this isn't the house. This isn't it. That's not it. It's not over there. Maybe I should take it to Marin. Is there anything new in the shop? No. Push it back. No. Continuous sinister alligator. I feel like I remember him saying something about you. Whoa! Holy shit. That's what they meant. Holy shit, I can fly with this motherfucker. I don't know, I'm going up to the mountains with him. ends with this one being pushed up. So, god damn it, come on. It was down. Are there any more? What the fuck? This one was up. This one was right. Damn it, damn it. What the fuck do you mean? I killed all those. What do you mean for cowards? Get fucked. I've already done it. Down? No! Damn it. It couldn't have been down there. No, that's too fucking... Well... I think it is down. Maybe it's up? And this one is left. I've already done it anyways. come on, what the hell? There's gotta be enough leeway. You can't push it on those? Come on. No, it was not. Come on. Now I know how to get over there. I've already been over here after I got the hook shot, I think. I think it's just money again that I don't need. Yeah, just 50 rupees, I don't need that. What? I wonder if he gets tired after a while. Can I go back up there? No. I can go in here now though, right? Oh, come on. What the hell is the point if I can't even get into spaces like that? Just to have him carry me over the fucking bridge, which... Do I even need that now since I got the hook shot? Bitch. Yeah, these are all like 50 rupees and shit too. Let's go back. Run straight into him. Wait, is this how I got in here? No, it's not how I got in here. It doesn't matter. That's going in the trash, that's going in the trash, that's going in the trash. That's going in the trash, that's going in the... Hey! I didn't say me. I said that's going in the trash. Come here. Let's go. Yeah, that's the only way I can get past this spot. Okay. Here we go. Oh, come on. There we go. the 7th key. Wait. Let's try something else out first real quick. To make sure I don't like miss any golden shells. Oh, come on, man. He doesn't fall down. He just flies back. Oh, I guess he does fall down with me. Forgot if I fall down here, you go down that waterfall. Same if you fall down in the other place. In here, I think you go down the waterfall. Yeah. No, don't go with it. What the fuck? Stop. Oh, come on. No, you bitch. I swear to God. I need to use the D-pad, that's why. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, the chicken guy. Look at this chicken I got. Okay, you weirdo. These chickens disappear if I put magic powder on them. What happens if I do it to the rooster? Did I get 5 rupees for that killing that chicken? Oh wait, on this one, blue rupees 1 rupee. And nothing happens to him. I've already gone this way, so I don't think I need to go this way again. Even though it's really easy with this chicken. But maybe something in here I don't need it for. Bitch, back up. Oh yeah, I forgot I can hit that guy. Bitch, I'm gonna get you. Oh, god damn it. Damn, dude. That guy got me pinned. Damn it. Oh, come on. He couldn't have got me. Let's do this, bitch. Oh, come on. Come on. Take it. Eat that shit, bitch. Give me an acorn. Oh yeah, this is the one I can't go back from. But maybe with the chicken I can. I wonder if I can go up here. No. I'm fairly certain I did this already. Because I got 60 bombs. I don't know where the dude is that does the arrows. Oh, okay, nice. I guess I didn't get the arrow, this guy. I was wondering, because the whole area was purple, but I didn't know if it turned back to purple. Okay, so now I should be able to have 60 arrows. Nice, yes. Okay, I think that was the last one. Do they turn purple again when I go back down them? Oops. Sorry, chicken, I wasn't trying to kill you, I swear. Oh, I didn't get a chance to kill you. Yeah, they do turn back purple. Maybe that means I can get something else from them. Oh, look up, bitch. Not go in there. forgot she. I wonder if he's figured out that she's not a human yet. Guess not. Oh, I wonder if there's. I think there might be something here that I can't get across without this. Oh yeah, here's a different one. This is one of the older ones. I mean, I don't have any other things. I've gotten all of them, I think. But they don't turn... They turn purple when you leave again, so... But I know I've already been here. This was the one that gave me, I think, 30 bomb bags or 30 arrows. I get hurt. Yeah, I can get this from the hook shop. I don't need it. Okay, shit. Literally nothing else this way, but it was up there, so I've gotten to those places. Probably have to do something here. Got these three here. Maybe I should go over here and get the top right too. Almost got the whole map done. I feel like the ones I'm missing are like close down. No, they're further up north. fly over that? What the fuck? The fuck is this place? What the hell is the... Can't dig anywhere. What the fuck? In fact, it wasn't even worth it because I had an acorn. Oh, not this douchebag. Maybe now I can... God, I can't get past the raft. Oh, come on. That sucks. Guess I could just swim through that. I think I just was in here not long ago, motherfucker. That's where that goes. Back to the beginning of the stupid ass ride. Okay, he's not getting his raft back, it's going here. Oh, this raft is gone, great. I'm wasting my money. anything. Kill him? What the fuck, dude? Magic powder does nothing. Let's use bombs. Still had bombs out. Shit. At least one of these guys gotta go away. One of these guys gotta be holding the secret too. There he is. What's all the way over there then? What was that? I get hurt. Did he come down for me? Nothing being hidden. Where is this place? I've already been here? Fuck. That's not where I am. I'm like, I gotta be like up here or something. No, because I took the raft. Is that, wait, but that can't, because that's the raft shop, right? No, this is the raft shop. Yeah, okay. So I guess I wrote it down here. Where is this place? It's not a level. But I've beaten it. Oh, that. I think I needed the magnifying glass for that shit. Okay, so now I could have always, I always was able to read it. That's a little lame. Where'd my chicken go? What the hell? Where'd he go? There he is. Don't ever leave me, chicken. Fly me over these assholes. Nope, they still hurt me. Great. Run. Wait a sec. This guy actually was hiding something, wasn't he? No. It was that guy. Dude, I'm getting fucked up. Left and right. Where's the one covering the thing there? What? How did that happen? One of them's hiding something. I'm gonna find it. I just can't remember where it is right now. Oh, it was up there. Bitch. Come on. Pick a fucking side. Oh, you stupid bitch. He's all fucked up. Here he is, this motherfucker. Or this motherfucker? What? This motherfucker? There we go. Oh god damn, come on, man. You know what, fuck this.
I feel compelled to write this to explain myself. I'm only an E3 private first class, so I had no idea why I was spared the axe. I was basically a foot grunt in the Ohio Emergency Management Agency. The EMA handles prevention, preparation, and response for everything from weather crisis to terrorist attacks. My particular department within the EMA is a bit less publicized, but as you know, it's supposed to handle anything outside the bounds of normal. The problem is, I'm the only one who still works here. I didn't even have a desk. I spent most of my time driving from place to place and setting up equipment. We always did this in groups of 4 due to the unknown dangers. When the firings began, all I saw was our office building becoming emptier day by day. We started having to drive out to small towns across Ohio in groups of 3, and then pairs. My partner that last day found transfer orders left for him on the secretary's front desk. He took the orders, grunted, and headed out, while I was left to wander our darkened building in confusion. The computers were all still there, but locked. Our equipment and gear remained. Fortunately, I had a key to the storage rooms, but there was not a single officer, secretary, or grunt to be found. I figured it was only a matter of time until the new administration sent down transfer orders for me too, and I just had to wait. I actually stood the entire next day, right there in the front area. I stood by the secretary's desk and waited. At any moment, an officer might come by with my orders, and it would not not have been good for him to see me slacking off. At times, phones would ring in the back, but those offices were dark. Once the clock hit 5, I waited another few minutes, but nobody came. The next morning, my legs ached, so I said screw it and took a seat there in the lobby. For hours, I sat staring at the clock and ignoring the calls echoing from the darkness. At some point, I picked up a magazine. The next day was Friday. The orders had to come then, right? Nope. I stretched out along the chairs and went to sleep. If an officer wanted to bust my ass for that, I was beyond giving a shit anymore. By then, 10 phones were ringing constantly in the dark. Saturday, I drank. Sunday, I drank. Come Monday, I sifted through the mail that had been delivered through the wall slot looking for my transfer orders. Nothing by then. All 15 phones in the back offices were ringing constantly. Hungover as I was, I got pissed. I was a loyal soldier that always tried to follow orders, but how much was a man expected to take? I stomped back to the farthest office and picked up the phone. Jesus, what? The only response on the other end was a little girl crying. At that moment, everything changed. I just assumed it was more government bullshit. I had no idea I'd been listening to cries for help for days and not answering. The rest of the EMA always transferred all abnormal calls to us, which meant they'd been transferring people to answering machines all week. To that little girl, I remember saying with more compassion than I ever thought I had in me, "What's wrong?" And she said,
"Mom and Dad aren't right."
Deschler, Ohio. I'd never heard of it. After a few half-answered questions and some Google mapping, I told her, "I'll be there in 2 hours." That was the first time I went out alone. It was against all our training, but I had no other option. I couldn't depend on civilians from other departments, and asking anyone outside the EMA would get me thrown in prison, or worse, for violating secrecy. I geared up as quickly as I could, throwing on every piece of gear I guessed I might possibly need, and throwing even more in the Humvee. It was lucky I brought the flamethrower, because I had to burn down a living church made of organs and bone. Then I had to burn a pile of flesh the parents of Deschler were making with their own cut-off limbs. Then I had to burn some of the parents too. But that finally broke the control of the demonic flesh church, and that little girl got her parents back, minus one arm. When that was done, and I got back to the office a little after lunchtime, I said the ultimate screw it and turned on all the lights in the building. After I found the central map of Ohio, in what had been the operations area, I pulled all the phones out on long cords and sat them on the table next to the coffee maker. I was not authorized to answer the phones, but it was going to bust me. Vinton, Ohio. A creek had turned into literal blood. I pushed a green pin into the map. Non-threatening as long as you use water filters. Sabina, Ohio. The forest was dying around a strange cave. I pushed a blue pin into the map. Localized phenomena. Not too dangerous, all things considered. Just don't go in the cave. Brooksville, Kentucky. I'm sorry, you'll have to call the Kentucky office. They're not answering. It was a tough decision to make, but I couldn't help it. Montrose, Ghent, Ohio. Corpses being found burned to death, but the people being identified by teeth are still alive and well. I considered it for a long time, and then put a red pin into the map. Possibly very dangerous and would require follow-up. If the citizens in the area called again, convinced that the individuals with matching corpses were now acting strangely, I would know for certain that they were being replaced. And so it went as I tried to map the dangers. Along with 18 monitored anomalies that I'd inherited, there were 46 ongoing incidents in Ohio. Yours was the 47th. When you met me for the first time at the bar, I was pissed drunk. It was because of a 48. See, I'd been doing this alone for 7 months by that point. For every minor success, like burning down that living church, there were 9 other total containment failures. I was one man. I managed to reroute all the office calls to my Humvee, and I spent every waking hour driving all across Ohio and back. But it was never enough. I began to realize that I could no longer intervene. All I could do alone was monitor. I was beginning to lose hope. And the final nail in that feeling came when I actually managed to get the governor's office on the phone after months of trying. I got his direct aid, and I began to tell him about how my department was screwed. and Ohio was bubbling over with dangers. He said to me, "But your department still exists." I'm the only one working here. I can't. He cut me off and repeated, "But your department still exists, correct?" Yeah, but then the only thing you are authorized to tell anyone who asks is that your department still exists. You have no problem with the truth, right? I was sitting in my Humvee, watching a rising pillar of smoke in the distance as some small town burned. I'd driven through it, and I'd seen the fire department sitting idle while the townsfolk worked together with buckets and well water to put out the fires. It was Incident 44, the blue pin, and there was nothing I could do to help. No, sir, no problem with the truth. Good. The governor's considering a run for president in a few years, so let us know if any major incidents happen. We'll capitalize on that. I frowned. Capitalize on it, sir? Contain it, I mean. Swiftly. I wonder if he heard my uncomfortable swallow. All right. And then I was left to continue my drive from site to site. As I took forest road after forest road, it hit me. They'd cleaned out the personnel from my department on purpose. They'd fired all but one, me, so that they could truthfully say the department still existed. The part they would leave out, if anyone asked, was that the department was only one private first class who could not prevent abnormal disasters on any meaningful scale. Can I even possibly describe what it felt like? I'd been sold out, given a duty impossible to handle so that I would fail. I wish I could write better. I wish I had words. I was cold, and my heart felt like stone. That's why I turned her away when she ran up to my Humvee and slammed her bare flat palms on the window. I'd come to check out a possible anomaly, and I'd stopped on the road outside of the small town in question at 3 in the afternoon. In broad daylight, she ran up to me in terror and begged for a ride out of town. She had long, unkempt blonde hair and a silver crucifix on a silver chain around her neck. Through the glass, I had asked what was the problem. She shouted that people were divided. They hated each other. I was so bitter that I had just scoffed and said, "What's new?" She told me I didn't understand. They were all listening to the radio and turning crazy. It was no anomaly, just Midwest politics as normal. I thought to say something to her, but instead I just took off. She stood there defeated in my rearview mirror, growing ever smaller as I watched. On the way back to the office, I stopped on the outskirts of Columbus and drank. I sat at the bar and got freaking wasted. That's when you ran into me, and that's why I said you were on your own. Why I said we're all on our own. There was nothing to do but keep moving. The next day, and the day after that, it was Wednesday when I sat outside a town square and watched hordes marching with torches in their hands and shouting angrily in unison as they protested or counter-protested issues unknown. I'd begun to listen to talk radio instead of music at some point, and concerned voices were discussing the rise in distrust, hate, and violence. A voice on the radio said, "They're all crazy, literally lunatics. Where did this come from?" I left that town square with its angry mobs and drove back to the office to sit in silence and stare at the map of Ohio with its green, blue, and red pins. It occurred to me that the number of anomalies in the state had more than doubled in the last 7 months. There'd been no pattern so far. The image of that terrified blonde woman and her silver crucifix would not leave my mind. Where had I seen her? I deemed it normal and put no pin. But if I did, I grabbed another map and overlaid a transparency of the river system. Then I grabbed the transparency of Ohio's caves. Of course, the pins didn't make a coherent shape. I've been looking at roads and coordinates, not rivers and caves. And yet I should have thought of it months before. Creeks turning to blood, cave entrances appearing and rotting life around it. It was all connected. And the small town with that terrified blonde woman was right at the center. From that spot, all of Ohio could be reached through underground means. There was only one black pin, a classification of threat all its own, and I pushed that black pin into the dot that represented her town. I sat back and stared at the map, taking in the truth. Now what? I had to go out there. Despite hopelessness, despite how afraid I was of what I might find, I had to drive out there. Was it time to call in reinforcements? I didn't know exactly what I was up against yet, so I tried to call friends and colleagues from other states. Kentucky, no no answer. Indiana, no answer. Pennsylvania, no answer. West Virginia, still expending all resources struggling to contain the coal demon. And those assholes in Michigan certainly wouldn't ever help in Ohio. Alone it was, but it didn't feel like I was alone. On the hour drive over there, I had the radio to reassure me. The voice was as concerned and scared as I was, and guest after guest confirmed what I was feeling. An insanity and blight was creeping across the land, leaving the trappings of civilization in place, but undermining us from below in ways that left us vulnerable to sudden collapse. On the drive down dim forest roads, a peculiar, chiming kind of urgent despair fueled me. I had every weapon and device I could think of in the back of the Humvee, but I still felt unprepared. There was nobody to call for help and no backup, and the men in power would only make it worse by trying to use a disaster for their own ends. If I didn't find a way to stop the black-pinned anomaly, what might they do? Give themselves more power? Suspend elections? Declare martial law? The radio echoed these concerns before I even thought of them myself. The voice kept me focused. It was 2 in the afternoon when I pulled up to that town square. A pedestal stood in the middle of a fountain, but there was no trace of the statue that might have been upon it. Traces of garbage littered a wide, flat brick area, hinting that some great commotion had happened here. With a gas mask on and my assault rifle slung back but ready, I got out of my vehicle and quietly circled the main fountain. There was no telling how a black pin level threat might present itself, but I had some idea that it might do with insanity and blight. The first sign of life was a local resident passing by on the sidewalk. She was white-haired and frail, and she flipped me off when she saw me. Okay. Birds flew overhead, and a squirrel ran up a tree. My test kit from the back of the Humvee showed nothing abnormal with the air, so I took off my gas mask. Looking in a window, I saw a general store in normal operation. I entered slowly, gun half hidden behind me, and lurked along the back shelves whilst listening to 2 customers. They sounded normal. I grabbed a candy bar and went to the front counter, acting nonchalant.
What are you doing?
The owner was a gruff man in his 50s, and I
Sheba,
began
stop.
to feel a little nauseous as I got near.
Don't go bother
He
that.
asked, "You local militia?" Lying, I just nodded as I got my change from my pocket. It was making me feel sick. It was a noise. It's some sort of staticky, disgusting sound. I looked past him and saw a radio with its power light on. He was listening to some sort of horrific channel that was emanating vile filth. I kept myself from wincing as I studied the bits of what looked like liquid gold that had oozed out of the speakers and onto the walls around the radio. "You like him?" the shopkeeper asked. "He's got real points." Lying again. He could hear words in that horrible noise that made me sick. That was it. That was the threat. I left the store, hurried around the corner, and vomited in the grassy alley. That woman had said people were listening to the radio and acting crazy. Now I knew she'd been completely serious. But what effect was it having on them? Life seemed to be going on as normal here, except the old woman flipping me off, and the shopkeepers were happy to see supposed armed militiamen that were neither police nor military. I sat in my Humvee for an hour, listening to the radio myself, this time to a local channel that was increasingly turning to talk of resistance. The voice seemed to be talking in metaphor, though. "The servants of gold are all going insane," he said. "That's how he likes them. The longer they listen to his message of hate, the more agitated they become. Even good people will turn to violence if indoctrinated long enough. We have to prepare ourselves for what's coming." The servants of gold. Did he mean people listening to that particular nauseating noise? Around 3 in the afternoon, I left my Humvee and visited another 2 shops to confirm. Each building had a radio playing that god-awful noise. Each radio was oozing liquid gold. On touch, it was solid and cold. I could not lift the radios from their perch of hardened gold, nor could I turn the knob to change the channel. Gold had crusted over all possibility of stopping the noise, and had even coated the power cord and fused the plug to the wall socket. I tried to use my combat knife to break through the gold and cut the power to one of the radios when the shopkeep wasn't looking, but I was only barely able to nick the stuff. And every few minutes I had to go outside and throw up. That screeching and vile noise simply cannot be tolerated for very long, and I was worried it was going to cause serious damage to me somehow. How could they listen to it? They were all nodding along to it, often in sync with each other as they did so, and customers often commented in agreement with unheard points. When I felt sickest, I retreated to my vehicle, and the local channel made me feel better. Perhaps it's innate evil, he continued saying. Perhaps only those with... It's innate evil, he continued saying. Perhaps only those with evil in their hearts can hear the message of gold. Those of us who are sickened by it must fight back as best we can. Everything the servants of gold touch is tainted, and we must take a stand against them. Where was this message coming from? There was no identifying information. All I could do was listen, and to listen I did. I sat and watched the townsfolk go by. Some eyed my military vehicle with distrust. Those people did not go into the shops that had been playing the message of gold. The sky began to darken to a gray blue when I awoke from the lull thanks to the snap of the voice on the radio. The time is now. They march. I rubbed my eyes and looked out across the square. A wall of marching men was approaching from the distance. Many held torches. I checked my map to ensure this was not a town I directly visited before. How many rallies like this were there? And were they nightly? Other denizens of the town were fleeing past my windows. I turned and looked back. They weren't running. They were gathering. The mob approaching from the other side of the town square were carrying buckets of water en masse. I slid down in my seat and made sure my doors were locked. My vehicle had been built to withstand military assaults, so I was sure I was mostly safe. But it still felt unsettling to watch people float past my windows with angry faces and tense stances. The two crowds met at the center, forming opposing fronts at the empty pedestal. For a few minutes, the two sides shouted at each other in a cacophonous roar. Finally, one young man on the torch-bearing side jumped on the pedestal and tried to claim the space. A bucket was swung and water flew up to douse the young man's torch. Made soggy, he backed down, and a surge of violence almost pushed forward. Older men at the front held their torch-bearing younger companions back. I expected a full-on riot to start at any moment, but the two sides merely glared at each other, and then began to disperse back home. As quickly as the showdown had begun, it faded away, and I searched the crowd in the dim evening gloom until I saw her. Finally getting out, I approached the blonde woman who had once asked me for help. Hey, do you still need a ride out of here? She turned at my touch and reacted defensively, but then she saw it was me.
You have any silver?
I noticed that her necklace and crucifix were gone. No? Why?
Can I sell you something?
Confused, I asked. Like what?
Anything. Anything I own. Clothes, food, keepsakes.
She clutched my arm near my slung gun.
I need to buy more silver.
She looked toward the pedestal at the center of the square.
I want gold to stand there, to be our new lord. We have to stop them. They're all insane.
I don't have any money or silver. Sighing, she hurried off before I could ask her more questions. I had no choice but to go home. That night, I slept fitfully. I needed to know more. Something was happening in that town that had to do with the poisoning of my entire state, but I couldn't see the connections just yet. Thursday morning, I was back early and asking questions. I listened to that woman on the radio, talking of resistance and solidarity on the way up. And this time, I found half the townsfolk that were not listening to the vile message of gold. They were immediately receptive to me, as if I was one of them. As if all good people of the world were immediately on their side. And they explained in hushed tones what had been happening. A year before, a deathly ill homeless man had wandered into town. He brought with him a large book and a small statue. His only words in the local doctor's office had been, "Burn it." Of course, they'd opened the book and touched the statue instead of burning either one of them. The doctor and mayor had, together, ignored the homeless man's warning. The mayor had been the first to start talking about a new way of thinking. Half of the town didn't understand what he meant. His ideals were nonsense, and his words didn't seem to mean what he thought they meant.
his rhetoric switched often between anger and fear, but the reasons were inexplicable. Half of the town agreed completely with every word. Makes sense, they would say. And yet, when asked to explain why, they would simply repeat what the mayor had said, making no more sense than he. In the one sense, the divide is widened. I understood. Either the book or the statue was the source of the infection, and it was some sort of viral or mimetic mode of thought that naturally seemed to be able to infect only half the population. While we talked, the radio played for all of us, confirming what we were talking about. One young woman had told me that it helps to keep them sane, to know that they're not the only ones feeling this way. Then points to the radio and said that it drowns out the hateful noises that Gold spews out of the radio day in and day out. Just then, an older man gripped my arm, asking me if I had any silver. I asked him if it counteracted Gold's influence somehow, thinking of the silver crucifix. The man nodded, saying that in a way, yes. These were the only useful facts I got out of the conversations that day. Much of the time was wasted talking about how horrible the followers of Gold had been to them, how hateful the things they said and did were, and how insane and hypocritical they acted. At long last, they gave me the location of the book, and I decided to investigate. The book had been set upon a pedestal in the United Church near the town square. Previously, Muslims, Christians, and more had used it as a place to worship together. Now, it sat empty and dusty. The front doors closed behind me slowly, cutting off the afternoon light, but I had my flashlight on my weapon to guide me. Past the pews and up the steps at the back, I stood under the dim, multicolored light from the stained glass windows and held a lighter to the corner of the book. No investigation, no reading. Screw that. As old and dried out as it was, it caught fire easily and burned away in moments. I watched from a few steps back until the embers died out, and then I went and sat in my humvee. Mission accomplished. But that night, Thursday night, the townsfolk again gathered in the square to scream and bait one another. Multiple splashes of water were thrown, multiple torches were doused, and several buckets and wet torches were thrown on the bricks between the gathered crowds. I hadn't done anything at all by burning the damn book. Back at the office, I looked up the foreign words that had been on the cover, and I found out that they'd been Greek for the Journal of Alexander of Macedon. What secrets or instructions they had contained, I would never know. Some of the townsfolk had mentioned an eclipse as some sort of approaching problem, and I looked it up. The next one would occur in 4 days, on August 21st. The next day, Friday, I drove up again and listened to the increasingly frantic talk on the radio. Someone's house had been burned down mysteriously in the night. They were all right, but their home was not, and the tensions were rising. Some were demanding retribution. That day, the showdown in town square was earlier, at 5 o'clock, and I used the sudden opportunity to sneak back to the parts of town controlled firmly by the followers of Gold. I had a mind to find that statue. The thing was, their houses were bare. There was no furniture, no belongings. Just hundreds of boxes littering the neighborhood that were all from an online cash for gold site. They'd sold everything they owned for gold. Literal gold. The only object left in every home was a radio plastered to the wall or to the floor by hardened, oozing gold. Why didn't they take the stuff out from around the radios if they were so desperate for it? I again used my knife. This time it was with more freedom since no one was around. But I found that I couldn't even make it anymore. It was stronger than before, and no doubt could not be removed by the townsfolk at all.
Could it be a gold isotope?
The Resistance had described it as 6 inches tall, so I figured it would be hard to locate. It wasn't until I passed it 4 times that I realized the tarp-covered form in the mayor's yard had to be it. I pulled the tarp off and stared up at it. 6 inches tall, the godforsaken thing was 8 feet. And was carved in the form of an ancient hero in the style of Greek statues I'd seen in textbooks in school. It was pure gold from its bare feet to its ivy-crowned head, and I had the eeriest feeling that it might turn and look at me at any moment, despite showing no ability to move on its own. Just to confirm, I turned on my radio and turned it off just as quickly as I nearly passed out. The evil radio signal was incredibly strong here at its source. The statue itself was not just a statue made of gold. It was the entity gold itself, taller and stronger for all that the controlled half of the townsfolk had nurtured it. I hid beyond the trees for 2 hours to get proof of what I suspected. As the conflict in the square let out, many of those that bore torches now returned and offered up pieces of gold jewelry and coins and trinkets. They were absorbed into the statue on contact, and it grew slightly bigger as I watched it from afar. It was also guarded by 20 men with assault rifles equal to mine. That would be the local self-trained militia, policing their interests even though they had no right to do what they were doing. Who was going to stop them? I drove home that night and prepared as much C4 as my depleted department had left. I would blow that monstrous thing back to hell long before Monday. Letting it survive until the eclipse seemed like a bad idea, but I would need help. There are almost always men around the statue, I told my co-conspirators in a resistance meeting in the home of the blonde woman I'd met twice. Her name was Cara, and she'd sold everything she owned to buy silver. The only thing she had left now was a radio in the corner, and we met while it gave off soothing notes of confirmation and solidarity in the background. I need to know when the next rally is ahead of time. They're not exactly planned, one of the men said. You just show up when everyone else is showing up. Then how does everyone know when to show up? The man pointed to the radio. When he says it's time, that the other side is coming, he warns us.
Who cares? It's time to start killing anyone who believes in gold. He's obviously pure evil, and his followers are insane idiots. Literal Nazis. Can't they see what's happening to them?
I nodded. It was a little extreme the way she put it, but I did wonder how they could be so blind to the truth of what was happening. Saturday's rally showdown happened at 4 in the afternoon. It was raining heavily, so the C4 plan was a no-go. There were too many complications with the heavy downpour. Notably, I couldn't confirm every one of Gold's followers was at the town square. Without torches, they were far more timid. With the torrents pouring down, the resistance was emboldened, and the Gold side backed down first. That night, I didn't drive home. I stayed in town in one of Cara's empty rooms. We sat and listened to that supportive voice on the radio until the late hours. I don't remember sleeping, but the voice on the radio told us the Gold's people were back with a vengeance because of yesterday's slight. At 3 o'clock on Sunday, we got our gear together and joined the flow of the resistance on the street. I separated from the crowd and slipped past them. This time, though, the ground was wet, the air was dry, and all of Gold's people were out with their torches. The mayor's house was unguarded, and Gold stood glowering over the land, 10 feet tall and in a more aggressive stance than before. Absurd overkill, I would call it. I used all the C4 I had, and I took out the mayor's house completely and set 2 neighboring homes on fire. I laughed and clenched my fist in the air as the cloud of dust and soot rolled across town. But when the dust settled, Gold was shining and undamaged, and his face was now toward my hiding spot in the woods. His blank Greek statue eyes were on mine. He had not moved as far as I had seen, but still he had caught me. As the angry mob with torches surged back to investigate the explosion, I ran. That had been my only choice. We all stayed up the entire night, listening to the screaming and shouting on the streets. Random houses were lit on fire as both men and women ran amok in secret. No one knowing exactly who was responsible, but no one wanting to know. Each side assumed the other lit whatever fire harmed them anyway. Specific individual culpability no longer mattered. When Monday dawned bright and hot, nobody had died yet, but the fever of hate had us all burning at the edge. A fire axe in hand, Cara recited to many of us in her empty living room.
The eclipse will peak at 2:30 p.m. when the moon obscures 86% of the sun. We will still have some light, but it will be a dark time for us all if Gold is allowed to reach the center of town.
One man had pointed out that the moon is at a disadvantage against the sun, and then an older woman had said that that only meant that we must fight that much harder. Cara gripped my shoulder and told me,
Gold hold the line. We'll need you. Try to block what you can with your Humvee.
I nodded. At 1:12 p.m., I peered up with my sunglasses on and finally noticed that it was happening. At 1:47 p.m., the chanting of Gold's followers reached my ears, preceding the men themselves.
Holy shit, I could pick them up in the water?
And good that I did, for at least 40 of them had
Can I
automatic
fly over
weapons.
those things then?
They held these at the ready as they appeared across the square. Others bore torches. At
No,
1:51
that
p.m.,
sucks,
the
bro.
ground began to shake ever so slightly. I stared in horror as a gold form as tall as a house appeared from around a corner and stepped slowly into view. Gold was animate, and he was approaching. His eyes were blank and his face was expressionless, but I could feel the hate coming from him in waves. What would happen if he was allowed to reach the center pedestal of this town? The men were screaming for me to stand down, even as a wall of people approached behind me with weapons of their own. This place was about to be a killing zone, a massacre under a darkening sky, a human sacrifice of hundreds for a new god made of gold. But the ground was shaking again, and I peered over my shoulder in surprise. Behind me, behind the resistance movements with their guns and buckets of water, appeared a silver statue as tall as a house, carved in the Greek style and bearing the form of a heroic soldier or an ancient god. It stepped forward in direct opposition.
Help him!
Kara shouted to all of us.
We must help Silver reach the center of town!
2:12 p.m., and the eclipse would reach its darkest in 19 minutes. I stared at Silver as he approached, and as he drew closer, I felt the same bolstering energy that I had been getting from the radio this entire week. The ground shook as Gold and Silver took steps closer at the same time, and the followers clustered around, each roared for blood.
Take the shot!
Kara screamed at me.
Shoot them!
But I was frozen in place by shock and awe. Why hadn't they told me? And why hadn't I seen? They were seized by the same mania as the men with torches, just in opposition. None of us had seen it, all at the same time wondering why the enemy couldn't see their insanity. I let my gun slide back around my shoulder and instead gripped my head. Had there been? I smashed open a nearby window and leapt into a house. As dangerous as it was to create the sound of gunfire, I shot the radio I found therein. Its signal went from reassuring words to silence, and I finally saw the truth. Silver had oozed out of the speaker and hardened all across it, making it impossible to turn the radio off or change the channel. Hate your enemy. They're insane. Bear fire and water. Your fellow citizens are monsters. Ally the men and women. Fight each other. Sacrifice at the apex of the sun and moon. Kill each other. Murder each other in the streets. Turn the world red with blood. But all above, give me gold and silver. Make me stronger. That was the real message. One message. Just one message. Delivered two different ways. It was the same thing. Gold and silver were one entity with two faces. And the pain in my head was echoing torture now that neither message held me enthralled. This was the blight, the poison, the cancer. A message oozing out into the land. It would start here with the sacrifice of 1,000 men, women, and children. And it would spread once gold and silver knew how best to divide and conquer us. My watch. 2:23 p.m. What to do? What to do? I ran back out into the town square under the ruby sky, leaking blood upon us as a dark drizzle of madness. The two lines of followers faced each other with guns drawn. So many guns, so many weapons, each side screaming for the other side to start the violence and be the ones to blame. Meanwhile, gold and silver stood tall among them, nearing the center. What object was I missing? What detail? There had to be some way to stop this. Who hadn't I seen in all this insanity? Who hadn't I met? There had to be someone here who... The homeless man. The doctor's office. I ran down the street and smashed through another window. There were 4 beds within, and one held the ill old man. He'd been here the entire time, and nobody had thought to ask his opinion. While the ground shook, and the light from the windows deepened and darkened blood red, I said, "Alexander, what do we do?" He briefly opened his eyes. "Tell me how to stop gold and silver." He blinked a few times and then murmured, "Burn it." "I did!" I shrieked in his face. "I burned your journal. I did that already." He shook his head, and his matted gray mane of hair exaggerated the motion. He touched my sternum. "Burn it." even solve this riddle. I'm not that smart. But what I did do was run to the gas station at the center and fill a container with gasoline. At 2:29 p.m., pulse racing near to knocking me out, I ran down the open space between the two lines and stood on a pedestal myself as bare gold and silver feet planted themselves on either side. I knew nobody would hear me as I shouted, so I just did it. I raised the container and started pouring gasoline on myself. The liquid rushed down over my hair and my face. I tilted it back and shifted to flow mostly onto my back. Then I held up the lighter I'd used to burn the journal. The screaming and shouting on either side of me died down as the folk that had been normal men and women now began to comprehend what I was doing. I turned around and showed everyone the lighter. To my right, gold stopped stepping forward. To my left, silver stood motionless. Silence fell. What could I say? I was no speech giver, no officer. Look at yourselves! My words echoed around the dead silent square. For a moment, they lowered their weapons. I could only think of how assemblies had been handled in school. Raise your hands if you've been told to hate your opposition. Ever so slightly, people on both sides raised their hands. Look! I said, laughing because of the incredible tension. Don't you think that means something? Gold wants you to hate them. Silver wants you to hate them. Let me ask you this. What did that sick homeless man bring to town? A book. But then the witch is called out.
A statue.
Gara added. I pointed. That's it. That's it. One statue. Just one. People began looking at each other in confusion. Something I took as a hopeful sign. They're the same, I said. You see two statues here, opposed and opposite, but they're the same. You've all given every single thing you own to make it stronger. One thing, one entity, and you're all about to kill each other and sacrifice to it like some sort of insane Mayan cult. I think I stood in fearful silence for nearly 30 seconds while people began to murmur to one another. I was deathly aware of the nearby torches and lighter in my hand that might set me ablaze at any moment. The two statues stood tall above me on either side, and yet neither made a move to crush me. The first act was done at random. A woman threw a bucket at Silver. Where it struck, water spilled, and a section of the statue began to dissolve. To my right, someone threw a torch, and a bit of the heroic statue caught fire. Seeing that, at 2:31 p.m., instead of allowing that entity to lord over them, angry citizens defended their town by throwing torches and water, burning and melting one into a pile of molten gold, and dissolving the other into a pool of inert silver. I backed away and turned off my lighter. The red hue in the sky faded as the eclipse reached its peak and continued on without incident. Leaving the square, I entered a half-burnt-out house and washed the gasoline off with tap water, crying for some reason the entire time. I'd never been so close to death, and I'd never seen anything like that. Worst of all, I felt stupid for being so duped, for being so blind. It would never have come to that if I'd just been able to see the truth. Exhausted and drained, the people went back to their homes for the night, this time with apologies, hugs, and commiseration. They would never let this happen again. They promised each other. I sat in my Humvee and watched the pools of silver and gold. I wasn't ready to drive. I wasn't ready to do anything. I turned up the heat to counteract the physiological effects of shock. Afternoon became evening, and I watched the wanderer, Alexander, enter the square and scoop up a handful of liquid gold and silver. In his hand, it formed into a humanoid statue about 6 inches tall. I got out and stormed across Brick, ready to confront him with my weapon drawn. But as I rounded the fountain and the murky, bloody waters it still contained from the earlier unholy raid, I could no longer see him. Statue in hand, he'd vanished, and I was left with nothing else except the drive home. On the way, I stopped by your neighborhood and saw that you had all collectively built a wall around your anomaly and were guarding it together. That sight made me feel better. Alexander of Macedon is still out there, and wherever he roams, the curse of gold and silver will rise again. But each community has a strength made of the hearts of the people in it. Together, they can beat anything, whether the threat comes from within or without. That's my new plan. I'm not alone at all. Wherever danger appears, I will go and try to help the community handle it together. to depend on government to handle these things, but we will always have each other.
When I'm doing a virtual show, clients will ask me if I have reliable internet to do the show. It's very important to me that this video.
Every area in all parts of the world has those area-specific urban legends that just refuse to die. Whether the stories are about a haunted asylum on the outskirts of the city, a creature that lives in the nearby woods, or a ghost that haunts a lonely stretch of road outside of town, there's always a common thread within these tales. No one has ever been to these places, seen the creatures, or witnessed any hauntings with their own eyes. There are members of every generation who will proclaim that they know someone whose brother's best friend's sister went to that haunted house with 13 floors that uses real blood and snakes and spiders, and it's so scary that no one has ever made it all the way through. Those same people will swear by these stories without ever being able to provide a shred of evidence or a name of someone who could provide proof of the claims simply because everyone around here knows that it's a true story. The storytellers eventually pass the tales on to their children, who modify them just enough to keep up with the changing times, and the cycle continues. I'm as skeptical as anyone when it comes to these stories, seeing as I was like a junkie when I was younger, constantly searching for more terrifying stories about whatever area of the country I was living in at the time. I made up and spread stories about haunted pizza parlors in New York, my cousin's encounter with the Jersey Devil, or how my grandfather encountered a feral, human-like demon creature in the woods of Colorado. I even broke the rule with these stories by putting myself in them. This took guts in hindsight, because I had to make sure I always told them the same way. Surprisingly, no one ever called my bluff. I like to think that I've had some wonderful contributions to various urban legends around the Midwest and Northeastern states. I moved around a lot. There was always a surge of joy whenever I would wander the halls at school and hear one of my classmates retelling my stories to another one of their friends, adding little bits here and there like a massive game of telephone. I knew, of course, that the stories were complete fiction, but I stood my ground whenever someone asked me about them. I would even manage to act a little bit, speaking with a shaky voice or looking scared when I would recount a situation that I supposedly experienced myself. I suppose this aspect of my childhood has led me to my current predicament, which I will recount in full for the internet to take from it what they will. I have laid this little introduction out as sort of a disclaimer, aimed particularly at those who will call my story into question. I have been like the boy who cried wolf for years, but I assure you, with every ounce of honesty and integrity that I have, that this time, the wolf is real. From my introduction, it's probably apparent that I moved around the country quite a bit in my middle and high school years. Neither of my parents had anything to do with any branch of the armed forces. They simply didn't tend to hang around any given place too long. I suppose it had some sort of effect on me, but I wasn't hurt by it or anything of the sort. Growing up, I was a complete ham. I made friends very easily and was often the class clown, and because of that, was often disliked by my teachers. Again, this was never an issue, as I was usually in another state by the time the next semester rolled around. My friendships were often fleeting, as were any positive relationships that I ever had with my teachers. Because of the events that followed, my memory of one teacher in particular is probably slightly skewed, but I will attempt to give the least biased version of our friendship that I can. Mr. Mays was one of my social study teachers in the early years of my high school experience. Being older now, I can understand how horrible difficult children are to deal with around that age, and I respect him to no ends for the way that he was able to connect with his students. He seemed like one of us. He talked like us, made pop culture references that were current, listened to cool music, and sometimes he would even say hell or damn while he was giving a passionate lecture about Native American history or something like that. A teacher that swore, even a little bit, was the epitome of cool to a freshman in high school. My memories of Mr. Mays mostly stem from the way that he really got into anything that he was doing. The instance that is still very vivid in my mind was, of course, around Halloween of my sophomore year. Mr. Mays had the typical teacher decorations around the classroom, smiling jack-o'-lanterns and black cat cartoons, typical and boring in the minds of egotistical high school students. However, on the 31st of October, when most other teachers were rolling their eyes at the fact that teenagers still took dressing up in costumes on Halloween seriously, Mr. Mays took the whole cool teacher thing to a new level. We walked into the classroom and were surprised to find the blinds drawn, sheets over the smaller windows, candles lighting the room, and a single frowning jack-o'-lantern sitting on a stool in front of the desks. Mr. Mays sat at his desk, just watching the students come into the class and take their seats. He didn't have to ask anyone to be quiet, because the moment everyone walked into the room, they were either too excited to care about petty conversations, or too confused to bother with them. The students took their seats as Mr. Mays began his lecture. He spoke quietly to set the mood, and took a seat on a chair right next to the jack-o'-lantern in the center of the room. "Today is probably my favorite day of the year, class," he said in a monotone voice. "Halloween is my favorite holiday, and I want to share with you exactly why I love it so much." One girl raised her hand with a concerned look on her face. "I'm pushing the due date of your papers to next Tuesday," said Mr. Mays, without bothering to look at the girl, who slowly put her hand down, looking around at the other students with a hint of embarrassment. The class erupted in quiet cheers as Mr. Mays waited for the inevitable silence. He began his story immediately after the class had calmed down. I will attempt to recreate the amazing story that Mr. Mays told the class that day. The way in which he told his stories rendered the horror junkie speechless and the rest of the class terrified. The same girl that had raised her hand to ask about the papers was holding her knees to her chest by the end of it, a look of terror on her face. The important thing to know was what the story was about. The specifics slip my mind now and aren't too relevant. I'll try to recount the parts of the story that matter most, but don't hold me to it. Basically, Mr. Mays and his friends set out on a road trip across the country after graduating from college. They took a truck loaded with camping gear and set out to sightsee for the entire summer. The group went from the Poconos in New Jersey down to the coast of Florida, New Orleans to California, and up to Washington. From there, they went to the Rocky Mountains in Colorado and back home to New York. This concept of the freedom to travel anywhere had the entire class hooked in an instant. Mr. Mays was the coolest teacher ever in my eyes. Being adventurous college kids, the group didn't bring a map. There were no time constraints, so they just kind of drove in the general direction that they wanted to go, and eventually found a town to stay in or someplace that looked interesting. He told us that after spending a week in Colorado, he and his friends had to travel through miles and miles of corn, plains, and more corn. He assumed that they were either in Nebraska or Kansas when they decided to pool their extra cash to stay in a hotel for the night. They settled into a motel in some town that Mr. Mays could barely remember the name of when one of his friends realized that they were somewhere near his grandfather's farm. He wasn't entirely sure where it was, but being adventurous college kids, they decided to get a quick refund from the motel and try to contact the friend's grandpa. They were unable to get a hold of the grandpa on the phone, so the group figured it would be fun to just show up. Mr. Mays' friend was adamant that his grandparents would take them in and feed them without a moment of hesitation. So the group set out with an hour of sunlight, seeking the salvation of a comfortable house to stay in. In Kansas or Nebraska, wherever it may have been, there aren't a whole lot of natural markers that could guide lost travelers. Any directions given to someone who didn't live around the area basically amounted to go up a couple of miles to the corn, take a right, and go down a dirt road to the other corn. There should be some wheat on your right. So, as is the case with most scary stories, the group got lost. Never wanting to admit defeat, they drove into the night, making wrong turns every 5 minutes until they found themselves on a wooded road that Mr. Maze's friend was certain that his grandparents lived off of. Mr. Maze described the road as basically a dark path to hell. I wasn't entirely sure how true this was, because he got very excited and a bit ridiculous with his explanation of the trees that almost tried to grab the car, and the red eyes of countless animals looking at them from the darkness. Regardless, the typical horror tropes worked on most of the class. Everyone was terrified. So, the group of guys drove on this dark road for about 15 minutes before they came to a clearing and a small building with lights in it, and what seemed to be a silo. They figured that, at the very least, the people who lived there would be able to help them find where the guy's grandparents lived. The whole idea of everyone knows everyone in these hick parts of the country fueled this hope. They pulled the car up near the building, realizing when they were out of the car that it appeared to be like the kind of places where one would store a whole bunch of chickens, not a home. Still, the lights were on, so they figured they would give it a try. They approached the building as a group, looking in the semi-open sliding door to find a big empty room. Hanging fluorescent lights lit up the room like it was daytime, and they couldn't see a soul. There were no cars, but one of Mr. Maze's friends was convinced he had seen someone as they pulled up. So they decided to go inside and see if there was an office or something where someone might still be working. Why else would they have this huge place lit up like that? There were no doors on the inside of the building. Again, it was just a giant empty hall. So the group roamed around the property and over towards the silo. As they got closer, they noticed what appeared to be a cellar door. At this point, I remember Mr. Maze telling the entire class to learn from his idiocy. He told us that he hadn't seen many horror movies before that time, and didn't think twice about approaching a creepy cellar door in the middle of a dark, scary foreign place. He said that approaching that door was one of his biggest regrets. Mr. Maze let the whole class know that he was going to tell us as much as he deemed appropriate about the experience. He felt that we were mature enough to handle it, but advised anyone that was squeamish to leave the class early. Several students quietly gathered their things and walked out of the door. A couple of them being stoners who saw this as an opportunity to smoke behind the school before the next class. I didn't give the announcement a second thought. Like I said, I was and am a sucker for this kind of stuff, and Mr. Maze was telling a story better than anything I could have conjured up. I wanted to learn from this guy, even though I didn't believe much of the story. After the class had thinned a bit, Mr. Maze continued with the story. He told the remaining few that he and his friends opened that cellar door, releasing a smell that he only described as the most putrid thing my senses have ever experienced. The group was no longer concerned with finding the owners of the property, but was now set on finding the source of that smell. They went down the steps into the cellar, which was lit by single bulbs spaced sporadically along the ceiling of a long hallway. No one spoke. Things had gotten too strange. The walls were lined with metal sheeting, similar to the roofing of farms. The hallway itself was crooked, and the ceiling constantly lowered and rose, like a tunnel that was hastily dug and never touched up. There were sections where the boys had to almost crouch in order to pass. The worst part, Mr. Maze told us, was that the light bulbs constantly flickered, sometimes acting like a strobe light and making it very difficult to move through the winding and unstable hallways. In hindsight, he was certain that his mind was playing tricks on him, but he remembered seeing flashes of things that couldn't be there. He said that when you are focused on something, or if you are that nervous, your mind can do that to you. It can simply revolt, showing you things or people that aren't there. He continued to describe the hallway, and I was on the edge of my seat. The halls were windy and seemed to go on forever. Mr. Maze guessed that they were somewhere under the creepy forest that they had driven through when they found a door, but he couldn't be sure. He said that they came upon a door after walking for what felt like a mile. It was simple and wooden, but it looked like it belonged outside a suburban home. It had a nice design, seemed to be freshly painted red, and had a very nice knob and knocker on it. It was a door that belongs at the entrance of a nice house, not one that would be sitting in a dirt tunnel in the middle of nowhere. His friend walked towards the door, moving carefully because of the flashing light bulb and increasing uncertainty about the stability of the surrounding walls. He turned to the group, the rest of which were nervous at the very least, and attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh before he said, I should probably knock first. Mr. Maze's friend grabbed the steel knocker and hit it against the door several times, mockingly, but quietly uttering, "Is anyone home?" The group waited about 30 seconds before their tension broke. The guy next to the door shrugged his shoulders and went to walk back to his friends, but as he did, the light bulb between them surged and exploded. The boys shielded their eyes and looked back to their lone friend by the door as he lowered his hands. One of the metal sheets of the makeshift roof dropped. The edge of the sheet fell directly on the boy's forehead, slicing it open and sending a wave of blood down his face. The impact apparently knocked him out, and he fell back against the door, knocking it open in the process. The entirety of the group rushed through the dim light to their friend, barely noticing the seemingly pitch-black room that now lay before them. Mr. Maze was the first to make it to his friend's side. He lifted the guy's head into his arms, immediately taking off his jacket and putting it over his forehead in an attempt to stop the bleeding. Once the group had calmed down, Mr. Maze noticed that the arm that had been bracing his friend's head was soaking wet. He was confused about this and was attempting to sort it out when one of his friends started talking. He said something along the lines of, "The lights. We have to go," when Mr. Maze took notice. "You know when you turn off a light," he told the class, "and everything is almost pitch black, except the light of the bulb dying out or cooling down. It was like that, but there were so many of them. At least 20 light bulbs had lit the room seconds ago, and now only looked like stars in the darkness. I was definitely terrified, but that wasn't the scariest thing. There was still a very dim light coming from the hallway behind them, and though it was weak, it lit the room up just enough to see the shapes of tens of people standing less than 10 feet from them." Mr. Maze's friend went to say something as one of the bulbs to their right flickered to life. Let me interrupt at this point and say that Mr. Maze was a generally playful guy. He had that tone of voice that makes you want to respond. Basically, he could say, "Let's go jump off a cliff, guys," and you would want to respond with, "All right, Mr. Maze, show us the way." That is a ridiculous statement, but it gets the point across. He was a charismatic guy. The whole story up to this point has been told like a campfire story. He had the voice inflections of someone attempting to be mysterious and scary, which worked, but was noticeable. At this point in his tale, I recall that changing completely. He was no longer attempting to spook anyone. I could tell that this section was difficult for him. Either he was a very good actor, or it really was a terrifying memory for him to relive. He told us that the light bulb came to life and illuminated the group of people in front of him. In the dim light, he could see children, at least 20 of them, in just the visible light. They were all dressed in nightgowns that looked to be tattered and torn, stained dark with something. Their hair was long. Every single one of them looked like they had not had a haircut since birth. Some of the children were almost completely obscured by the length of it. Every single one of them didn't appear to have seen a shower or a nice bath in their entire life. Mr. Maze told us that the most terrifying part of the whole thing was that none of the children were moving. They were all standing, staring, most of them only visible from the faint light reflecting off their eyes. His whole group was paralyzed with fear for several seconds when they heard what sounded like an animal in the distance yelping. The way it was described was like the sound of a dog crying multiplied by 10. This spurred the group to life just as the children began to step forward. His friends grabbed the injured one and lifted him out of the room and into the hallway in an instant. Mr. Maze took another second to move and had difficulty finding his bearings. He reached to his left in an attempt to find a wall to lean against and ended up finding a handle, then pulled it, never losing his vision on the children. He bolted for the door and then noticed what he had grabbed onto. A shower head protruded from a cement wall, reaching maybe a foot into the room. There was something leaking from it, but it was too dim to tell what it was. He realized that it had been leaking onto him, but he didn't care. There were now children stammering towards him as an animal cried in the distance, and his friend was seriously injured. As he left the room, he made a point to emphasize that he could make out several more shower heads on the wall near the single dim-lit bulb. "That's why I call them the showers," Mr. Maze told the class. I was transfixed, sitting as far forward as my desk would allow, bracing for more. I slammed the red door behind me and ran through that hallway faster than I have ever run before or since. I made it back to the car, and we drove out of there like a bat out of hell. A couple of students snickered at his use of the word hell, so when you're out trick-or-treating tonight, make sure that you know exactly where you're headed, and don't go out to any abandoned farmhouses. I mean, there aren't many around here, but you're all smart kids. Well, except Jerry. The class laughed, and the mood lightened as the bell rang for passing period. Mr. Mays turned the light on and thanked everyone for listening, reminded them about the paper due next week, and told us to have a safe and happy Halloween. Students all around were abuzz with theories about the story they had just heard.
I bet it was some sort of crazy Nazi hideout,
said one girl. I think they were all ghost babies that were killed by a dog, said someone else. I couldn't theorize in the slightest. I was still caught up in the moment. The way that Mr. Mays had told the story and the detail that he included in it left me feeling like we didn't get the whole story. A couple of days later, I stayed after class and asked him about how it really ended and what happened to his friend. He laughed and said that his friend was fine and that it was honestly that he whispered this part, probably due to some of the drugs they were on at the time. Mr. Mays winked at me as if to say, "Don't tell anyone about the drugs bit, kid." And I smiled and left. I lived in that town for another couple months, and then we rapidly moved halfway across the country to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I twisted the story around and told it around campfires as I got older, and it was always a hit, but I always changed the ending, letting the friend die of blood loss or from being dragged away by the children. It wasn't until college that I got a chance to talk to Mr. Mays again. I went to college in northern New York, not for any reason associated with the story. College was a fun time for me. I continued being the same ham that I always had been. It wasn't until sometime around my junior year that I ran into Mr. Mays at a bar that I frequented. Initially, I couldn't be sure that the person I saw laying with his head buried in his arms at the bar was Mr. Mays. The only trait that grabbed my attention was a sweater that he used to wear on his birthday during class. The shirt simply read, "I'm the birthday boy." I told my group of friends to grab a table and that I would join them in a second, then walked over to the man at the table. "Mr. Mays?" I said, and the man looked up. The man took a second to look at my face before he smiled, put a hand on my shoulder, and said, "Hey there, son. How you been?" I could smell some strong whiskey on his breath, and his cheeks were flushed. The look in his eyes told me that he was 3 sheets to the wind and probably had no idea who I was. "Mr. Mays, it's Jack. I was a student of yours for a couple semesters about 6 or 7 years ago." His face changed, and a genuine look of recognition set in. He took a calmer tone, smiled, and said, "How you been, Jack?" We talked for a solid 20 minutes. I told him what I'd been doing for the last several years, and he told me. Apparently, he was still teaching at the same school, doing the same old shtick, as he called it. I asked if everything was all right, and he said that they were as good as they have ever been, or were ever going to get. It took me to realize that I was an adult that was having a conversation with another adult. Every time I had spoken to Mr. Mays previously, I had been in the student-teacher relationship, but now I was just a guy having a drink with a friend at the bar. My friends eventually left, and I continued to drink with Mr. Mays. He told me all about his divorce and his kids. Things that I never would have asked or cared about previously, but now I cared. He was a real person to me, not just an idol anymore. This was a guy who had real problems, not the infallible teacher that I once thought he was. It had been several hours before I even brought up his story about the showers. I told him all about my history with urban legends and scary stories, and he just laughed. When I mentioned the story that he had told us years ago, he almost seemed uncomfortable. He finished his whiskey and signaled for another, and then turned to me and got very serious. "Listen, Jack, I don't know why I kept telling that story year after year." His words were slurred, or my hearing was messed up. We were both sufficiently blitzed at this point. "That's what the therapist told me to do when I was younger. I had to tell people to come to grips with it or some shit." He took a big swig of his drink. "Wait, your therapist?" Mr. Mays laughed heartily and looked at me. "Of course, Jack. You think something like that wouldn't fuck a person up?" I was confused, but smiled nonetheless. Things had just gotten very strange. "But, I mean, you said you were all on drugs or something, right? No one was too terribly hurt. You were all okay, right?" He almost got cartoonish with his sadness in the next several seconds. Of course we didn't, Jack. Why do you think I'm here right now?" I was puzzled and quickly filled with 1,000 questions that I wanted to ask him. but I let him carry on. Tim, he didn't make it, Jack. He laughed. His laugh turned suddenly to tears. I fucking took him, they did. I don't even know, but the cops told us we were just drunk, but he wandered off and got taken by the wildlife. He didn't know. He didn't see it, Jack. I was absolutely stone-faced at this point. Mr. Mays was carrying along like I knew the actual story. I didn't. His friend disappeared. I didn't know. I wish they had found the body, though. Then we could have shown him. He sighed. That's a bad place, Jack. I don't know anything else to say. It's a bad place. He carried on for a couple minutes more about his friend and the fun they had back before they went on that trip. And I let him talk. It was only a few minutes later that his phone rang. Hello, sweetheart. He whispered into his phone. I'll be out in a second. I love you, baby. The person on the other end hung up the phone, and Mr. Mays got up to leave. It's been nice seeing you, Jackie. You got a good head on your shoulders, boy. Make sure to use it. He began to walk out the bar. Mr. Mays! I yelled after him. Yeah, Jack? Where'd you say all that shower business took place? Where? Hell, I didn't mention it. It was somewhere outside Broken Bow, Nebraska. Fucking hell on earth, if you ask me. Mr. Mays walked out of the bar after waving to me, running into the wall before eventually finding the door. That was the last time I would see him. I'd never be able to tell him the impact that he had on my life, or rather, the impact that his story had on me. He'd never know about the trip we took after graduation, almost mimicking the one he and his friends had made. He would never know that the things he saw at that place were real. Why? Well, because he died about a month later. His liver failed on him. It's alright though, because his family was with him in the hospital room. He got to die around people that cared about him, and that is all I can ask for a man like that. I experienced that place too, several years later. That is where my story turns. The following is the story of how I came to find the showers, and why I will never, ever go anywhere near Nebraska again. I'll finish this story when I'm sober. The memory is clear enough. I'm awake now, semi-sober, and ready to finish this for you all. The internet, and whoever cares to hear it. I didn't find out that Mr. Mays had passed away until a couple of months after the funeral service. Initially, I was going to seek out his family in order to send my condolences, but it wasn't as if Mr. Mays and I were best friends or anything like that, so I refrained. I continued through my college career and graduated a year or so after our bar meeting. Graduating with English as my major wasn't a mistake, but it wasn't exactly something that landed me any sort of immediate jobs after college. Now, I had saved a pretty solid amount of money while I was in school, and decided that I deserved a bit of a vacation, if you will. I took my spare cash, got together with my college buddy Steve, packed up and hit the road, aiming for somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. I'd lived near Littleton, Colorado when I was younger, and remembered loving the area, so this destination was as good as any. The trip was a success. We made it somewhere around Estes Park, Colorado, and found a cheap cabin that we rented for about a month. The days were filled with lounging, hiking, and generally things that involved little to no work on our parts. After our rental was through, we packed up again and headed on our way back east. Sometime during this trip, we had met up with a couple Estes Park natives in one of the local bars. I never typically hung out with them or anything like that. We just had conversations now and then over drinks and food. One night, these guys were paying their tab and packing up to leave awfully early. They were usually there until the wee hours of the morning. When we questioned them about it, they told us that they were headed to a little get-together with some friends of theirs. And they invited us. Having nothing else to do, we hopped in the car and followed them to the party. The party itself was very low-key and ultimately inconsequential to the story. However, the important thing is that at some point in the night, we were all sitting around the fire and swapping ghost stories. At this point in my life, I wasn't as much of a ham as I was in my younger years, but with a little encouragement, I started on a couple of stories that I remembered telling in my youth. Eventually, I made it to Mr. Maze's story about the showers. Every time that I had told it after hearing it from Mr. Maze, I had spiced it up a little bit. But out of some sort of subconscious respect for my former teacher, I went straight into the version that he told my class in my sophomore year in high school. The group enjoyed the stories for the most part, the shower being the mutual favorite among the partygoers. Steve and I left for the cabin around 5 in the morning, and he asked me about that story on the drive home. I told him all about Mr. Maze, that class, my love for everything horror-related and whatnot, and he suggested that we try to find that place on our return trip to New York. Initially, I was reluctant, simply because I didn't feel like aimlessly wandering through Nebraska for days, looking for some old farm building that was probably demolished at this point. But a couple of days before we left Colorado, I told Steve that it sounded like fun. We weren't going to be able to do another trip like this for a long time, so I figured that we might as well make the best of it. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought of it as a little tribute to Mr. Maze, a guy that, in retrospect, helped me realize that I wanted to be a writer. But anyway, we left Colorado and made the long, boring, and barren drive to Broken Bow, Nebraska, or hell on earth, as Mr. Maze had put it. We found a motel in town and hung around for a couple of days, venturing out 100 miles or so in any given direction each day after that. I remember Mr. Maze telling us that it was somewhere outside of Broken Bow, but I don't think he got any more specific than that. We tried asking the townsfolk if they had any information about the showers, but we were usually met with blank stares or eye rolls when we told them what exactly this place was. The only person who seemed to know anything about it was an older lady that worked at a gas station on the outskirts of town. I don't recall her name, but this woman was just one of those cheerful old people, very helpful and generally interested in what anyone had to say to her. Steve had started talking to her at the checkout, and she asked about our license plate, commenting on the fact that we were very far from home. We had nowhere in particular to be, so Steve and I ended up talking to this woman for about 15 minutes, at which point we brought up our hunt for the place known as the Showers. Initially, the name didn't ring any bells with the woman, which made sense, seeing as Mr. Maze had just given it that name after his experience there. But when I began to describe the details that I remembered from his story, the friendly old lady interrupted. Her tone was not scornful or mean in any way, but she became very terse and deliberate with her words from that point on. Following her statements, she attempted to be cheerful again, excusing herself to the restroom and wishing us the best on our return trip to New York. Steve and I returned to the car without a word. Both of us were thinking about what the lady had said. Again, she didn't seem to be angry at all. She just didn't want to hear another word about it. We were driving back to the hotel before Steve said something. Well, I mean, if I had to live in a place associated with an urban legend or something like that, I would totally mess with anyone who asked about it, he said. I mean, eventually you just get tired of people asking about it, and so you just try to scare them to get them to shut up, wouldn't you? I agreed with Steve and kept driving, but the whole experience wasn't sitting right with me. If this was some sort of well-known legend in the area, why didn't no one else in town seem to know anything about it? But I managed to shrug it off. Mind you, neither of us was scared of finding the Showers. This little excursion on our road trip was more of a scavenger hunt, a cap-off to an overall relaxing vacation. Steve and I were basically like tourists, hunting for the site at which a famous movie was filmed or something like that. We went into the whole situation with little to no expectations, and a fleeting hope that we would be able to find this place. We spent another day in Broken Bow before we took our next trip out to try to find the Showers. Nebraska isn't as terrible of a place as people make it out to be, but it really isn't all that exciting. We found a bar and spent some time there, and that was just about the extent of our activity on our day off. When we did get back on the road, we decided that we would attempt to stay off the main road for as much of the day as we could. I knew that there was no way that this place was going to be off the highway, and I remembered some detail about a dirt road in Mr. Maze's story, so we went looking for those. This was a fairly futile effort. Most of Nebraska has dirt roads. It was 7 in the evening when we came upon a small but thick forest. I use the term lightly, but for Nebraska, this place was like an oasis. The trees were full and thick, shrouding most of the insides in darkness. The sun was setting, and even though we had run into a few of these random crops of trees, we agreed that this one showed more promise than any of the others. There wasn't really a road, but there looked to be a path where a dirt road might have been at some point, so we drove along that. If the car was able to handle the Rocky Mountains, a dirt path in Nebraska would give us no trouble. We moved slowly and carefully along the trail, making sure to clear any fallen trees in the road or rocks that would render the car useless when the sun finished setting. It was pretty dark in this place during the day, but when night came, it was something else entirely. I had an inkling at this point that we had found the right place, but I didn't want to jinx it, so we continued onward. I didn't realize it at the time, but the little bits of light that managed to penetrate the canopy in this miniature forest actually made it look as if the tree branches were trying to grab the car, just like Mr. Mays had mentioned in the story. I'm still convinced that he had made up the part about animal eyes, though. The most aggressive creature we saw in the woods was a dead rabbit on the side of the road. It didn't have any obvious signs of death. It just looked like it had simply lied down and never bothered to get up. We drove around in the darkness for quite a while before we found a clearing. We had to move several clusters of branches out of the way before, but right in front of our exit was a giant, dead monster of a tree. There was no way we were moving this one, so we got out and turned on the bright headlights in hopes that it would illuminate the area in front of us. There was a feeling of excitement mixed strangely with fear when I saw what lay 50 feet beyond the clearing. There, lit partially by the headlights of the car and a little bit from the light of the crescent moon, was what appeared to be an old barn house. This wasn't a typical farmhouse. It was larger than the barns I had seen in films and didn't have any sort of crest. It basically looked like a small warehouse. I wasn't entirely sure at this point if this was the place we were looking for, but it was definitely the closest we had come. I moved through the brush until I was roughly 20 feet from the entrance, at which point all the growth seemed to stop. I didn't know if the owners had done something to the soil, but the whole structure had a border around it, which was clear of any sort of plant life. I approached the entrance to the building, a large sliding door, as Steve came up behind me with 2 flashlights in hand. "So you were just going to run off into that place in the dark?" He laughed. I gave a half-hearted chuckle and grabbed one of the lights from his hand. Mine was a little but pretty bright flashlight. It was the kind the hikers would most likely fasten to their backpacks, just in case they were stranded at night. It worked well enough. I grabbed the metal door with both hands, holding the flashlight in my mouth, and gave it a tug. It moved slightly, and creaked a bit, but there was no way I was doing it by myself. Steve came up from behind, set his flashlight on the ground, grabbed the door, and said, "1, 2, 3. We pulled at the door with all we could muster. Once we had managed to move it a couple of inches, it must have latched back onto its track because it slid very easily, stopping hard with a loud and echoing thud when it was completely open. Steve picked up his flashlight and walked behind me. I had already moved inside. The inside of the structure was exceptionally bare, almost troublingly so. I wasn't entirely sure how far we were from the nearest home or small town, but there wasn't even the slightest bit of evidence that anyone had been inside this building for years. There were no broken beer bottles or empty bags of chips. There wasn't even any animal droppings or eager plants that managed to grow here. The room was expansive, larger than your average farm, but not the warehouse-sized monstrosity that I believe Mr. Mays had described in his story. I was sure it was simply a holding area for farming equipment or something similar at some point. Disappointed, I wandered near the entrance while Steve ventured into the expanse of darkness. As I was running over the details of the story in my mind, something struck me like a sack of bricks. In Mr. Mays' story, there was a silo near the barn. I ran outside, my eyes adjusting easily, because at the very least it was brighter outside. I looked in all directions, running around the perimeter of the building. Surely, if there was ever a silo near this place, there would be some evidence of it somewhere. But despite my hopes, there was nothing but a cluster of thick bushes on one side, brush and dirt everywhere, and the forest that we had come from. I walked back into the building, frustrated and tired. Steve was still excited, eagerly running around the inside of the building. "Even if we could just find a shower head or a pipe," he said, "then we'd know it was true. Just keep looking with me." I didn't want to ruin his excitement. I had told Steve the story several times, But obviously, he didn't realize that this just wasn't the place. The building was weird, yes. It was out of place and oddly pristine, but it wasn't the location of the showers. I let him explore for a little bit longer before I called him over. This is probably as close as we're gonna get, man, I said. But this isn't it. Remember the silo? His face went from excitement to disappointment in an instant, much like a younger child who didn't get the present they wanted for his birthday. I patted him on the shoulder. This is still pretty cool, though. I mean, we can still tell people we found it. I was reverting back to my old habits quickly. Steve laughed. Yeah, man, I guess we could. It is definitely creepy enough. We should get some pictures as proof, you know? I agreed with him. I'm gonna go grab the camera real quick, he said as he bolted out of the entrance of the building. I was left alone in the building. It was very quiet when I was alone in there. I could hear the faint sound of Steve running through the brush to the car. But once he was far enough away, everything was quiet. I remember not hearing wind or the chirping of crickets as I walked deeper into the dark, flashlight in hand. I was convinced that there had to be something. As I approached the far corner of the room, the sound of my feet scraping against the dirt was interrupted by a soft, hollow thud. I stopped, trying to figure out what it was. I put my foot down hard against the ground and heard it again. I stopped one more time, realizing that the floor I was standing on was covering something hollow. I walked to the wall of the room, looking carefully at the floor to try to spot any holes or gaps. As far as I had known, it was solid ground that this thing sat upon, so I was convinced that I had found a hatch or a basement or something. I heard Steve coming back through the brush as I shouted, "Steve, come over here, it's hollow!" As I went to say the word hollow, I hopped a little bit, hoping to recreate the sound so that he could hear it upon entering the door. The second that my feet made contact with the floor, I felt it give out beneath me. The memory of falling is fuzzy, but I do recall hearing wood splinter. I remember seeing the light from Steve's flashlight falling away into complete darkness. It wasn't a long fall, but I must have fallen in a terrible position because I know that I lost consciousness for several seconds at least. When I woke up, I was staring at a bright light. For an instant, I had thoughts about approaching the fabled light at the end of the tunnel. I was angry at myself. You died in Nebraska, Jack? Wow, you do know how to fuck up. My self-depreciation in the afterlife was interrupted by what sounded like Steve's voice. Jack? Jack, can you hear me? Dude, wake up! Please wake up! He yelled. I managed to lift my head up off the floor, just enough for him to celebrate. The pain in my head was immense, but it was outweighed by the pain shooting through my knee. I knew I had a concussion, but the pain in my knee was just so much more pressing. I looked around until I found my tiny flashlight, then sat up and reassured Steve. I'm okay, I just hurt my knee. I bumped my head too, really hard. Thank fuck, man. I thought you were dead. Imagine that, huh? Dying in Nebraska. It'd be awful. His words made me laugh a bit, but I stopped myself. The slightest shaking hurt my head and made me incredibly dizzy. I guess a rope? Said Steve. What? I asked quietly. Should I get a rope to get you out, or do you see a ladder? I looked around the walls that sat in front of me. They were smooth cement. There was no way I was climbing out of here. Yeah, get a rope, I told him. It's buried under all of our stuff. I think it might be in my red climbing bag, but I'm not sure. Steve nodded, telling me to hang in there and that he would be back in a little bit, and then ran off. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. After the sound of Steve's feet scraping the floor above me faded away, I was only able to hear that buzzing that occurs in total silence, intertwined with the pulsing in my head. I pushed myself over to the nearest cement wall and braced myself against it, resting and breathing deep in an attempt to calm myself. The cement was unnaturally cold against my back. It was summer, so I only had a t-shirt on, but it felt like ice even through that. Again, this observation was primarily made after the fact. In the moment, it just felt good to lean against something. I sat there, waiting for Steve in this underground basement, and I began to feel uneasy. I felt like an idiot for falling down here. I felt pain from my injuries as well. That all seemed to fade into one emotion in an instant, when I heard what I could only identify as breathing somewhere to my left. I convinced myself that it was my injured mind playing tricks on me for a few moments, until my mind decided to rapidly replay replay Mr. Maze's story. When I had first heard it in that classroom years before, I was more impressed than I was scared. But now, sitting in a dark basement in the middle of Nebraska, I felt something that I hadn't felt in a long time. It couldn't even be summed up in the word fear. As I sat there, I felt an all-encompassing dread. I pointed my flashlight to my left, the direction from which I thought I heard the sound. The light didn't reach the other wall. It was too far away. But I was comforted to see absolutely nothing there. I breathed deeply for a couple more seconds before I heard another noise in the dark. It was very quick, and I cannot be sure that it wasn't my own body moving around without me noticing. But I thought that I had heard a scraping sound, not 10 feet in front of me. It sounded like the noise your feet make when you're walking across a dirt-covered floor. Before I could react, I heard the breathing to my left again, closer this time. There was no way this was real. I hadn't seen so much as a spider web in this building, and now I was convincing myself that something next to me was breathing. I was angry at myself for getting so worked up. I told myself that the human brain is constantly hallucinating. I told myself that while in silence or darkness, the brain will make up sounds to fill the gaps, or make you think you see things that aren't there. I channeled my inner skeptic in order to calm myself. It worked. It worked until I saw a flash of something in front of me. I can't be entirely sure what it was, but I heard the accompanying sounds of feet scraping against the floor, and I began to swell with dread. I decided that the best course of action at this point was to turn off my flashlight, assuming that if they couldn't see me, they couldn't get to me, whatever they might be. I turned off my flashlight and was left in complete and total darkness. The bulb of the flashlight faded as it cooled, and I put it in my pocket, simultaneously pushing back against the cold cement wall in an attempt to stand. I managed to get up on my feet, well, foot, and found that I couldn't stand to put any pressure on my injured knee. I limped to a corner, humming to myself, trying to break the deafening silence. I called for Steve as loud as I could manage, but heard no response. He was probably in the back of the car, still hunting for the rope. There had to be a ladder or something somewhere. I continued to hum, and my heartbeat, which had been beating almost out of my chest, slowed to a manageable rate. I moved along the cement wall, keeping my whole body against it, and the weight off my injured knee. I had traveled what I guessed to be about 10 feet when my head made contact with something in front of me. I tumbled to the ground. My concussion must have amplified the pain, because it was blinding. I reached both hands to my forehead when I felt something warm and wet with my fingers. I searched for a cut anywhere on my forehead, but I couldn't find one. I desperately searched for the flashlight as I sat up and tried to get back against the wall. I grabbed the light in my right hand, bracing against the wall with the other. I turned it on and pointed it into the darkness where I was just lying. The floor was wet, but the dirt had muddled the color of whatever the liquid was. I tried to get my eyes to focus on the puddle, tried to convince myself that it was my blood, when I saw another drop fall into the puddle. Words lack the ability to describe the way I felt when I heard that drip noise again, and saw yet another tiny ball of liquid fall into the puddle. I think I knew, even then, exactly what the source was, but I was endlessly trying to convince myself that I was wrong. I lifted the flashlight up and pointed it at the source of the liquid. What stared back at me was a pipe that protruded at least 10 feet from the cement wall. The metal was rusted and cracked. Little bits of liquid began to seep from it. At the end of the pipe was a simple shower head aimed downwards at the ground. You know that feeling when your stomach drops? In this case, I think mine literally did, because I vomited immediately. It got all over my shoes, but that wasn't the least bit important to me at the time. I ignored the pain in my knees and shuffled along the wall as fast as I possibly could. I heard noises, but I can't be sure if it was just the sounds of my own movement or something else. I managed to duck under the next shower head. This one was higher up on the wall and seemed to be leaking the same liquid as the other one. I felt like I was moving along something infinite. Every now and then I would have to duck or move under another metal bar, another shower head. They began to pour more profusely, but the liquid was too thick to come out easily. The room began to smell. I remembered immediately the way that Mr. Maze had described it. I grabbed my shirt and put it over my nose, trucking onward. But it didn't stop the smell for an instant. It smelled like vomit. It smelled like shit. It smelled like burnt hair. It smelled like rot. I was still moving against the wall when I fell into some sort of outlet. I hit the dirt ground hard, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The pain still managed to break through though. My flashlight was still in my hand. I aimed it and examined my surroundings. Sitting in front of me was a doorway. There was a door there, though it looked aged now. It had a nice little design on it, a doorknob and a knocker that looked like a snarling demon. The red paint was peeling from it, flaking off and falling to the ground in front of me. I clumsily rose and busted through the door, narrowly missing a piece of hanging sheet metal in front of me. I was crawling now. There was no way that I could run. The walls and ceilings were lined with metal, the kind that you would see on the roof of a farm. Large pieces of wood seemed to brace the sheets, holding this makeshift tunnel together. I couldn't risk sliding against that and possibly cutting myself on the metal, or hitting the wood and causing a cave-in, so I crawled. I pulled myself for what felt like miles, running into walls every now and then because the path seemed to curve like a snake. I had no idea where I was in relation to the hole that I had fallen through, but I told myself that there was an exit at the end of this. Had I not been crawling, I would have surely hurt myself far worse. There were parts of the tunnel in which the ceiling dipped down to maybe 3 feet above the ground. It hadn't caved in because the ceiling still lined it. Someone had built it like this. This, again, is in hindsight. I didn't care at the time. I kept telling myself that there was nothing behind me, but I swore that I heard feet scraping only a few inches behind mine. My jeans would brush against my legs every now and then, making it feel like someone was touching me. And even now, I still can't completely convince myself that someone wasn't. I crawled and crawled until I reached an upslope. With joy, I looked ahead of me. There was a cellar door. The door was made of wood. I knew this because I could see light through them. I couldn't be sure, but I thought it might be the light from the car's headlights. Besides all of that, I was just so immensely happy to find an exit. I crawled all the way to the door and threw my shoulder into it. It budged, but it didn't open. I began to scream, but my throat seared with pain. The most I could manage was a harsh crying noise. It sounded like a dying animal. I collapsed in exhaustion and pain, my eyes staring up at the slits of light before me. I was so close to being out of here, I could taste it. It was in that moment of silent defeat that I heard a noise that was, without question, something moving in the tunnel. It sounded like something was being dragged across the floor. It would move, pause for a second, then move again. I had nothing left in my stomach to throw up, but I began to gag. I gathered myself silently and tried to steady my hand enough to focus the flashlight into the tunnel. What I saw, I still cannot rationalize. I know what I saw, but I cannot convince myself that it was actually there. I can't stop telling myself that I was hallucinating. I saw a child in a dirty sleeping gown. The gown was stained with something dark and brown, with occasional splashes of deep red. The child was extremely frail, like the pictures that people might see of a Holocaust victim. I could only make out one eye, brightly reflecting the light of my flashlight, in between huge tufts of long, dirty hair. It reached down beyond the fingertips of the child, which were caked with dirt. The boy, or girl, I'm not entirely sure which, moved towards me with difficulty. It wasn't breathing hard, but it seemed that every movement of every muscle took every ounce of strength the child had. The thing that froze me, though, was the eye. It was only visible because it was reflecting my flashlight, but even in that glint, I could feel the anger, or deep hatred, or something like that. This is the point in which the English language really lacks the right word to explain the situation. I could tell that this child meant me harm. Whether it was a hallucination or not, the thing was getting closer. I started to cry. It was getting closer and closer when I heard a voice from behind me. "Hey, Jack!" It was Steve. I was certain. I tried to talk back, fully intending to say, "Open this up and get me out of here." However, given my current state, I'm sure it sounded like garbled nonsense. I clawed at the door, pushing against it with everything I had, and finally breaking eye contact with the child. As I did, the flashlight rolled down the slope, coming to rest somewhere near the child's feet. What do you see? What are you talking about? I closed my eyes. Just look at it. Tell me what you see. I was mumbling like a maniac when the voice told me, calmly, rest for a second. I'll get it. The statement took a second to settle in, at which point I closed my eyes tight. Steve, just do it, please. Please, just open it, please. I whimpered, just get me out of here. My voice was beginning to get louder. Steve, goddammit, open the fucking wooden door. I opened my eyes for a split second to see nothing but black hair dangling in front of my face, a small glint of light hidden in the mess of tangles. I slammed my eyes shut and screamed with every ounce of energy I had. Open the door! The door behind me gave way, and I fell onto the dirt, taking a breath of fresh air. My eyes were still closed, but the first thing I did was scramble to find the cellar door and close it. Once I had done that, I took a deep breath and opened my eyes. I saw the barn in front of me, illuminated by the headlights of the car. My head was pulsing with pain. I was covered in dirt and liquids that I didn't even care to know the origin of. My knee was, at the very least, dislocated, but despite all of that, I was out of the tunnel. I took a deep breath, buried my head in my hands, and said, Steve, why didn't you open the door? I waited for a response, but none came. Steve, seriously, I was clawing, screaming for my life, I said as I looked behind me. My stomach must have been on the verge of falling out of me at this point because it shifted again. The only thing behind me was the large mass of bushes that I had seen while examining the perimeter of the building. I was angry. Steve, this is not the time. Come out of the bushes. I was getting ready to stand up when I heard a yell from in front of the building. A flashlight bobbed up and down in semi-darkness. Steve was running into the open door of the structure, yelling my name and telling me not to worry. I must have lost consciousness at this point, because when I woke up, Steve was standing over me, desperately trying to wake me up. His words were almost incoherent, at least to my ears. He helped me to my feet and began to walk me to the car. As we walked away, I saw my flashlight sitting just outside the cellar door. The light was fading. Steve brought me back to the car and then drove to the nearest hospital. I fell asleep, but he told me that he drove around for an hour before he found a main road. I don't think I ever told him the whole story. I believe he thinks I was just injured from the fall. He never really asked about it, and we didn't stay in contact for much longer. It's not like we deliberately parted ways, we just sort of stopped hanging out after that trip and went our separate ways. I have never been able to fully understand what happened that night. There are many things that I can explain away as being hallucinations, but there are still many things that don't make sense. The shower heads were there, and they were leaking something. The door was real. The tunnel was real. Most everything else can be semi-rationalized if I can convince myself that I had a very bad concussion. A very, very bad concussion. But the one thing that I couldn't have imagined was that cellar door was locked, and then it suddenly wasn't. I'm still as skeptical as I've ever been, but I believe in what happened to me at the showers. I'm not a hermit or socially awkward because of this. I drink a lot, but I'm still functional. But I will never return to Nebraska. No one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. I don't watch horror movies either. There's absolutely nothing entertaining about being so desperately scared. That's it, really. There's no typical ending for my story. I was changed by my experience, yeah, but there was no way to change anything about it or fight back against it. I can't even convince myself that I wasn't just seeing things. Believe me, I've been trying for years. Prior to this, there was really no way of finding any information on the showers. The legend didn't extend outside the classroom of Mr.
Etsy has inviting home items from makers. Etsy has home. Shop now.
The legend didn't extend outside the classroom of Mr. Mays. No one told stories like this to keep children away from a certain place or to scare them. It just wasn't known. I guess that's really the point of this whole story. I want people to know, firsthand, what this place is like. Maybe it's the drunk's rationale, or the kid inside me wanting to spread these kind of stories again. I don't know. I don't care. But it's out there now, for people to mold and warp to their needs. Most importantly, finally out of my head. It's getting late, and I'm getting another drink. Cheers. Hey everyone, it's been a while. I'm writing this from the same shitty laptop that I used to drunkenly post the showers online a little over 5 years ago. It has spent the better part of 2 years at the bottom of a box in my bedroom closet. I haven't had much use for it recently, and it honestly isn't in the best shape. The damn thing takes about 20 minutes to start up properly, and dies the instant it unplugs from the charger. Some of the keys are missing, some of them stick. I've spent a good amount of time carefully cleaning soft drinks and whiskey out of every nook and cranny, but a thing can only take so much abuse before it dies. Tonight, I got lucky. She managed to boot just for me. I think she has one more decent story left in her, for better or worse. I don't really remember writing the first part of the showers. I do, however, remember what my life was like around that period of time. I was simultaneously listless and restless most days. I wasn't working in my chosen field, and had too much free time to spend thinking about that fact. I told my story to some friends at a bar one random night, which shook loose some memories and led to that post. One evening, I woke up and hopped on my laptop to find the story posted in a thread that I had left open. I had typed it directly into the submission box. I didn't even leave myself any time to edit. I just forced it out of me over a couple of long nights and threw it up on the internet for everyone to see. Despite the fact that I didn't necessarily want to relive the whole story in excruciating detail, the post was a real task to get through. Each spelling and grammatical error made me want to shoot whiskey or chug bleach. I went with the former, and as far as I can remember, I have never made it through the whole story as it was written. It seems pointless to go back and read it even now. I've lived through the events enough times in my head. There's no need for me to subject myself to that again. I did read the comments on the story, however. I wasn't exactly overflowing with self-esteem at the time, so seeing a bit of interest in my work gave my confidence a boost, if only for a moment. Now and then I would go back and check on them, but for the most part, I was forced to continue on with my stagnant life while the story spread quickly around the web. I was working as a bartender in those days. I mostly split my free time between sleeping and drinking. These activities often overlapped with work. I had carved a vicious little loop in a very short period of time. I wasn't a writer like I had hoped to be at that point in my life, so getting to play one on the internet helped to break up the monotony of my reality. Over the course of the several months following my post, I received several emails and friend requests from old classmates or strangers who had taken an interest in the showers. My former classmates' messages generally consisted of their memories of Mr. Mays and his story, and asked nothing in return. I guess that most of them were either married or just needed a dose of nostalgia as a pick-me-up, so I often indulged them. Some of them actually wanted to meet in person, grab drinks, and really dive into the past. I lived half a continent away from the town where I attended Mr. May's class at this point, but that didn't stop me from making empty offers of company to several different people if our paths were ever to cross. One time, I wound up getting beer with a guy who was just passing through on a summer night in Denver. The meetup wasn't quite what I was expecting. I'm 99% sure he had never had Mr. Mays as a teacher, or had even met me before that night. He dodged specifics when I asked him questions, and mostly just repeated my statements back to me in agreement. He nodded his head and said, "Yeah, that's right," over and over again. But he was picking up the tab, so I didn't think about the strangeness of it all until the following afternoon. That was the first and last time that I met up with anyone from the internet. I received a surprising number of requests for the specific coordinates of the showers from a wide variety of personalities. There were people offering money, transport, and even what was essentially militia support if I were to take them there, like it was some sort of guided tour. I turned them down, but I would be lying if I said I didn't consider accepting some cash in exchange for the coordinates of any random barn I could pull up on Google Maps. As foreign and surreal as the whole thing was, I took pretty immediate notice to the pull that the story gave me over people. After the post, I felt a lot more confident bringing it up in person. Every subsequent retelling made me feel like I was back around a campfire with a group of friends who hung on my every word. It felt good to have such a command over people's attention. I often found myself out with friends, searching for some decent conversation or a one-night stand, and would whip the story out like a party trick. Once we had an audience, a friend of mine would inevitably bring up the showers and beg me to tell the story. I would half-heartedly fight them on it for a while before giving in, ordering another round and launching into some variation of my bit. It worked almost too well. Every time that I went out, I seemed to end up with either a new friend or another notch on my belt. I hardly had to try. For me, it was just stumbling down memory lane. After a while, I narrowed my sights, only bringing out the story for certain people for very specific ends. In short, I used it to get laid. I'd chat with a girl for a little while, get to know her enough to take a guess at some of her fears, and work them into the climax of my story. I faced down ghosts, encountered demons, and even had spiders rain down on me from the shower heads. You name a fear, and I've likely used it in one iteration of the ending or another. But I managed to make it out of the showers intact every time, if only ever so slightly worse for wear. I appeared just as damaged enough by the experience that a pretty girl might feel some sympathy for me. I would thank her for her kindness while reaching out for her hands or maybe her leg. This series of events always eventually led to the same place, hers. I'd stumble back to my barren apartment every afternoon, throw on some different clothes, and head back out to the bar for work, play, or both. It's unclear to me how long I spent living like the sleazy piece of shit that I just described, but I know that Karen broke me out of that pattern. Initially, she was just the next in a long line of women I had yet to sleep with. We met at a bar. I told her my story. We wound up at her place, but instead of passing out after sex like I normally tried to do in order to avoid further conversation, we actually stayed up and talked. To my surprise, the conversations we had didn't feel like needless, silence-filling bullshit. I felt like she understood me, and I her. She was an intensely empathetic person, a trait that I really latched onto. She wanted to talk through the emotions involved in what had happened to me, instead of just listening to the story. I don't think I was particularly honest about any of that, but I hadn't experienced a reaction like hers after any of the countless times I ran through the showers, so I was caught off guard and almost instantly smitten with her. In hindsight, I think our initial connection centered mostly on our mutual interest in getting really messed up and swapping stories about our shitty lives and mental alignments with another person, so that we didn't have to make excuses for being alone. But it didn't feel like that at the time. Funny enough, we actually do have the mental stuff in common. Two different kinds of bipolar disorder. We are imperfectly complementary, as Karen always puts it. We thought that in some way, it meant that we were perfect for each other. I don't need to be told how stupid that sounds. But I get ahead of myself. Let me say this. Karen had a degree in political science from Rutgers, a wicked right hook, and one of the most persuasive and charismatic personalities that I've ever encountered. It worries me that truths like this, the little things that made up who she was as a person, aren't going to come across here because of what all of this is ultimately leading to. I just don't want to do her a disservice. She's a flesh and blood real person, and any number of words I type about her won't paint her as she actually was. You're getting my skewed version of who she was to me at that point in my life. It's nowhere near enough for you to understand who she actually was and to judge her. Suffice it to say, we didn't end up together for 2 years because we were awful for each other. We had a genuine, intense connection that just wore down with time and probably burned out too quickly, as those things tend to do. At that point in my life, I was both lost and an asshole. Karen fit into a mold or archetype in my head. The Nancy to my Sid, the Bonnie to my Clyde, and at the time, I didn't consider the possibility that we might end up heading down the same path as both of those famously toxically codependent couples. She was my manic pixie dream girl, as awful as that was. I was just a lonely guy looking for a girl with hair the color of a mood ring who listened to the same shitty music that I listened to, and who could also solve the complex problem that was me. On any given day, she was the love of my life and my partner in crime. The next, she could be my antagonist, an obstacle in my search for happiness. It was all part of the story that I had seen play out in movies and books countless times before. It was a story I tried to force myself into. In the end, it was me trying to fit a square peg in a non-existent hole. She made me feel good about myself for a little while, for what it's worth. No one person had managed to do that before Karen. I'm pretty sure I loved her. It's just that I was simultaneously loving her and using her without actually realizing what I was doing. That's not to say that she didn't get use out of me too. She started coming over to my place after we spent a couple of nights together, and she never really left. Items of her clothing and her toiletries started showing up around the apartment, and I just kind of rolled with it. There was one night where I brought up how we never actually discussed living together before it already happened. That night ended with both of us yelling and blacking out in tears. But by the time happy hour rolled around the next evening, we were as good as new and in the same place that we were before the unpleasantness. The fighting and passive aggression fit the tone of my previously mentioned vicious loop, so it didn't feel unhealthy at the time. We just sort of fell into a jagged groove with each other and accepted it as our life together. I might have gotten a little off track. Karen took a great interest in my stories. The showers particularly interested her because she had come across a reading of it on a podcast or YouTube channel and knew about it before she had even met me. She initially thought I was messing with her at the bar, trying to take credit for a story someone else had lived, but I was able to convince her of the truth, and she didn't let it go after that. After long nights out, we would lie in bed together, and she would ask me to tell it again, like some sort of morbid bedtime story. With each retelling, I would embellish a little more or shake loose a new memory pulled from deep within my imagination to keep her on her toes and keep the story fresh. I don't know if she actually believed any of it after a while, or if she just wanted to, but it became our thing. Eventually, the story wasn't enough. She wanted to live it.
Can we go there?
She asked constantly.
Let's go to the showers.
Karen wanted us to face down the showers like some sort of boss fight in a video game. She constantly reiterated that it would be good for me to go back there and get perspective. She was also convinced that it might help me pick up writing again, something that I had neglected or made excuses to avoid throughout our relationship. She often told me that I had such good ideas, but something inside of me kept me from letting them loose. She genuinely wanted to help, but I wasn't willing to hear her out. I was steadfast in my resolve to never return to Nebraska. I was certain that I had moved on from that horrific night entirely, that all I had brought back with me was a scary story. Everything seemed so obvious in hindsight. I think another aspect of her interest in the showers was an honest fixation. We both had a tendency to key in on a particular subject that interested us and dig deep into it until there was nothing left to uncover. This means that Karen's attention towards a subject generally burned intensely before quickly fizzling out. My refusal to indulge her one last wish and take her to the showers kept that fire going. She would strategically pick moments where I was drunk enough to loosen my lips, but not so drunk that I was lost on the shores of oblivion to ask me questions about the story. Occasionally, she brought up pieces of information I had told her while blacked out that would resonate with me enough to put me on edge for days on end. Even if I couldn't conjure the complete memories while sober, my body recognized them on some subconscious level. I knew that she was constantly treading closer to something in me that I didn't want to address, but I never stopped her outright. I don't know if I even believed my own story by that point. I just knew that I started to feel a bit sick to my stomach every time that it came up. She persisted, using every method in the book to try to convince me to take her to Broken Bow. Every new detail that I revealed, real or otherwise, would motivate her to push me harder on the subject. It was the middle of winter when I finally caved. We were living in Fort Collins, Colorado at the time, which was only a relatively short drive from Broken Bow. I had held my ground in regards to returning to the showers for so long that my responses were almost reflexive at that point. I claimed that we didn't have time and that I had forgotten exactly how to get there, both of which were partially true. But like I said, she knew when she could get to me. We were resting on the couch following a long night of bar hopping and friend drama. Fortunately, we had found ourselves on the same side of that particular dramatic situation, which meant that the night would likely end on a quiet note for us. We snuggled together under a blanket and watched the Coens brothers' 2013 flick, Inside Llewyn Davis. While Karen watched intently, I spent my time between nodding off and attempting to read a screenplay that a friend of mine had sent over. I had seen the film half a dozen times at that point, so I wasn't paying it my full attention. In it, spoilers by the way, a struggling folk singer loses his way after his partner commits suicide. Karen and I shared a mutual, morbid fascination with the subject of suicide, so it was only a matter of time before one of us said something about it.
I would hate to jump off of a bridge, I think.
She said.
There's a chance you'd live after hitting the water and you'd wind up, what, paralyzed or something? I guess I'd feel like an even bigger waste of space if I couldn't even manage to kill myself.
I wasn't sure if she actually wanted to get into that conversation or not, but I bit anyway. I couldn't jump, I said, pulling her close, setting the script on the coffee table and shutting my eyes. There's way too much build-up and pressure. Then, once you get the balls to finally do it, there's a whole lot of time to regret as you're falling. It might seem unusual to some, but suicide wasn't a taboo subject between the two of us. It's difficult to explain to the unfamiliar with lifelong suicidal ideation, but discussing it in blunt and honest terms is comforting in a strange way. When faced with the struggle every day of your life, familiarizing yourself with something often considered macabre was its own sort of victory. It felt like discussing it shined a bright light on it. Know your enemy and whatnot. Even if it were concrete or lava below me, I couldn't do it. I said, I don't want anything flashy, honestly. Give me a bottle of benzos and a couple of pints of Chivas, and I'll go gentle.
Maybe I would jump.
Karen thought out loud.
But I would do it from a plane. I just want that one last rush of adrenaline.
You could stay alive and get a lot more of that.
Not with those kinds of stakes.
She had a point. I just want mine to be quiet. I want the background noise to fade slowly into silence. Let me drink myself to death with a book and some relaxing music to play me out before that. I sighed. I'd probably put on some Bright Eyes or Elliott Smith, I don't know. Karen was quiet for a while after that. The character in the film had just overdosed in a bathroom stall when she woke up.
I just don't want to go like that. At the very least, I'd want to be around friends or even family, if no one else is available.
I had begun nodding off.
Kind of like your teacher.
I stirred. She hadn't brought up the story in a while. Whenever she did, she never led into it with Mr. Mays. I guess. I slumped down onto a pillow and closed my eyes. I figured that if I fell asleep, she would have to leave the subject alone for the night.
Let's go.
Go where?
No.
I did. Liquor store's closed.
No. Nebraska.
It's a bit late.
Next week, I'll take it off work.
Karen suggested.
I'll get someone to drive us.
Why would anyone want to drive us to Nebraska?
Ryan seems interested.
In Nebraska?
Interested in your story, dummy. You could write about it.
Karen was looking for anything she could use to get me on board.
It's been a while since you've written. I could bring my camera. From the way you described it, I'm sure I could get some good pictures.
I was growing more uncomfortable with each passing second, but the anxiety was offset by my exhaustion. I don't want to go, I moaned. I didn't put up much of a fight.
Please, for me.
She begged.
We never go anywhere, and the apartment gets stuffy, and it's my birthday next month.
Okay, all right, I said, trying to appease her so that I could drift off. But what about the cat? The next thing I knew, my bags were packed, and we were leaving the comforts of my apartment for Nebraska. After I agreed to the trip, I'd fallen asleep. By the time I woke up the following morning, Karen had already secured one of our friends as our chauffeur and was requesting time off of work that matched my schedule. She was happier than I had seen her in ages, and I was on quite a bit of Xanax, so I was looking for anything that might keep the good times rolling. With our schedules and switching moods, happy was sometimes hard to come by. I kept that on the forefront of my mind as we loaded up the car. I fell asleep before we made it out of town and woke up in what felt like another dimension. Outside my window, I saw only icy tundra that burned my eyes to look at. I hadn't seen that much sun in months. The reflection of the sun from the snow only amplified it. Our mutual friend Brian sat behind the wheel of my crummy 2005 Ford Escape as we flew down the interstate towards Broken Bow, Nebraska. Everyone called him the responsible one of our group of friends because he refused to get behind the wheel after drinking any booze at all. What only Karen and I knew was that he would often be high as a kite while driving us home and lecturing us on how he was the only one of us not destined for a DUI. But he had never been in an accident and never received so much as a parking ticket, so we didn't say a word. Karen sat shotgun with a large styrofoam cup from Sonic resting in her lap. Knowing her, I assumed she had poured out 3/4 of the drink and filled the rest of the cup with vodka. After a minute, she noticed that I was awake.
Hey, you sleep well?
She said, turning around in her seat to face me. A whiff of vodka with a hint of cherry limeade flooded my nostrils and burned my eyes. My guess was right. Karen refused to travel long distances without what she affectionately called a roadie. She had adopted the term from her late father, Randy, who had killed himself when she was 14. He had opened his wrists over the sink in the bathroom while Karen was doing homework in her upstairs bedroom, and her mom was fucking a coworker in her office at work. Her preoccupation with suicide at least came from somewhere logical. She had always idolized her dad and hadn't spoken to her mother in a decade. She told me the story often, reinforcing the idea that any of her idiosyncrasies related to Randy were exempt from criticism. I made my only sensible move in that situation. Just get me one.
Extra cup is for you, my dear. Half and half.
She winked and handed me the styrofoam cup of Cure-All. It was much needed. My jaw throbbed incessantly. I'd always had a problem grinding my teeth in my sleep. It was so bad growing up that my canines actually grew outwards and resembled vampire fangs by the time I entered high school. The grinding hadn't been an issue in some time, though I figured that the previous night of partying, alongside the anxiety about the trip, had taken a toll. The first sip of the drink made me wince. It was about 1/4 limeade to 3/4 cheap vodka. Burnett's? I groaned and took another sip. I guess it fits the scenery. Karen laughed. Nothing except the frost-covered remains of the fall harvest and frozen dirt surrounded us for miles. I looked out over the repetitive backdrop for several hours. Barren earth occasionally gave way to tufts of shorn trees that reached futilely upwards towards the gray heavens. They resembled petrified roots that had aggressively snuffed out any hint of life that had once inhabited their numbers. Every now and then, I was able to spot rusting remains of a vehicle or a crumbling shed hidden among the branches, waiting patiently to be overtaken by the vindictive woodland. The three of us passed the time by fiddling with the frayed tape-to-auxiliary cord converter so that we could play music off our phones. Unfortunately, even when we had gotten that to work, it was still a crapshoot thanks to the spotty 4G connection in the plains. Karen and I chain-smoked Camel Crush cigarettes, much to Brian's chagrin. He smoked too, but he would only touch the baby blue packs of American Spirits, which were all natural and burned for an eternity. Smoking anything else, he believed, was just asking for cancer, and had me wandering through foggy memories of the last trip to Broken Bow. The haze left me frustrated and increasingly uncomfortable. Brian and Karen, despite having heard the story of the showers tens of times by this point, prodded me for new details once we had crossed the state line into Nebraska. I dodged their inquisition by telling them how it was a violation of tradition to listen to a band while they were on their way to their concert. That shut them up and eased the pressure somewhat, but my teeth still ground against each other and my jaw ached. Simply driving through Nebraska was awakening something in me. I was anxious and reflexively defensive. Brian had grown up in New Jersey, and despite the relative emptiness of the 2-lane highway we found ourselves on that morning,